Can you all see the slides? Rhonda, Lacey, Jordan, anyone? Yes, okay, thank you. They can hear me and they can see your slides, so we are in good shape.
Okay. Everybody here?
Yes, let me see.
we're
We've got
good.
1,
Sign
2,
in.
3, 4, 5 online. So let me. We have everyone. Should we go ahead and get started? Okay. Morning, everyone. Welcome. Bankers back to Lansing. So, and everyone joining us online as well. So, a couple quick housekeeping things for everyone here and virtually. The Wi-Fi, if you need it, there's a sign over there with the network and the password. Restrooms, if you didn't find those already, they're down this hall on the left-hand side. Please help yourself to there's sodas, water, coffee. There is a bottle refilling station out in the hallway as well. Nicole's at the desk. If you need anything, please be sure to reach out. Let me see. Lunch will be here at 11:30. That's our catering window back there. So you'll see that go up. And you should have your handouts. And please just make yourself at home here today. We're always delighted to welcome David back. So happy to have you here. Couple quick things for everyone online. You should receive the handouts in my email and also the Outlook invite. And then we are recording. And I'll actually send you all the recording as well. So you can revisit something that was discussed over the couple days. Want to bring to your attention that we do have a credit analyst, credit manager forum. It's a peer forum, meets quarterly. Great way to connect with folks here in this room and others around the state. Those go over really well. Actually, I don't see the brochure back there, but I'll have Nicole. Consider for professional as well. So any questions for me? Okay, well, like I said, love having David join us in Michigan. He's a big Michigander at heart, fan of our fishing and golfing. Did I get that right? Usually what we always talk about. There you go. So David Alkemp is president of Bankers Management Inc., BMI, formerly the Management Group. It is a nationally recognized company in financial services training and bank consulting. Prior to forming BMI, he served as Vice President, Director of Credit Services for Canon Lending Schools, as well through many banking association sessions and individual banks. Mr. Kemp has more than 30 years of management experience in consulting, training, credit administration, and new business development. And before joining Canon, David was Vice President Corporate Finance with Citicorp North America, responsible for marketing, investment, and commercial banking services throughout the Southeast. His areas of expertise include commercial lending, consumer lending, portfolio management, real estate lending, workouts, and director responsibilities. And while with Citicorp, he was assigned to serve as senior credit officer, specializing in financing retail companies. He managed a workout process that saved more than $20 million in planned charge-offs. And prior to Citicorp, he was a branch manager and commercial lender for First National Bank of Atlanta and Citizens and Southern National Bank. In addition to his banking background, he serves as a consultant to many small businesses in the areas of finance, operations, marketing, and sales. It's a mouthful. Welcome, David.
Thank you.
You're in for a great couple of days. It's lots of fun.
Appreciate it. Thank you, people in the audience and the people online. As I said, this is a very interactive class. My hope is that tomorrow when we finish, that you will be able to look at a financial statement and see a number, and your brain will say, what did the people do who run that business, or what did they fail to do that caused that number on the financial statement to be that number? And as a result of their action or lack of, what does that mean to the bank? What I don't want you to have as a skill set tomorrow afternoon is what I call elevator analysis skills, where you say this went up, this went down, this went up, this went down. That's useless. What you need to know in any write-up of a credit, if you're a commercial lender or credit analyst, is I want to know why. For example, when I was senior lender at the bank, people will write credit memos saying the current ratio was, or the sales last year went up 14%, the year before prior went up 15% this year, period. And I would write in big purple ink on their memos, why? I can see this number is bigger than the number was last year. What I need you to tell me is, what did management do to cause that number to change? Did management open a second location, which caused sales to go up? Did management increase prices, which caused the sales dollars to go up? Did management start selling on the internet when they didn't before, that caused sales to go up? I need to know, what did the customer do to cause the change in the number? And what does it mean to the bank because they did it? That's when you're about what we used to call getting behind the numbers. Just crunching the numbers, computers can do that. What you need to do, what I need from an analyst or commercial lender, is to ask the borrower the right questions to understand what it is they're doing. And I'm going to share with you some examples of that as we go through. As I said, my goal is that at the end of the workday tomorrow, you'll have that skill set. Now, the first 4 or 5 slides I put up are not in your handout, but I thought it'd be a good introduction into getting into today's program. Now, I looked at Michigan. I wanted to take a look at the state demographically because it impacts banks in Michigan and everything in Michigan. Now, it's no news to you that you've had a decline in population for the last, actually going back to about 2008, the Michigan population has declined. I was here in this state in 2009 on campus at Michigan State over at the Kellogg Center. And one of the econ professors there at that time, the state was going through a tough job crisis. And he literally said in a speech that 25% of Michiganders should just get up and leave. There are not enough jobs to support the population. And what we see is just since April of 2020, The population has declined 0.3%, where the population of the US as a whole has gone up about 0.1%. But going back over the last decade to 2010 to 2020, the US population has grown about 6.3%. Population of Michigan has declined about 4%. So you have this dichotomy of a declining population. What does that mean for a bank? How do you grow your loan portfolio if you don't have customers? In theory, the only way you can grow your loan portfolio would be if you take market share from one of your competing banks. States like Texas and Florida and Georgia that have explosive population growth, there are a lot more opportunities because there are more customers to do. For example, if you buy a bank in Florida, you will pay a premium. They call it the Florida or Texas premium. If a bank outside of the state of Texas or Florida buys a bank in one of those states, you pay more for them. Now, the banks in Florida don't perform as well as the banks in Michigan. The banks in Michigan are more profitable than the banks in Florida. But the reason people are willing to pay more for their stock is the population growth in Florida last year was 15%. So you have this rapid growth and the opportunity for more and more customers. And you take a state like Texas with a similar population growth. That's why those two states, the banks there, if you buy one, you're going to pay more than you would for the stock of another bank, similar performance in terms of profitability and quality of the loan portfolio and that sort of thing. I looked at the median household income in the state at $57,144. And again, just a quick refresher from your Statistics 101 class, median means 50% of the households in the state have an income higher than $57,144, and 50% have an income lower than $57,144. Per capita income in the state is $31,713. Now, one of the things I noticed about Michigan is the size of your average household is smaller than the nation as a whole. The nation as a whole has about 2.75 people per household. Michigan is about 2.4, which says to me, you have now an older population with more retirees, where you have one or two people in a household versus other states where you may have 4 or 5 people in a household. Now, as your state gets older, that puts a lot of stress on the state budget because you have to spend so much money for retirees and maintaining older population. So Michigan does have, now, this is, I'm gonna pick on the young ladies in the audience here. I listened to a speech by a CIA analyst on the campus at University of Washington. I was teaching in the Pacific Coast Banking School. And this fella had been President Reagan's threat assessor. Every morning at 7:30, he went to the White House to alert the President of the United States, what are the threats in the world? And he said, if the American public ever heard what the CIA tells our president every morning, we'd all go into a bunker, have no hair, and be shaking because the world's a scary place. And he said that they, in the CIA, they use a demography as a predictor of what's happening in the world. And one of the things our CIA monitors is birth rates. That for a country to have a healthy economy where you have a proper mix of younger workers and retirees, where you don't have too many retirees, is you need, every birth age woman has to have 2.2 children. And that replaces her parents and keeps enough young workers supporting a retired population. And he said that they predicted 40 years ago that Italy and Spain would be in financial difficulty, and Greece rather, because their birth rates got too low. And Italy has the lowest birth rate in Europe, about 1 child per every birth age woman. Now, one thing I've noticed about riding around in this state, I spent some time in Michigan, I find people here particularly patriotic. I've been here during holidays like Memorial Day, people put out their flags, 4th of July. I've seen how young military personnel are treated at airports. I see you people will walk up to them and thank them for their service. You'll buy them a cup of coffee or whatever they want. Now, if you're truly patriotic, and just speaking on the young ladies, you have to do your job if you love the country. So if you only have 1 child and your sister or your sister had 1 child, you got to pick up the slack, got to have 3. So you got to get up to that 2.2. So it's to keep the population young enough. And one thing in Michigan, as I said, from the numbers, you have an aging population. And that puts more burden on things for retirement benefits and healthcare, and all those things get overly burdened. We have a very young, older population. I looked at the median home value in the state is $154,900. That's very geographic. It depends on where you live in the state. There are places you can buy a pretty nice house with. There are places you couldn't buy a hovel for that. You look at some of the suburbs around Detroit, you would be hard pressed to find anywhere to live in that price range. There are other parts of the state you could buy a pretty nice home. And again, half the homes in the state have a value higher than that. Half the homes in the state have a value lower. That's not an average, it's just a median. Home ownership rate. I flagged this because Michigan has more homeowners than the nation as a whole. 71.2% of the people in this state own their home. Now, if you're a retail banker, this is particularly important because what? We have things like home equity. People in Michigan are creating wealth because they own their homes significantly more than the rest of the nation as a whole. This is the state of homeowners. Things like home improvement loans, home equity lines of credit, all of those kind of products would seem right for this kind of market. High school grads, Michigan has more people who finish high school than the nation as a whole. Almost 91% of the population here has a high school diploma or higher. So you have a fairly educated workforce here and population. Now, the college grads are close, but slightly lower than the national average. 29.1% of the people who live here have a college education or higher versus 32.1% nationally. This raises a question. Up here, where we have this negative change in population, down here, a number of people in the state who finish school. The question is, does Michigan suffer from the brain drain? The bright young people in small towns go to school, get a good education, and leave and don't come back to their hometown. Is that one of the phenomena that occurs? And that can injure an economy long-term because you don't have that next generation of leaders who are coming along to take over and run businesses and institutions in the community. And in rural America, this is a crisis. Now, any of you in the bank who are responsible for hiring are aware how difficult it is to hire anybody if you need to bring workers in if you're in a smaller community. And if someone has to have a high level of technical skills, it's getting even more difficult. Because what happens is not only you have to find the right person, and if they don't have a family tie to that smaller community already, it is difficult to get them to come. And if they're married, you also got to sell the spouse. We've got a client bank in LA, not California, Lower Alabama, we call it LA. Little rural country town in Lower Alabama. Bank gets in trouble. They're under a consent order from the FDIC. And I determined that the board of directors brings me in as a consultant to the bank. And I've determined that the president of the bank, whom I think is a wonderful human being, does not have the energy and skill sets to turn this bank around. And I convinced him he should resign. And he was one of the owners. He and his brother, who was chair of the board, between the two of them owned about 95% of the bank's stock. And I said to him, you really need to step down. Now, he's 69 years old this time. His brother is 80. And initially, he was not thrilled about my observation. I had a one-on-one dinner with him. And I said, look, I want to pose the question differently. How important is it to you, the value of the stock in this bank 20 years from now, when your grandchildren own this stock, versus how important to you today that you remain as president of the bank? I can't determine for you which of those is more important. I was hoping it was going to be the former rather than the latter. And it did prevail. I said, good. Tomorrow at the board meeting, I'm going to recommend that we start a hunt for a new president. If you're willing to tell the board you're willing to step down and remain on the board, but not as president of the bank. And he agreed. Well, that night I go to the board meeting and the board's a little surprised that I recommend that we change CEOs. And his son is on the board. His son is not a banker, his son's an attorney in town, and he's on the board. Well, the meeting ends. I get back to my hotel and the phone rings and it's this guy's son. I'm thinking, I better see if I can get sheriff protection. Can I get out of this little town in South Alabama? And the son said, Mr. Kemp, I wholeheartedly agree with you and support changing the president of the bank, but I don't have the reasons you do. He said, my mother passed away about 6 years ago. And my dad is a wonderful guy. I have 2 children. My sister has 3 children, and I want all these kids growing up knowing their grandfather. And if he stays at that bank, he's going to kill it. He's working nonstop, and this is going to kill him. I'm glad he's leaving. So I thought to myself, now the son had a much better reason than I did for a change in managing the bank. His really mattered. Mine was just business. And we find the perfect replacement CEO in Orlando, Florida. The guy's 48 years old. He's got experience in turning around a troubled bank. He fit all he checked off all the boxes, but he wanted more money to come than the bank was willing to pay. So that one night, the chairman of the board said, Dave, I had a board meeting tonight. We're not going to lose the right person for 25,000 bucks. We will pay the 25,000 more that he wants. I called this guy on Friday about 6 o'clock. He said, that's wonderful. I'm excited about it. I talked to his wife through the recruiting process. She was on board. And he said, I'll be there at 8 o'clock Monday morning. I drive down from Atlanta Sunday night, so I can be there at 8 o'clock Monday morning. He doesn't show up about 8:15. I called, did you get caught in traffic? And I was laughing because there's no traffic. Unless a farmer got his tractor on the road, there's no traffic. And he said, Dave, unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to come. What? Here's what I didn't count on. He had a 16-year-old daughter. When she was informed on Saturday morning, they were moving from Orlando, Florida to Lower Alabama. She said, oh, hell no. I got a job lined up at Disney this year. My friends and I go to the mall. They don't even have a mall in this town. And I didn't realize a 16-year-old teenage daughter can make the whole house miserable if she is miserable. And we ended up losing. We had to find another CEO. I courted the wife, but I didn't court the 16-year-old daughter. And I learned something about family dynamics. It's important if you're in a small rural market to get people to move there. People ask my hometown, Atlanta, why we've had so much success and growth. We are the recipient of the brain drain. All these bright young people go to school, get a good education. They're from Coldwater, Alabama, East Bogan, Mississippi. They don't go back. They stay in Atlanta. We have a higher number of college graduates than the nation as a whole, not because people there are smarter. We're stealing all these bright young people from the Carolinas, Tennessee, Alabama, Mississippi, North Florida. They get out of school, they move to Atlanta, and it helps us. We have the most internet connection per capita in the country. We have a much younger population in the country as a whole. There's almost 3 people per household in Atlanta. It's a higher than the national average because we have so many young families. And so it is now when these young people move to Atlanta, they tell their parents, I moved here because it's a center of commerce, transportation, finance, and they're good jobs. All that's true. You know why young people move to Atlanta? We have a community called Buckhead. And pre-COVID, on Friday night at Buckhead, between 1 and 2 in the morning, Saturday morning, very attractive young people in properly fitting clothes would be walking from nightclub to nightclub with drinks in their hands, having fun. And if you come from Coldwater, Alabama, and you see that, you ain't going home. You will tell your folks anything you think they want to hear. You've seen Buckhead late at night. People forget that Brett Favre was not drafted by the Green Bay Packers. Brett Favre was drafted by the Atlanta Falcons out of Southern Mississippi. And his rookie year, he was on the squad in Atlanta, and Atlanta traded. Now, the reason the Falcons traded Brett Favre, who turned out to be a Hall of Fame football player, much better than any quarterback they had in the 15 period. Brett had what we call Buckhead flu. He would come directly from the nightclubs to practice with a hangover, sweating out a little excess alcohol, and he was enjoying Buckhead too much. And the team said, this guy is never going to learn the playbook. He won't do anything. Now, Green Bay took care of it. Now, he went up to Green Bay. Green Bay doesn't have Buckhead. Here's a kid from Killen, Mississippi, that he's now seen the bright lights in the big city, and he hadn't seen mini skirts and that number of people. He just couldn't focus on football. So probably saved his career that he got out of Atlanta and moved to Green Bay. Now, this other thing I want to put up here, this is a slide I wrote in March of 2020. Now, if you recall, that's the start of, if you will, of the COVID pandemic. And when I wrote this slide, this word I have here was, the word originally was is. I changed it later. When I wrote that, I said, Full economic impact of the current pandemic is not known at this time, but the impact, and I wrote, is expected to be significant. And I put here was. The good news is it was not nearly as significant as we thought it might be. I thought we might have a replay of 2008. Because you remember in March of 2020, Americans started losing their jobs in droves. About 90 days later, 23 million Americans were unemployed or temporarily furloughed. The good news is, apparently, all of these government programs actually had a positive impact. The PPP loans, the enhanced unemployment benefits, the direct payments to American consumers. As a matter of fact, the impact of banking has been a sudden growth in deposits. You guys have had a big inflow of deposits in the bank, and on your loan side, you've had some early payoffs of loans that you didn't count on being paid off so soon. So it's put stress on the bank in terms of loan growth and that sort of thing. One of the things that community bankers have going for them is your customers believe that you care about them and their business. That's a tremendous advantage. I read an article in the American Bankers Association magazine where they interviewed small business owners about PPP loan process, getting one approved, forgiven, all of that. They divided these business owners into people who bank with larger money center banks and small business owners who bank with smaller community banks. The group that banked with smaller community banks said, this process would have been almost impossible to get through without my banker. He or she held my hand, walked me through the process, and this PPP loan saved my business. The small business owners who bank with large money center banks said, this was a disaster. They put me in a portal. There was nobody I could talk to. They'd send me an email that would go to my spam account. I wouldn't even see it for a month later. I never knew if the documents I uploaded were the ones they really wanted or not. Did they want my 941 quarterly tax statement? What did I have? I didn't know what to give them. And this was much more difficult than it should have been because I didn't have a banker to help. So my comment to these bankers back in 2020 was press the offensive. You've got a great reputation already. There's one clear message that every community banker, the board of directors, the management, the face-to-face customer people had to communicate, and that is this: we will work with you. That is a very valuable concept. Now, one of the reasons I'm glad you're in this class is I believe that a good credit analysis can be used as part of your bank's marketing effort for more business. Commercial lenders in a bank may well be the most sophisticated financial person our commercial small business owners know. I'll give you an example. We bank a lot of small and middle market businesses. All of those businesses do not have a CFO with an MBA in finance. A lot of them don't even use a CPA to do their taxes and accounting. Some of them have a cousin named Claude who almost finished vocational tech at the local tech school, and he can somewhat use QuickBooks if you're lucky. And if you're unlucky, you get statements that don't even add up. We don't always have sophisticated people. And I would argue what you know about a customer's business can be helpful to the business owner making decisions about their own business. And I think that's a tremendous advantage that bankers have. And I want to press that. And tomorrow, one of the things I'm going to give you is a worksheet that has dual purposes. It's a sheet that will be used in a credit analysis to be turned into loan committee to get a credit approved. The same piece of paper is designed for you to take on a call, sit down in your customer's place of business and walk him or her through the numbers on their business and how to interpret it. Because what I want you to become as a banker is a consultant, that you help the customer make better decisions about their own business without getting into the realm of potential lender liability where you're telling somebody how to run their business. For example, I've got a business. I have a metal stamping business. And you notice as a credit analyst, my receivables went from being collected in 31 days on year one to 46 days on year two. So I'm getting my money in slower from my customers. And I tell you, my terms are net 30 days. Well, that 15-day difference results in cash. And you can quantify that for a business owner and explain to him or her what that does to their business. And that's what this worksheet I'm going to give you, one of the things that's on there. Now, early on in the pandemic, because I didn't know what was going to happen, I recommended as a consultant that our customers increase their loan loss reserve. And that's that ALLL, allocation for loan and lease losses or loan loss reserve. Now, loan loss reserve is a three-legged stool. The first leg is identified higher risk loans. I've taken a list of my classified commercial credits and my past due commercial credits, and by individual credit, I set a reserve. I got a loan to Acme Box Company, $500,000 for equipment. I look at the cash flow of the business. I look at the value of the collateral. I look at the strength of the guarantor and say to myself, a 10% reserve is reasonable for that name. So I've got a $500,000 loan. I set aside $50,000 reserve. My next loan is the ABC company. It's $2 million. It's a hotel. It's less certain. The occupancy rate has fallen. The cap rate has changed. That last appraisal was much lower than their initial appraisal. The strength of the guarantor is questionable. Can I say I'm going to take a 50% reserve? So I set aside $1 million against that $2 million credit facility. So I take that process through my entire portfolio of classified loans and past due loans. The second step is I look at historical losses in my performing portfolio. These are all good loans. And I ask myself, historically, what is my bank's charge off or write off history with these good loans? So I divide my loans into what we call homogeneous groups. I'll take first mortgage position commercial real estate. And my history is I charge off 0.3% of those historically. So I take whatever my dollar in that kind of loan, multiply by 0.3%. That's the reserve. Then I take my new automobile portfolio. Let's say I charge off 2.2% historically. I take 2.2% of that. So I divide my loan. These are all good loans. I divide them and I set a reserve. The third leg was the part where COVID came in. What's called the economic risk. What do we not know that we don't know? And at the start of COVID, there was a lot we didn't know. We didn't know what was going to happen. So my logic to these banks that were clients is put some more money in your loan loss reserve because we don't know what can happen here. It could be like 2008 through 10, where the US economy takes a big nosedive, people are permanently unemployed, and you could be a real negative on the bank. Again, the good news is that didn't happen. That was good. Now, and I talked about market intelligence, that at the start of the pandemic, bankers had to keep their ear to the ground, which meant subscribe to economic newsletters. And I recommend that credit analysts in the bank have a subscription. Now, Michigan has a tremendous network of colleges and universities all over the state. And all these schools have econ departments. They produce beige papers, white papers, whatever about the economy, where the part of the state you're in. The bank should subscribe to these newsletters. And every quarter, or at least semi-annually, somebody ought to write up an analysis summarizing what they're seeing in employment trends, rental rates on certain kind of real estate, housing market, growth in certain industries, loss of key industries. That should be monitored and shared in the bank. I know this little bank I mentioned in Lower Alabama, one of the directors was a former econ professor at a local college. And he did that for their bank. That was one of the strengths they had. Every quarter, he wrote a summary newsletter of the economy in Southern Alabama and what impact it could have on the bank. Monitor industry data, group data. I recommend that if, for example, if your bank is doing residential construction financing, where you have builders who are customers of your bank should join the Builders Association. You hear stuff. Everything is not published in a formal paper. Sometimes it's a comment at a Kiwanis Club luncheon, and you need to be there as a banker. You need to hear what's happening in the industry. Then I talked about organized customer feedback. Here I talked about making more frequent calls. If you're a commercial lender, getting out of the bank to go see your customers at the start of this pandemic. That one of the ways to protect the bank was you getting out, talking to your customers. Tell me what's going on in your business. Are any of your customers having problems? Now let's say your customer has a business that is a supplier to restaurants. Well, the restaurant industry has been devastated, especially at the start of the pandemic. So your customer has a good business, but if their customers get in trouble, your customer's business is in trouble. Can you imagine financing a hotel at the start of this pandemic? It would have been a disaster. The hospitality industry was devastated and still hadn't fully recovered. Uh, and so talking to customers on retail customers, they go, if you got a retail customer has a great pay record with your bank and suddenly they're past due, call them up, not so much for collections, call them up to find out what's happened. What if they tell you that they were furloughed for 30 days of work without pay, they're back at work now? Aha, solution. I skip a couple of payments to allow and tack it to the end of the note so that they can catch up and not be delinquent. So bankers need to know, we need to talk to our customers. That was one of my admonitions at the start of the pandemic. Spend more time with your customers to keep your finger on. And I recommend you have meetings in the bank weekly to talk about what you learned. Teach each other. Don't just have one person know and everybody else is in the dark. That there should be weekly credit department meetings where all the lenders sit down and talk about what they learned that week, what's happening with our customer base, and all of us can learn from each other. We don't want to be silos where I know something that you don't know. That doesn't make any sense. Now, I want to show you what happened. I was curious as to what happened after the pandemic started. I went to the Atlanta Federal Reserve Bank and got some national statistics. And I looked at, and this was in June of 21. I compared this to June of 20. So it's a 12-month period from June to June, June of 20 to June of 21, right in the middle of the pandemic. What happened to loans? And I looked here first at mortgages. During the heart of the pandemic, mortgages exploded. We added $666 billion in mortgages that year. Not what we would have thought. Interest rates were low and the housing market went crazy. In many markets in this country, you couldn't buy a house. Houses were selling for more than the asking price. My oldest daughter bought a house in town Atlanta, one of the most desired old 3-bedroom brick ranch, 1,500 square feet. She looked for a year and she would normally bid $10,000 above the asking price. The house was on the market 48 hours. She'd go visit. She'd make an offer, $10,000 above the asking price. She'd get a call back the next day. We got your offer. You're number 32 on the list. She made 6 offers before she got a house. The housing market went crazy and people were refinancing like mad. So even people with 4% mortgages were taking them down to 2.8, 3%. And we saw the mortgage market just explode. HELOCs, home equity line of credits, actually declined. Why? I think it's part of here. A lot of these refinances wiped out home equity lines of credit, paid them off as part of the refinance of the first mortgage. And by the way, 75% of this mortgage volume was refinanced. Only 25% was purchase origination. So refinances were a majority of the mortgage business. Student loans increased slightly. By the way, this 1.57 trillion in student loans, this is the largest single debt Americans owe other than their mortgages. We owe more money on student loans than we owe on any other consumer debt. Our automobiles, our credit cards, we owe more on student loans. I think this is a long-term negative economic trend. This has created what the CIA calls delayed household formation. Translated to plain English, there are 1.4 million Americans who finished college who live with their parents. Ordinarily, those people would have bought their own house or rented an apartment. They had to buy a TV. They would have had to get some appliances. They'd have to hook up to the internet or something. That's all economic activity. And a lot of that has been delayed because these people are not. People are getting married later in life. They have children later in life because some of them are leaving school with a mortgage before they get a house. They got something called a student loan. They go to professional or graduate school, that number could be a 6-figure number easily. We see now the average undergraduate degree, people are graduating from college with $42,000 in student loans as an average. That means a lot of them are much higher. I always wonder, and I don't think college ought to be vocational school, but I do have a practical side. let's say that you are a humanities major, majoring in ancient Chinese art history. And you come out of school with $65,000 in student loan debt. What do you do to pay it back? I have a dear friend that lives in Indianapolis. His daughter went to Notre Dame as a business major, and after her first year, told her dad, "Dad, I'm going to change my major to sociology." Why? Uh, I really need to help people. I want to help people. Now, Notre Dame is not inexpensive. Her dad spent about $200,000 to get her through school for 4 years. She got a degree and discovered you can't get a job as a social worker with an undergraduate degree. So she went to the University of Chicago and got her master's degree, which her dad paid for. And she graduated and got a job with the Chicago Department of Family and Children Services at $24,000 a year. Now, her dad has spent $300,000 on education, and she got a job making $24,000 a year. And he did explain to her, you could have gone to community college and helped people and saved me a small fortune. But you wonder, and thank God for people who major in humanities, music and history. They keep us human. I'm glad they do it. But how do you go to school at these costs and justify, how do you get any kind of ability to repay that kind of debt? Automobiles grew. This is still growing, which surprises me because there's so little inventory for dealers to sell. But people seem to have adapted to ordering their car and they're willing to wait 3 or 4 months to get it, waiting on the chips to come in. So the manufacturers. It's interesting. I was so floored when I found out these magical chips that all these auto manufacturers are waiting on for shipment cost on average 14 cents each chip. It's 14 cents. And I'm thinking, we can't make those in America. Why are we waiting on a foreign country to supply us with everything? I mean, we could do it. You know, they got people in Kalamazoo and Albany, Georgia, who actually I think could make 14-cent chips. Maybe they said it cost double to 28 cents. And they're 10 in a car. Would they add $2.80 to the value of the car? Would people just wouldn't buy for that $2.80, a $60,000 vehicle? I don't get it. I just find that amazing. Credit card debt went down. Again, some of this mortgage growth paid off credit card debt. Something else happened. People stopped using their cards as much. During the pandemic, we weren't going out and eating as much. We weren't going on vacation. We weren't getting on cruise ships. And I think that lowered the credit card debt. We actually were making payments on our credit cards higher than the amount we were charging per month. So that was credit card debt. And other debt grew slightly. So totally, consumer debt grew by $691 billion. Almost all of the growth was in the mortgage area. Then I asked, what about quality of loans? I got another study from the Federal Reserve Bank, and I looked at delinquencies. And I compared the second quarter of 2020, we're in the throes of the pandemic, with the second quarter of 21. And I look at mortgage past dues dropped from 1.1% to 0.3. Fewer people were past due during the pandemic. I thought it could be more. I was wrong. Fewer people were past due on their mortgages. Again, we weren't spending money on other things, which I think freed up. Then we got all this money from Washington, did have an impact on the economy. HELOCs past dues dropped by 50% from 0.8% to 0.4. This is one of the products I tell retail bankers you should be pushing. It's a very attractive product to the customer. It's floating rate, so the bank doesn't get stuck with interest rate risk. You're only giving it to people who've been in their homes long enough to build up equity. You've got a track record for their payment history. It's a very attractive loan for retail bankers. Student loan debt, this one is distorted because of the forgiveness during the pandemic. I think payments don't resume till like May or something of this year. So I don't think this is reflective of what the actual payment, because with that payment deferment, you couldn't really accurately calculate whether people are paying their student loans or not. Automobile past dues went from 2.3% to 1.6. Credit card past dues dropped from 5.1% to 3.4. And overall past dues on debts were cut by more than half, from 2.1% to 0.8. So just the opposite of what I thought might happen, happened. People are borrowing money for their homes. People are paying their debts. And I'm seeing a runoff in commercial loans, a net runoff. very limited growth in commercial loans. Commercial loans nationally grew about 2% last year, and ordinarily they grow between 5 and 8%. Part of that, I think, was PPP loan runoff when the forgiveness got done. There were higher numbers earlier for PPP loans, and when those loans were forgiven or paid off, that ran off a lot of the commercial loans. Now, this, because if you'll open your handout, the first slide here on page 1 says top regulatory concerns. This is a chart. I facilitated a meeting in South Dakota where it was a panel of regulators. We had somebody from the OCC, Office of Control of the Currency, somebody from the FDIC, from the Federal Reserve Bank, and the state banking commissioner in South Dakota on a panel. And I facilitated it at a bankers meeting. And I asked them, what were the top concerns they had? What are you telling your people in the field to look for when they're out doing bank examinations? And look at what they listed. Credit administration was one of the key things they want to look at. Things like annual reviews, write-ups of credits, the analysis that went into credits, tracking the portfolio, reporting to the board of directors. They looked at concentration risk in the commercial portfolios. Do you have too many of one kind of industry in your portfolio? For example, in a city like Atlanta, where you have all the growth, we have too much concentration in development loans and real estate. They're performing, but you can have too much. And if anything happens in that one sector, it can knock the bank down. Look at what happened in the auto sector here in Michigan. When the automobile industry hit a tough patch, the banks in Michigan hit a tough patch because they had such concentration in the automobile industry. Then we have problem loan management, OREO. And OREO means other real estate owned, or as I call it on the bank's call report, the oops statement. Oops, I own the real estate by mistake. I didn't intend to own it, but the bank owns it. Other real estate owned. We looked at things like investments. If the bank's investment portfolio, your investment officer has to do a credit analysis on every municipal bond they buy. Credit analysis includes the number of citizens in that county, for example, the amount of tax burden per citizen, the percentage of taxes collected that are billed, how much debt the county has per citizen, all those things, they have to write a credit analysis. So part of the safety and soundness exam, this is normally not done in your department as credit analyst, but whomever is the investment officer at your bank, he or she has to do that kind of analysis. So credit, almost half of these things, in a lot, obviously compliance, almost half of these 10 things they said they want their people to watch out for have to do with the credit and analysis. Now, this holds true for what happened in my home state. Georgia had more bank failures than any state in the country. From 2008 to 2013, we had 89 banks in Georgia fail. And of the 89 bank failures, 87 failed because of asset quality problems, bad loans. 2 failed from insider abuse, but it was asset quality. Now, as I said to you at the beginning, what do I want to happen? I want you to look again at a financial statement and ask yourself, what action or lack of action by management, the people running the companies that I'm doing business with, has caused the number in the financial statement to be what it is as a result? What does it mean to the bank? You've got to ask what I call the right question. If you're the commercial lender yourself, or you're the analyst supporting a commercial lender, you've got to be able to ask the right questions about the numbers. Now, people who are good at this, a financial analysis will tell you incorrectly, if you give me the numbers, I can tell you everything. No, you can't. I'm going to give you an example. I've got a simple little business here. I got a shirt manufacturing business. Year 1, I sold 10 shirts at $1 a piece, and my sales were $10. Year 2, you look at my financial statement, my sales went up to $11. You can write an analysis that says there's been a 10% increase in sales from $10 to $11. That's a fact, but you can't tell me why. Maybe I sold 11 shirts at $1 a piece, which made my sales $11. Or maybe I sold 10 shirts just like I did the first year, but I raised the price to $1.10 per shirt. That would also make sales $11. So you can tell me as an analyst that sales went up 10%, but you can't tell me it went up because I sold more volume, or did I just raise the price and sell the same number of shirts as I did the first year? So when I talk about getting behind the numbers, understanding why, this is an example. Let me give you another example. Gross profit. Let's say that I'm a Coca-Cola bottler. Year one, I sold a case of Coke for $100. Coca-Cola charged me $75 cost of goods sold to buy that case of Coke, and my gross profit was $25. Straightforward little business. You look at my second year numbers, and you notice my gross profit has dropped from 25 to 20. That could be because I sold a case of Coke for $100, but Coca-Cola raised its selling price to from $75 to $80 per case, which caused my gross profit to drop to 20. Now, let's say that happened. Let's say Coca-Cola raised its selling price from $75 a case to $80. Why would all business owners immediately raise their selling price the same amount their cost went up? So instead of selling a case of Coke for $100, you sold it for 105. That didn't happen. Why would any business owner, what are the impediments? What stops a business owner from always raising their price to their customers to reflect their costs? What can keep you from doing that even though your costs went up? Sure, you may feel that if I raise prices, I got competition. And if I raise prices, I might not be able to retain my customers. Sure, that can happen. What if that didn't happen? What if Coke kept selling me Coke for $75 a case, just like they did the first year? But you notice my gross profit dropped from 25 to 20. Maybe I discounted the selling price from $100 a case to $95 a case. That too would make the gross profit drop from 25 to 20. Now, discounting always lowers your profit. If that's true, and it is, why do businesses routinely discount? What motivates a business to discount their selling price, knowing that's going to hurt their gross profit? Why do we do it? Why do we still cut when we know it's going to hurt our profits? Why do we discount selling price? What's the purpose? Trying to get more sales, move inventory. Yeah, we discount all of it. We did it at banks. We offer free checking. The original premise was that we offer free checkings, we'll get more checking account balances. Of course, we didn't think every other bank in town would do it too, so we just all lost the fee income. We didn't get any more deposits. Yeah, I was reading an article in the retail journal about retail sales. A problem has emerged in the U.S. in retail sales, and it is that American women shoppers in mass will not buy things like clothes and shoes unless they're on sale. They will go into a store, see something they like, see a dress or a blouse, but they won't buy it. They'll come back and keep checking. Maybe they'll go to TJ Maxx or Marshalls. They'll buy it then. And in the other parts of the world, that's not true. You see in other free economies, people will pay the price. But in the US, they were saying, we've created a monster that now American women won't buy it till it goes on sale. Is that true, ladies? You ever know anybody that does that? So you may see it's something you like, but you don't necessarily get it. You wait on it to go down in price. So you wanted the problem. And she's like, yeah, I'm not paying full price. I'm going to wait. That's why outlet malls make so much money now. They do better than the regular malls because people are waiting on a deal. They want a discount. I'm not in that group. I hate shopping so much. When I find it, I'll pay anything so I can get out of here. Just wrap it up. I'll take it. Now, on the bottom of page 2, we talk about risk assets. This is a regulatory term to describe our loans. It's a perfect term. It's a perfect term. Risk assets. What does that mean? You men and women cannot make risk-free loans. Your bank cannot make a risk-free loan because they don't exist. The only thing you can decide is, am I making a loan with an acceptable level of risk? Now, why can you not make risk-free loans? By education, I'm an engineer. I was not a business major in school. I graduated from Georgia Tech at Morris Brown College in 1973 with a dual degree in nuclear engineering and a minor in physics. So I'm a big believer in science. And there's a physical law as to why you bankers can't make risk-free loans. It's called Murphy's Law. And Murphy's Law says, if it can go wrong, it will. You cannot predict all the reasons a loan could go south in your bank. It's humanly impossible. For example, what is the number one reason we charge off consumer loans? Changes in the borrower's income or changes in the borrower's debt. That's the number one reason we charge off consumer loans. What's the second most common reason? Divorce. I've been in several banks here in Michigan. I've had the ability to look at some of your loan application forms. I've not seen a single bank in Michigan that has a question on this consumer loan application form. Are you likely to get divorced? Do you know anything your spouse doesn't know you know yet? You bankers aren't even asking the borrower that question. It's the second most common reason you have a charge off. I'll give you a great example. There was a discount airline in Atlanta called ValueJet that flew out of the Atlanta airport on Concourse C. There's a Popeyes fried chicken franchise on Concourse C. The fellow who owns it, I know fairly well. He went to his bank and borrowed $330,000 on a loan for leasehold improvements, the kind of collateral you bankers love. Chicken fat fryers, biscuit cookers, tables, chairs, kind of stuff you get all your money back if you have to sell it. Now, I know this guy. He's an experienced restaurateur. He owns several other restaurants. He put in considerable equity of his own. And part of the pro forma, he showed the bank that this airline had created 7,000 passengers a day on that Concourse C. He estimated that about 3% of the people would stop and have a meal with him. The average check would be $9.14 or whatever. That was the methodology for building the pro forma. The bank makes the loan, and the first 30 days, his sales are 10% higher than he projected. It's really going well. And unfortunately, 30 days into the loan, ValueJet has a plane go down on a horrible crash coming out of Miami, Florida one Saturday morning, flying to Atlanta. The plane had a problem, went down, 125 people in the plane perished. The plane went down in the Everglades. During the investigation by the NTSB and the FAA, they discovered that ValueJet maintains its planes poorly. And they issued a rare stop order for them to stop flying. And I do mean stop. Literally, one of their planes took off in Los Angeles, flying to Atlanta. The pilot got a message. You have been grounded. The nearest airport is Denver. Put the plane down, get the passengers off. You're not going to fly that plane to Atlanta. And they actually dumped these people off planes in the middle of the route with no way to get home. So you had Delta and everybody trying to scramble and take up some of these people, get them home. It was a mess, to say the least. Well, one of the things that the company did, they reconstituted, changed the name of the business from ValueJet to AirTran. And to solve the maintenance problem, they went out and bought an entirely brand new fleet of Boeing aircraft and signed a service contract with Boeing. So Boeing itself did the maintenance. Now, Boeing knows what they're doing, so they knew how to do it properly. So they went back into business as AirTran, and they started to grow. And they grew to 22% market share at the Atlanta airport, which is significant. The Atlanta airport is the busiest airport in the world, about 110 million passengers a year. So 22% is a big number. That Popeyes fried chicken franchise is the highest volume franchise they have in the country. Now, when this loan was originally made, they couldn't even pay the interest on it because they had no customers. When that airline went out of business, their sales went from X to zero. There are no other airlines in that part of Concourse C. So they had, instead of 7,000 passengers a day walking by their location, they had zero walk by. The owner terminated all of his employees. He and his wife were the only two employees. She walked around the airport handing out flyers. If you work here and you come to eat with us, we'll give you a 10% discount if you have on your airport badge. Now, their good fortune is the Atlanta airport is the largest employer in Atlanta. About 55,000 people work at the airport. So they sold enough chicken to keep the lights on. They certainly couldn't service the debt. Now, the bank has got a 30-day-old chicken loan. The bank is kind of in the chicken business. They don't want to be. I was meeting with their senior loan officer. I was engaged in a project to help him rewrite the bank's loan policy. And the loan officer who made the loan, I knew. And when I was leaving my meeting with the senior lender, I stopped by his office. And I have a sense of humor. I walk in and, hey, Dave, how you doing? I go, you smell that? He says, what? It smells like chicken. He says, don't start that. Hey, I got to go to loan committee this afternoon to explain how I got a $330,000 30-day-old loan with the borrower with no capacity to repay that. That ain't funny at all. Now, when I went back and read the credit analysis for that loan, nowhere in there did this credit analyst write, one of the risks of this credit is the airline went out of business. You didn't even think about that. Then you can't anticipate all the reasons a loan can go bad. I once had a loan to a guy who owns 8 sandwich shops in downtown Atlanta and all in high-rise office buildings. They did real well. Now, what I didn't realize, he went through a divorce. His wife asked for 4 of the 8 sandwich shops. She wanted the 4 that made a profit, the 4 that were losing money. She didn't want those. And when I said, well, you got to pay the loan off, she said, you're siding with him in the divorce. I could care less. I'm not giving up my source of repayment. I can assure you that. And there's a clause in my contract, my loan agreement, that says there's a change in ownership. I can demand payment. I'm demanding payment. I'm not going to have as collateral 4 money-losing sandwich shops when there are 4 more that make money. I could care less about your divorce. I don't know anything about it. I don't want to know anything. I have one objective: to get paid. I just want my money back. Y'all can do whatever y'all do. That's your personal business. Now, we're engaged in what I call risk management. Risk management is the business of measuring, accepting, and managing risk. What does that mean for us? First is measuring. Measuring risk is the due diligence. What do we do in the bank before we make a commercial loan? We do ratio analysis. We do cash flow analysis. We do credit analysis. We do trend analysis. In a term loan, we may even do projections. And we should be analyzing management, which I find is a weakness in most community banks' credit write-ups. I think we ought to talk more about the people running the business. I'm going to go over some details with you about what should be included in that analysis. For example, one of the best practices is now in our commercial loan write-ups, we do put the credit scores of the principals of the company and any guarantor of the debt. So make sure you're including your commercial write-up, the credit scores of the principals. But I'll go over in some more detail, the kind of things in addition you ought to be discussing about management. And this is all the work we should do before we make a loan. I'm not naive. I've been in this business over 40 years. A lot of times the bank decides to make the loan and the credit analysis is simply written to justify the decision which was already made. And a lot of times the decision made was his mom and dad of them used to bank here. They were good. His granddad of them banked with us. We have all kinds of reasons we make loans. But we should be doing this before we make the loan decision. And we'll talk about why that's critical. For example, why the customer even needs the money. And a lot of your customers in commercial lending don't know why they need the money. Now, I'm not accused of being stupid. They're not. They're smart. And I know they don't know because I know how they talk to you. They say things like, what do you need this money for? I'm a little tight. I need some operating money. I'm doing good. My accountant doesn't make more money than ever. I don't know why I need the loan, but I'm a little tight. And so you as credit analysts and loan officers sometimes have to play doctor. You got to go in and diagnose what business activity led to the need for cash. Now, for example, I tell you I need $25,000 to pay a withholding tax payment. That's a very straightforward purpose of the loan. But what I don't realize is 8 months ago, I bought 2 delivery trucks for $80,000 and paid cash for them. Had I paid 20% down, financed them for 3 years, I would have still had enough cash to make my tax payment. So the purpose of the loan is to pay the tax. The reason I need it is I didn't properly finance my fixed assets. And had I done that, I would have had enough cash in the business to make the tax withholding. So the real loan solution would be to take a loan, to make a loan secured by those trucks. And it's actually a term loan as opposed to a short-term loan to pay taxes. That's what I mean by the difference between what they're going to do with the money and why they need it. And credit analysis is part of that process. So you and I can determine what business activity really caused the need for cash. Then we have to accept risk. Now, accepting risk starts with loan policy. And one of the things a credit analyst or commercial lender has to do is to know his or her bank's loan policy. For example, types of loans made and types of loans not made. A valid reason to turn down a credit-worthy borrower in a bank is, I'm sorry, we don't do that kind of loan. It could be a perfectly credit-worthy business. I see people, for example, who try to do A&D, we call acquisition development lending, real estate lending, who don't know what they're doing. And they make mistakes. I'm going to go over in some detail, an example of that. In our bank, for example, we had a policy that read, if a farmer or a rancher comes in, the answer is no, turn them down. Now, there's nothing in the world wrong with ag lending. You just have to know how to do it. It was clear to me we didn't know how to do it. I was senior lender at the time. We had one ag loan, cattle. When we charged it off, I changed the policy. Turns out that I was the officer who made the loan. And when it charged off, I changed the policy. I am a city kid. I don't know squat about ag lending. A guy in Macon, Georgia, which is about 1 hour due south of Atlanta, talked me into financing cattle. Now, at this time, I'm about 31, 32 years old. I got promoted to senior vice president. I must be smart. They keep promoting me. So I can do this. I never made an ag loan, but I go get the policy manual, look up how to take a lien on agricultural products and livestock. I get a UCC Warner financing statement for agriculture. I get in the bank car, drive about an hour south to Macon. Guy takes me out to a pen. He's got 24 cattle in the pen. And you can handwrite on UCC ones in it. And I hand wrote it, the box said, description. I said, predominantly brown and white, 2 are black, 1 has a bell on it. Wrote all that in the little box. Next box over says size. I said, about shoulder high. So in that, back then, those days, you filed your lien at the county level, not at the Secretary of State's office. So I go to the Bibb County, Georgia courthouse, file my lien. That was in May. 9 months later, the borrower defaulted on the loan. I got a truck. I went out to repossess the cattle. He takes her to the bank. He's got 24 little calves. I said, no, buddy. We finance full-grown cattle. Just right here in this box, size about shoulder high. He said, Dave, it's colder. And when it gets cold, cows shrink. I said, don't no cows shrink. Give me that crap. He said, if you recall, you were here in May, and those cows were about shoulder height. Now it's February. That's why they look smaller. But when it warms up again, they'll be the same size. I didn't know that. So I loaded them on the truck. I get back to Atlanta, and my boss asked, what is that? That's those cows I financed in Macon. I said, Dave, those are calves. I said, Marshall, it's cold. He looked at me and said, fool, there's no cow shrinking over there. Well, I went back and changed the policy. If a farmer comes in, the answer is no, turn them down. For example, if I were to today sit with your chief credit officer and help him or her rewrite your bank loan policy, here's one of the things they would say. Any loan to a non-chain bar or restaurant should be treated as an exception loan. Why would I say that? According to the SBA, that is the highest risk business segment for failure in the US economy. The failure rate for non-chain bars and restaurants after 5 years is 95% failure rate. Only 5% of non-chain bars and restaurants are open 5 years after they start. By contrast, according to the SBA, what business segment in the US economy has the lowest risk of failure? And you and I would all agree, funeral homes. Best business in America, people dying to get in. The funeral directors are the last one to let you down. We have a client in Virginia that has a funeral director on the board of directors. And before every board meeting, this guy entertains us with funeral jokes. And what's funny about that fella, the guy at the board who sits next to him at the board meetings owns a porta potty business. He too has a pretty good sense of humor. And they get to tell us all the porta potty and funeral jokes. And at the end, before we start the meeting, there's 2 of them look at everybody else on the board. Everybody else on the board owns hardware business. They're attorneys, CPAs, and they say, all of you are expendable. We're the only 2 people here whose business will never go out of business. Y'all need us forever. we 2 of us, yeah, I guess you're right. Who has the guarantee? If I own 1% of the stock in a business, does your bank require that I guarantee the loan? Do I have to own 5%, 10, 20? What percentage of ownership requires me to guarantee a loan if you make it to a business that I have ownership interest in? Then you've got to manage the risk. Now, this refers to after the loan is made. After the loan is made. What is it you commercial lenders and credit analysts are responsible for once the loan is already made? This is a huge difference between consumer lending and and commercial lending. Annual reviews. If I make you a 7-year loan to finance a sailboat, but during that 7-year period, you move 3 times, you change jobs twice, but you make all the payments on that loan on that sailboat on time, guess what? I probably won't even talk to you from your banker. I don't care that you move. I don't care that you change jobs. You make all the payments on time, I'm good. I make you a 7-year loan for equipment in your business. Here I come every year saying, I need your new tax returns. I need your new financial statements. I'm not giving you any new money. I already gave you the money. You already have it. But here I am updating your personal financial statement. And so why? This is a difference. I've got to review you every year. Part of the purpose is what? To assign the proper risk rating. I got to rate your loan in our internal risk rating system in the bank. Every commercial loan is rated. Then we have a function in the bank called loan review. That could be a bank employee and or it can be an outside company, a third party we use to come in and review our loans. This is a critical job in a bank. And if you work in loan review, you better have thick skin because nobody will like you. Now, you people all seem pretty nice to me, and I don't mean personally, but if your title is loan review officer, people will not like you. Now, commercial lenders have a relatively high opinion of themselves. Commercial lenders believe that when they walk in the room, there should be a walk-up band with them playing music, their own theme song. And they also know because they are the only reason the bank exists, they're the most important people in the bank, they're the closest to God. When they start talking, a light emits from the top of their head and a small glow covers their face because everybody knows they're the most important people in the bank. You don't tell these kind of people, oh, I wouldn't have done it that way. And they go, I can see your point. No, what do they say? How many loans have you made? I'm the only reason the bank made a profit last year. So telling those people they've not done it well can be a challenge. There are 3 jobs in a bank where you will be unpopular. One of them will be if you're the bank's loan review officer. The second would be if you're the bank's compliance officer. A third, if you're the bank's internal auditor. If you have one of those 3 titles in the bank, when you walk down the hall, here's what your colleagues are actually thinking. Oh God, she's coming in here. That's how they view you. That you're one of those people that if you're showing up to their office, you're bad news. Something is wrong. Then we have another group called regulators of bank examiners. About every 18 months, they come to your bank and conduct 2 examinations. One, a safety and soundness exam where they look at the loan portfolio and other things in the bank. And the second one is a compliance examination where they come in. That could be the state, it could be the feds, it could be Federal Reserve, it could be FDIC, the OCC if you're a national bank. About every 18 months, they come to your bank to do an exam. If the loan review officer has done a good job, even though they made everybody mad, these people find fewer problems. And the bank gets a much better exam if this loan review person has done his or her job very well. Let's go ahead and take a break here. We'll come back in about 12 minutes. We'll pick up here, go over risk ratings, and we'll come back in about 12 minutes and we'll pick up here.
There's lots of secret water. I live in this very unique. It's right now, yep. It has more. It did balance a little bit what they had. It's good right now. Things, a lot of companies, a lot of money. So they don't have to pay for it. A lot of the companies, they do all the contracts, like, all their construction.
We can do it. Cheapest hamburger I found was 22 bucks. I don't know. It wasn't the best burger I ever had. It was most expensive. Okay, we'll start up again on page 4, top of page 4, with risk ratings. Now, there are a lot of risk rating systems. And this is one we use in our company, what we use with our client banks. This is a simple 1 to 8 system. There are guidelines on the FDIC website for risk ratings. Now, some banks use an alpha system, rate the loans A, B, C, D, F. I don't prefer that. I do prefer the numeric system. One of the guidelines the FDIC offers is you have to have more than one risk rating for a pass credit or uncriticized loan. And in our system, a pass credit is a 1, 2, or 3. All of these are pass credits in our system. Now, 2 things about for a loan to be uncriticized or pass. It meets the bank's underwriting standards and the borrower performs. The borrower pays you. You have both to be an uncriticized loan. Now, a 1 in our system is a loan secured by liquid collateral. I've got listed stocks or bonds as collateral, bank CD as collateral, savings. Those are low risk loans. Quite frankly, other than fraud or a documentation error, there's very little risk you won't get paid. A 2 would be a loan with a government guarantee. I got an SBA loan that took 45% of the loan, took a subordinated position to my first security position. I have a USDA, a Farmers Administration guaranteed loan. Those loans tend to be lower risk, so they're 2s. A 3 in our system will be all other average risk commercial loans. So in most banks, about 80% of your loans are going to be 3s, all other average risk loans. Now, in our system, I use one in our 4, which is not a FDIC grade, which is a watch list credit. Now, some banks call their classified loan report their watch list, but this is actually a risk rating in our system. These are things where the risk is environmental or external. For example, let's take energy. Now let's say today I'm banking a trucking firm, very successful trucking firm, and diesel fuel is racing toward $5 a gallon. I'm looking at their shipping contract to say, is there a pass-through or energy surcharge you can charge to your customer? If not, that can impair that company's ability to pay me back. It could be an extremely profitable, well-run business, but I would not ignore as a credit analyst or a loan officer that one of the risks is the cost of energy. Look at the legal risk. Can you imagine financing a drug manufacturer today? Because every law firm in America has some side effect they're suing for. The legal risk to the drug business must be one of the largest risks in lending to them. That because if one person has a side effect that's adverse, you can bet some law firm is on TV looking for everybody who ever knew somebody who got sick for that reason. Litigation would be a major risk. Interest rates. Now, let's say you got a builder you're financing, a good builder. They build a good product, good price range, they know what they're doing. But let's say mortgage rates go from 3.5% to 4%. Let's say a year from now, they're 5.5%. Could that impact a builder's ability to sell houses? Yeah. A builder can't control mortgage interest rates, but it could impact their business. Also, change in ownership. Now, you and I have enough experience in our own businesses that we've watched family-owned businesses that are extremely well run. The people who own that business are industrious, bright, hardworking. We also know that just because they have those traits, that does not necessarily mean their children are going to share those traits. There are a lot of bright, industrious, hardworking people with idiot children who are lazy. And we've seen enough family-run businesses that were successful go down the tube because the next generation were not as diligent, bright, and hardworking as their parents. So what we did in our bank, once you went on the watch list, the officer had to make quarterly financials, pick up quarterly financials, interim financial statements. Now, if your bank uses Laser Pro or Banker System as your documentation software, the boilerplate language is already in there that says you will provide the bank with annual financial statements and or tax returns and any other financial information the bank may require from time to time. So your right to require interim statements is already included in your loan documents. So we require, once we put a loan on watch list, with the ownership change, I also wanted the officer to make more frequent on-site visits. Typically, it was at least 3 a year. So every 4 months, I wanted the commercial lender to go visit these companies where the ownership changed, where the generational ownership or whatever. I didn't want to wait a year to see if the next generation could run the business well. I wanted to monitor it. Now, at the end of the year, we would either put the loan back up here as a pass credit, or if it deteriorated, we'd put it down to the next rating, which is a regulatory rating of special mention. Now, if you look at the FDIC website, it does not say special mention. What it says is OAEM, which means other assets especially mentioned. OAEM, other assets especially mentioned. Now, for a loan to be special mention, you must anticipate full repayment of principal and interest. You cannot have a loan that you think you can have a loss on as a special mention loan. Now, typically with a special mention loan, the risk is specific to that borrower. For example, a decline in sales. Sales went down 10% last year, but the borrower still has adequate cash flow to pay us back. The debt coverage ratio is still sufficient. The collateral value has declined on that hotel loan. We had an appraisal 5 years ago that was 6.8 million. The new appraisal is 5.9 million, but they still can pay us. Collateral value has declined. The industry itself, maybe your customer is good, but the industry is going through a tough time. For example, what if you were financing a taxi cab company? Industry is in decline because of what? Ride sharing. And so we monitor industries. For example, if we had had this meeting a dozen years ago, I asked all of you to go into your wallet and take out your Blockbuster video rental card, you would have all had one. Now, none of you do. Why? Because there's no Blockbuster. There is one somebody told me, I think it's in South Carolina, there's one Blockbuster video rental left. Did Americans stop watching movies? No, we just had a different way to consume them. We stream them. You don't have to go and get the tape and rewind it and all that. We just stream it. So the industry itself can suffer a downturn. Look at the auto industry back in the 80s. We saw the industry, this was a reshaping of Michigan. They had so many units they had to sell to reach a break-even point. And they were locked in some pretty tough contracts with their labor. And so the break-even point was pretty high. They had to sell X million units to make money. And that whole upheaval and through bankruptcy courts, what they did is lower that break-even point. So instead of having to sell 22 million units to break even, they could sell 12 million units and break even. So they lowered those costs. The industry itself went through a downturn. Then you have, this is another FDIC mandated substandard. This is the one you hope to avoid. With a substandard loan, repayment is not clear. Substandard loans often have payment issues. They often are past due. They don't have to be past due to be substandard, but they often are. Inadequate collateral coverage. We get that last appraisal, it's less than the loan balance. Or let's say that our policy at the loan to value ratio has to be no more than 80%. And that last appraisal puts us at 90%. So that value has declined. I'll give you an example. I've got a client now in Southern Mississippi that financed an $11 million hotel construction that went online in November of 2019 on the Mississippi Gulf Coast. Went online in December of 2019. 3 months later, they had no guests. The whole two months later, the hotel closed. It stayed closed for 9 months. One of the things they asked me to do is convince the FDIC it's still a good loan. I go, I'm good, but I ain't that good. Not only the business doesn't have adequate cash flow, it has none, zero. There's nobody there. The building is brand new and is empty. It had the misfortune of opening 100 days before the pandemic struck, which was not a good thing if you were in the hotel business, especially a leisure hotel where people only go in to have fun. You're going down to the beach. Limited cash flow cover. Now, let's say your bank has a policy that says the debt service ratio has to be 1.25 to 1.35 or more for the loan to be considered okay. And you get one, you do one is 1.1. Well, you're getting paid, but barely, and there's barely enough money. Global debt coverage. The whole idea of global debt analysis solves a problem. And the problem is small business owners often mix their personal and business affairs. And as a banker, it's hard to segregate what's business and what's personal. And Global says, let's fix that. We're going to take all the debt service required of the individual. Then we're going to take all the debt service of the company and add that together into one big debt service need. Then we're going to take all the cash flow from the company and all the personal income of the person, add those two together, and ask if this pool of money over here, is that big enough to cover that debt service? And I'll give you an example. A few years ago, the Nebraska Bankers Association called me and said, Dave, we'd like in the fall, Dave, we'd like you to speak at our CEO conference in February. And I was thinking to myself, I didn't say it to the guy on the phone, I do not want to go to Nebraska in February. It's cold and there were cows up there, nothing to do. I said, man, I'd really love to. I'm not sure my calendar will allow me to get up to Nebraska in February. He said, David, the meeting is not in Nebraska. It's at the Atlantis Resort in the Bahamas. I think I could move something and work that out for you. So now I'm hired as a lunch speaker on Tuesday. So as a public speaker, I get there on the Thursday before the Tuesday, so I have time to write my speech. You got to have time to do the research and think about what you're going to say. And I discovered when you get in a hot tub in the islands and you're drinking those rum-based drinks, I don't know why it is when you get out of the hot tub, your knees don't work as well when you've been drinking in the hot tub. Some of you maybe studied that in school, kinesiology or physiology. I don't know why, but there's something that connects to your knees and rum consumption. I don't know. It even works in Hawaii. If you're drinking Mai Tais, when you get out of the pool, the hot tub, it doesn't work as good. But anyway, I'm sitting in the hot tub, of course, working. I'm thinking of what I'm going to say. So Tuesday comes, I make the presentation. Now, when you're a public speaker, it's like being an actor. You're in the character. You kind of get your adrenaline up, and you can't just leave because your adrenaline is too high. So I stayed to the following Thursday. Now, on my tax return, you see 1 week in the Bahamas as a business expense. I even said to my accountant, I said, Chris, this money right here looks like money I lost in the casino gambling, but I was not gambling. I'm a consultant. He said, what? I was not gambling on that crap table. What I was doing is testing the number theory of probability. And I was looking for permutations and combinations of dice. And I was measuring the frequency of 7 or 11 coming up on the dice. So I should be able to write that off as research expense, not as a gambling. And he goes, I am not going to jail for you. I go, look, you aren't that cute. Those guys in jail won't like you that much. You'll be fine. It's just scary. But it now, was that a business expense or was that a personal expense? And so global debt coverage says, let's solve that problem by lumping all the expenditures together, lumping all the income together, and we'll measure whether the person or not they can pay us. Then the next one is what we call doubtful, which you hate to get. You doubt you're going to get all your money back. Now, once we rate a loan as a doubtful, it must be put on a non-accrual status. Now, do remember, non-accrual is an internal accounting concept of a bank. It's transparent to the borrower. We bill the borrower for interest and principal payments. Inside the bank, we can't count that interest we collect as income. That's the difference. We count it as recovery on our financial statement. Now, then you have to do something called an impairment analysis. Now, let's say I foreclose on a strip shopping center. There are 4 units. There's a convenience store, gas station that's the anchor tenant, and there are 3 other spaces there. They go into foreclosure. They owe me $600,000. At appraisal, at foreclosure, I have the property appraised for $550,000. They owe me $600,000. The property appraises at foreclosure at $550,000. So there's a $50,000 impaired amount. Then I have what's called the cost to sell. That if the bank takes possession, I got to hire a real estate agent. I may have to pay past due taxes. I may have to do maintenance, get paid for insurance on the property. So let's say that cost to sell is 10%. I got a $550,000 property, 10% is $55,000. I take the $50,000 shortfall from the appraised amount versus loan balance, plus the $55,000 cost to sell. So I got a $105,000 impaired amount. Now, the question arises, what do I do with that figure, 105,000? And I've seen some of your banks being criticized for how you handle this. One of the criticisms has been that you guys have added $105,000 to your loan loss reserve when you did that analysis, but you should have written it off. And the rules are straightforward. Now, let's say at foreclosure, 3 of the 4 spaces in that strip shopping center are leased. And if the bank hires a real estate management company to represent it, the payments paid by those 3 tenants are sufficient to service the debt and pay it out. In that case, I take that $105,000 and what if the time of foreclosure, only 1 of the 4 spaces are occupied, 3 of them are empty? And even if that tenant keeps paying their lease, it's not enough to service the debt. And the only way the bank is going to get paid is selling the collateral. If your source of repayment is liquidation of the collateral, you must take the $105,000 as a loss. You cannot add it to reserve. So if your source of repayment is the bank liquidates collateral, whatever your impaired amount is a loss that day. If you can get paid from cash flow, then you can add that to your reserve, the $105,000, your loan loss reserve. And some banks have been criticized because they didn't take the charge off, and the regulators said, no, you should have charged that off, not added it to reserve. Then finally, an 8th is a loss. Now, we have policies in the bank about when we recognize a loss. For example, your policy might say when a loan is 90 days or more past due, you have to write it off. Now, the actual FDIC says a loss occurs whenever when a bank determines a loan is uncollectible. In theory, that could be if it's 1 day past due, you know you're not going to collect, you're supposed to recognize a loss as soon as you recognize the loan's not going to be paid. Unless you're, of course, in what's called active collection mode. Now, what is active collection mode? Active collection mode means not that I've sent a past due letter. Active collection mode means something is happening on the loan that would prevent the charge off. Now, let's say your policy says the loan will be charged off at 90 days past due. The borrower is 80 days past due. They come to you and say, I just sold this building to a fella and the closing is going to be in 30 days. And I will pay you in full at the end of that 30 days. Now, 30 days from now, your 80-day past due loan will be 110 days past due, well past your 90-day charge-off parameter. You confirm with the buyer that they have financing in place. You confirm at the bank, they got a loan, there's a closing been set in 30 days. You do not have to charge that loan off at 90 days. You can say the loan is in active collection mode. We're going to carry it on our books for the 110 days because there's a deal there, a real deal, not I think somebody looked like they want to buy it. I mean, a real deal. And you don't have to take the charge off. Then you can wait to that 110 days. And that's what that term active collection mode means. There's something going on where you can, in fact, get paid. Now, why do I like this in the numeric format? Here's why. You can manipulate. This is an Excel spreadsheet I did for a little bank in Southeast Georgia. Their board was particularly unsophisticated about banking. I think there was a veterinary doc on the board. There was a real estate sales lady on the board. There was an attorney on the board or CPA. None of them had any real banking background, and they didn't have a sense of the risk in the bank's loan portfolio. They understood individual loans. They didn't get the risk. So I came up with this idea of creating some kind of metric for non-financial people to understand risk in a bank. And I took an Excel spreadsheet and did what we call weighted average risk calculation. Now in this little bank, I got 2 commercial loans. I got a $2 million loan to ABC Inc. and I have a $1 million loan to XYZ Corp. Using my 1 to 8 risk rating system, I rated the ABC loan a 3, which is a pass or uncriticized average risk commercial loan. I rated the XYZ a 4. Now, what if I explain to you that XYZ is a church? And I rated a 4 because church loans have certain risk characteristics. For example, the building is typically a single-use building. You can't use it for other things. It's designed and used as a church. And also the reputation or health of the senior minister can change the finances of the church instantly. So I'm rating my church loan watch list, not because it's a good loan, but I'm rating it watch list because of those risk characteristics. Now, I take the sum function on the Excel spreadsheet and do this column. These 2 loans total down here, $3 million. I then take this column here, the 2 million, and divide it by my total number of loans. So my $2 million loan divided by 3 million is 67% of the total outstanding. My $1 million loan divided by 3 million is 33% of my 3 million outstanding. And over on this column on the right here, the weighted average column, I take the numeric risk rating, which is a 3, times the percentage of dollars outstanding. So my 3 rated credit times 67% is 2.01 risk rated for that loan. My 4 rated loan, which is 33% of my total dollars outstanding, 4 times 33% is 1.32. I aggregate or add together, so my portfolio has a 3.33 risk rating on a scale of 1 to 8. Now, the value of this would be the second report. Let's say this is the end of the first quarter you give to the board of directors. As a credit analyst, you prepare this, or credit administration officer, you prepare this. At the end of the second quarter, this number has dropped to 3.03. Now, even people who don't understand lending know, well, that's better. The smaller this number, the lower the risk. And you explain why. It's called a variance analysis. And you say, look, ABC was a hotel loan. We came to the 5-year anniversary. We got a new appraisal. And now the loan to value ratio has dropped to 40%. The debt coverage ratio is 2.5 times to 1. And we felt the risk was so low, we upgraded it from a 3 to a 2. We changed the risk rating to a 2. What if it goes the other way and it's 3.53 at the end of the second quarter, not 3.33? And you explain to the board, the church loan was a construction loan. And they took down another $500,000 under the construction loan and made their outstanding $1.5 million, which is more than 33% of the new $3.5 million total outstanding. The value of this is, even to an unsophisticated person in terms of technology, and I'm not very good in computers, but even I could do this. You change this number or you change this number, the whole balance, the whole sheet recalibrates. The first time you did this would be labor intensive. There's probably software that does it now, but the first time you did this would be labor intensive. Once you did it, all you do, if you change this number or you change that number, it would recalibrate the entire spreadsheet. And it allows people who are not sophisticated lenders to see a change down here. Is it going up or is it going down? If it's going up, are we taking on more risk in the bank? For example, I have a client bank, this number kept going down. And I was with these people 2 weeks ago, and I asked the question, your losses and past dues are so low. Are you passing on deals you could do because you're too tight? You can be too tight in your underwriting. And I asked the question, are there deals that you're passing on that you could do? And some of the senior managers said, of course not. But I had some of the line lending managers there. Yeah, there are deals we could have done. And it really it initiated a pretty good discussion among the group. And the senior lender took it to heart. He said, we do need to reconsider this. And the lender said, well, we were kind of scared to say it because you guys are so tight. You Dr. No sitting over there. And David's going to leave tomorrow, so he doesn't care. He'll just tell you guys may be too tight. I do. That's one good thing about being a consultant. Is one is not your money. So if you give somebody an advice that don't work, that didn't work. And if it worked, you're a genius. And you come back, that worked. I'm gonna tell everybody to do that. That's the beauty of being a consultant. It's not your money. I knew I was smart. That worked. Here, bankers, I think, may be the biggest challenge you have. Collecting anything to analyze. Is not that your analysis is poor, is getting your customers to give you current financial information. I've been in this business about 43 years now. I don't think I've ever read a loan review or a report of examination, which is the document that the examiners leave when they come to do an exam, that has not included this criticism. We found in the loan files outdated financial information, meaning your personal financial statement was more than 1 year old, your tax return was more than 1 year old. I don't know a single small business owner who actually files their tax return on April 15th. They all get extensions. And inevitably, you get a loan review or something while you're waiting on the new financial information. In our bank, we put together what I call a 90-day forward report. On the first of every month, I put out a report to all the lenders. Here are all the annual reviews coming up in the next 90 days. Here are the 1 year anniversary of all the personal financial statements in file. Here are the 1 year anniversary of the tax returns we have in file. So the December 1 report said, here are all the ones coming due in December, January, February. I put out the January report. So here are all the ones coming due in January, February, March. So in effect, I was giving the lenders 3 warnings. It's coming up, it's coming up, it's coming up, get ready. Now I did it because I was a classic commercial lender. Last minute. I got an annual review coming up tomorrow. I'm on the phone. Hey, get your butt in here, fill this out. No, I got to go to the loan committee tomorrow. Hurry up. No, come over now. I got to get this done. Now, the good news for me was at our bank, once you got promoted to VP level commercial lender, you were assigned a loan assistant. And I hit the jackpot. I got Mary. Mary was that employee at a bank that no one remembers when she was hired, because she was there before everybody. I used to accuse Mary of sitting in a vacant field at a desk, and they came and built the bank around her. People go, well, my granddad said Mary was working here when he was a little boy. Now, Mary was everything I am not. She's the exact opposite. I am a big picture, scatterbrain, kind of A personality when I'm working. And I am that person who would call the borrower the day before committee. And she had a calendar, a desk calendar. Before we all had computers on our desk, we had this calendar where you could pull off 1 month at a time. So I'd give a personal financial statement dated March of 2020. Mary would come forward 10 months, and then January of 21, it would be, she would send what we call a 10-month letter. So our records indicate the latest personal financial statement we have on you was dated March of 2020. And so that we can continue to provide you with a high quality service you deserve, because you're the best customer we ever had, and we love you more than we love ourselves. I've included a copy of your last year's personal financial statement along with a blank form to fill this out, send it back to Dave or I if you have any questions. Then 1 month later, February, she had the 4-week letter. So our records indicate we've not gotten that updated financial statement from you. If you have any questions, don't hesitate to give Dave or myself a call. We'd be glad to help you. Then she had the 2-week list you put on my desk. Dave, you're the ones I've not gotten a response from. And when I left the bank to go to work for Citibank, I tried to bring her with me, and they wouldn't pay her enough because she had been at the bank so long. So she didn't come with me. About 8 months later, she called me crying one morning. Said, Dave, my husband suddenly died. He had no illness. They go to sleep one night. He didn't wake up. Horrible. Sweet lady. Her husband passed. I go to the funeral, and this is hard because they've been together quite a while. She called me about 18 months later. Said, Dave, you won't believe this, but I'm getting married again. I said, wow, Mary, that's congratulations. Who's the lucky guy? Well, it was my best customer at the bank. And I thought, you pull this guy's credit report for me every year. You look at his tax return every year. This guy made about $800,000 a year. He had a net worth of about $12 million. I said, Mary, you're a gold digger. I knew you were going to say something smart like that. His wife died some years ago. We went to lunch one day and one thing led to another. I said, Mary, you pull this man's credit report every year for me. Now, isn't that awful that she would do that in advance? Don't you see that as ethical? Smart. Yeah, you think that's a good thing to do? Here I am thinking, oh, Mary was slow. Mary was fast. We go to the wedding, and her gift from her new husband is a Jaguar convertible. Mary worked 2 weeks. Told the bank, y'all gonna have this job. I ain't working no more. I said, oh, here I'm thinking, Mary, this sweet little kind lady, Mary's on this. He said, I'm gonna get married for the right reason. So you think she did the smart? Second time smart. First time just loved, and but it is incumbent upon you bankers to collect information. This can be challenging. I call this the mutuality of banking relationships. Your customers have a responsibility to you to provide you with information. You have responsibilities to them. You can't have a weak-kneed lender who just melts under any resistance from the borrower. I don't like giving my statements. You don't like banking here. I've used that line, by the way. I like to keep things private. Yeah, and they are private. Everything you tell me is confidential. But you can't bank here that I don't see your financial information. You can't. The answer is no. You got to pay me off and go bank somewhere else. And I've had lenders when I was senior lender who were like, well, the customer really is upset about it. So they're going to either give us a statement or they won't bank here. That's no in between. Bankers have to understand we have an obligation to our borrowers. They have an obligation to the bank. Have a healthy skepticism of your customers' financial statements. Remember the golden rule. What is the golden rule? He who has gold rules. Here's my point. None of you yet, nor will you in your careers, ever pay your customers' accounting fees. Your customers pay their own accounting fees. And thus your customers have more sway over their accountants than you do at the bank. And I'm not accusing accountants of being unethical, because they're not. They take ethics classes. Well, lawyers do too, but that's okay. They're ethical people. But accounting is not all black and white. Some accounting is great. I'll give you an example. When I left Citibank, I joined a consulting firm in Athens, Georgia called Cannon Financial Institute. And our banker required us to get an audit we had never had before. We had always had a review statement by our CPA, but we'd never had an audit. And one of my partners is a PhD accounting professor at the University of Georgia. And Roger, of course, had a lot of students who were CPAs. He said, Dave, I got the perfect young man who could do this audit for us. So he contacted me. He said, great, I would love to do the audit. He does the audit. Now, here, the question was revenue. When do you recognize a sale? Cannon puts on these trust and lending schools, about 4 or 5 of them around the country. The first every year is the second and third week of January in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. So in May and June, we send out thousands of flyers to bankers and trust officers, come to one of the Cannon schools. First one's in Myrtle Beach. And then starting about August, getting registration forms where they sign up, I'm going to come. And we decided to not recognize a sale at the time we got the signed card back. The second step was paying the tuition. By December 15, 98% of, let's say, $600,000 number of bankers, let's say we collected 98% of that. And we decided at the collection of the money, that's when we would recognize a sale, put on our books a sales occurred. Well, this young accountant says, I don't like how you guys recognize revenue because you have a cancellation clause in your agreement. If the banker can't come, they can cancel. So this $600,000 sitting in the bank on December 31 is not a sale. That's unearned income. I'm going to create an asset, a category called unearned income. Now, if you take $600,000 of annual revenue, that's a big number. Really, bad we would look compared to historically. Well, I'm not going to certify the statement if you guys don't recognize income that way. And we beat him up pretty bad. And Roger told him, if I knew you were going to be such a butt, I would have never let you finish my class. I'd give the guy credit. He stuck to his guns. I'm not going to certify the statement. Could he have capitulated because he had two kids in college at the same time and said, yeah, I'll let you recognize sales when you get the money? I think he could have. But was he right? I think he was. And he stuck to his guns. And we run into the bank. Now, I know this looks like we had a decline. We did not have a decline in sales. You put this over this guy. The bank is, I can read a statement. I don't need you. I'm explaining, I would be the worst customer in the world. I am to my own banker. The only thing I hate about it is my banker used to work for me, and she is the biggest pain. She is always calling me, Dave, I need your updated company financial statements. I need your updated personal financial. I need your updated tax. Woman, you don't need all that. Yes, I do. When I work for you, you told me you always get that. I said, lady, I meant for other people, not me. She is mean. I don't like her. I'm gonna get rid of her. How do we use financial statements? We use it to identify risk and structure credit facilities. Now, the word structure means what? Nothing more than matching the time when you expect the payment on the loan so the customer has the cash to make the payment. For example, I put an operating line for a farmer. January comes, an operating line balance is sitting at zero. Come March, the farmer is starting to turn their land, get ready for planting. They come in and draw money under the line to buy fuel for their tractor, to buy fertilizer, to buy seed, and that line of credit balance goes up, up, and up. I set up the payment on the loan when they take their crop to market. I expect a payment on the loan that day. I wouldn't set that loan up cash, and that's all loan structure means. What caused the need for cash? And that's what we talked about earlier. Can we diagnose what happened? Now, this concept of essence of the credit, this comes from the regulatory community. And regulators say, if I come to your bank and read your loan file, what do I expect to see? What is the minimum that loan file has to contain for us in the regulatory agency to believe that you bankers understand this credit and the risk? What am I looking for? Number one, the purpose and basis of the credit. How will the proceeds be used and why are they needed, which we're going to go over in the analysis. Basis, the word basis means secured or unsecured. Now, if you tell me that you made a loan that was secured, I expect to see the value of the collateral somewhere in the loan file and the source of information. How did you know that's what the collateral was worth? Did you get an appraisal? Is there an evaluation? Is there an NADA book, blue book, black book, yellow book? Loan officer, how did you know that's what the collateral was worth? Also, I expect to see sources of repayment. Let me just check on something. I thought I was going to bring out a board. I'm going to have sources of repayment here. Sources of repayment here. And that is any loan that's paid back in less than 12 months is an asset conversion loan. A classic would be, you take cash. Either you pay it from asset conversion or you pay it from cash flow. That's how we pay commercial loans. Now, secondary is collateral. How do we get paid if we don't get paid the way we anticipate? What if it goes wrong? How do we get paid? If it goes wrong, we look at collateral. Now, collateral has two values. When we make the loan, it's called the market value. We get an appraisal, an evaluation or something. The second value is if the bank takes possession to sell it itself, called the liquidation value. Those two values don't equal each other. I still read memos saying our $400,000 loan, the borrower looks shaky, but we got a piece of property that was appraised at $450,000. We're in good shape. I go, please, when has a bank taken possession of real estate and sold it for the appraised value? I want to see that. Nobody's going to pay you the appraised value because they know you own it at the bank only because you messed up. It doesn't have to be real estate. Now let's say you finance a $40,000 boat and you have to repossess it. You make this loan, and let's say you're in a branch at your bank and you're on a busy road where 2,000 people a day drive back and forth across the highway in front of your office. On Monday morning, you put that boat out there in the parking lot of the bank facing the highway with a for sale sign. By Friday, you're going to have an offer to sell that boat. And your best offer is going to be $19,600. Now, the person who offered you $19,600 is completely aware the boat is worth $40,000. But they're going to offer you $40,000. They could go to the dealer and get one for $40,000. They know if the bank owns it, you only have it for sale because somebody messed up in the bank. And so that liquidation value is always less than the market value that we use to underwrite the loan. Then we got guarantees. Now, here's what I want the analysts to pay attention to. This is a hot button issue with the regulators. Contingent liabilities, guarantees. Chronicle all guarantees your borrowers currently have outstanding. And this comes from interviews with the borrowers and or anything you spot on the credit bureau report. This is a big issue with them, and I'll give you a perfect example why. In 2010, a young builder went out of business in Atlanta, and there was a long, full-page article in the Sunday business section about this young lender, this young builder who'd gone out of business. When I say young, chronologically, relative to me, he was 35 years old. And it said in the article that this fellow had been a builder for 18 years. Now, if my arithmetic is correct, he was in high school when he started building houses, I guess. When this guy went out of business, he owed 91 community banks. He owed 21 community banks $94 million. They listed each bank in the article, how much each bank was owed at bankruptcy. One of the banks, the president of one of the banks is in Alpharetta, a northern suburb of Atlanta. The president of that bank is a good friend of mine. So I called him on Monday morning. I said, Mike, I saw your name in the paper yesterday. He said, Dave, God, I hate they put that in the paper. My board has been calling all morning. I tried to tell them, don't worry about it. We're not surprised. We're in good position. And knowing him, that's true. He's a really good banker. I said, look, purpose of the call. I want to come up to your office and read the loan file. He said, for what? I said, I'm a consultant. I want to come up, take a look and see if I can spot anything in underwriting this loan that I could change a policy or procedure in the bank that might prevent that kind of loss in the future. He said, I am not letting you come up here and look at our loan because I know you. You'll be telling people what we did wrong. I said, I wouldn't do that. Let me tell you what they did wrong. I'm tell them I told you. When I read the memo, it was a $4 million credit facility they provided. And it said in the write-up to the board committee of their bank, says, board, we want you to approve this $4 million loan to Billy Bob Builders, Inc. Billy Bob Builders, Inc. builds and sells 230 houses a year. Our line of credit can be used to build up to 10 houses at any one time, 5 of which have to be pre-sold, 5 can be spec financing where they start construction without a buyer. And board, we have the personal guarantee of Mr. Billy Bob, who's the CEO of Billy Bob Builders, Inc., and he has a personal net worth of $10 million supporting our $4 million credit facility. Everything he said was true. Now, here's what he could have said. Board, I want you to approve this more $4 million credit facility that can be used to build up to 10 houses and go with the other 420 unsold houses he had. He had 430 unsold houses when he filed bankruptcy. Board, we also have the personal guarantee of Mr. Billy Bob, who has a $10 million personal net worth supporting our $4 million credit facility, comma, and by the way, board, he is also guaranteed $90 million in loans and 20 other banks with the same $10 million personal net worth. Now, everything I said was true. If the credit analyst had written that credit up the second way, would his board ever have approved it? Of course not. And so this whole idea of this kind of underwriting contingent, and this is checking, did your borrower, for example, guarantee the lease on the building if they don't own the building area, and did they guarantee the lease? Are they, and that again comes from interviews with the borrowers, and in your credit analysis, write up in there any guarantees you're aware that are outstanding from your borrower, because it can make all the difference in the world. Finish written repayment program. Now I want to pick on you bankers about your single pay note system. Customer comes in, they borrow money for 90 days, loan comes due, they come in and pay the interest and renew the loan. 90 days later, they come back and pay the interest and renew the loan again. Some of you booked these loans in the Bush administration, Daddy Bush, the older Bush, instead of the younger. We call these evergreen loans. They've been renewed so many times. Now, when I teach loan review, I have a one-day class where I teach loan review officers. And we talk in that class about scope of review. What do you review in a loan review? And under the FDIC guidelines, it says, if a single pay note has been renewed 3 times or more without a significant reduction in principal, which they define as 20% or more. So if the loan has been renewed 3 times and the principal has not been reduced at least 20%, it should be reviewed. Doesn't mean it's bad. It should go on the review list. And what the review officer is looking for in the loan file is there an agreement between the bank and the borrower to ultimately repay the loan. It could be liberal. It could be interest only for 2 years, then convert to a 5-year payout. But if the file is silent, there's no discussion about what eventually the borrower will pay in the debt. You should criticize that loan. There's no agreement between the bank and the borrower. There has to be some agreement on your single pay note system that the borrower is going to pay the principal off at some point. Conformity to credit policy. There is no good deed going unpunished in a bank. It's called compliance. And there's a compliance rule called fiducia. And fiducia is the FDIC Improvement Act. And the FDIC Improvement Act says, anytime a lending officer makes a loan to a borrower that is an exception to their bank's loan policy, they should include written credit reasons for the exception to policy. Those written credit reasons do not include, I went to school with his brother. I knew his mom and dad, they were good people. He's got the best hunt dog in the county. None of those are good credit reasons. Credit reasons be high net worth, large equity position, track record with our bank, expertise in the industry. What is it? Why would we support a policy or a policy exception? Strengths and weaknesses. If you have people voting on loans in your banks who are not bankers, like directors who happen to own hardware businesses or who are medical directors at a hospital, those people who are not bankers, real smart, but not bankers, as a credit analyst, have a section to write up called strengths of the deal, weaknesses of the deal. And I'll show you some samples of this. It helps people who are not financial understand what they're voting. Sometimes I wonder how these people vote. When you show them a cash flow statement, they wouldn't understand anything about it. They're a doctor, they're an attorney, they're a CPA, but they're not lenders. They don't necessarily understand what it is you guys do. Credit's been approved by the loan committee. In some of your banks, the only evidence I see as an outsider that your loan has been approved is the minutes of your loan committee meeting. I'm trying to argue that what if you approve a loan at your committee level that's approved with a condition? What I mean is, it says the $50,000 loan to Acme Box Company is approved. We have the personal guarantee of Mr. Acme, who owns 68% of the stock. During the meeting of the committee, it was revealed that Mrs. Acme owns 32% of the stock. So the committee says, we're going to approve the loan pending you getting Mrs. Acme's guarantee also, since she owns so much of the company. And you know, as a loan officer, you talked to Mrs. Acme beforehand. And she said, I'm not guaranteeing anything. The only reason I own this stock is my dad started this business 40 years ago. I haven't been inside that business in 20 years. I ain't going in there either. I'm not guaranteeing anything. So if you insist on a guarantee, you're going to lose the loan. So the question becomes, in your bank, how do you monitor that? Because either that officer goes back to committee and says, I want you to waive the requirement for Mrs. Acme's guarantee, or you got to get Mrs. Acme's guarantee. There's no in between. At our bank, at Citibank, we were a big, worldwide, sophisticated bank. Our deal sheet was a single sheet of paper that summarized the deal, and on the back it was blank. And the secretary to the loan committee, if they said, get Mrs. Acme's guarantee, they hand wrote, get Mrs. Acme guarantee on the back. And we couldn't photocopy those forms. And when when our bank loan review officers came in, they would always flip those sheets over. And I had to have on there, got a waiver from the committee on January 19th, to waive that guarantee, got Mrs. Acme's guarantee or whatever. I had to respond to it. In your bank, how would you know if there's any condition on a loan has been met? How do you document that and follow if your loan committee approves a loan with a condition? In the end, what's the essence of the credit? Can I read your loan file and understand how you made your decision? Now, you made that loan to Acme Box Company, and you had the personal guarantee of Mr. Acme. But when I read the loan file, there's no current tax return on Mr. Acme. There's no personal financial statement on Mr. Acme. There's no current credit bureau report on Mr. Acme. My question becomes, lender, how did you know that Mr. Acme's guarantee made that a better loan? How did you know that? Now, it may well have made it a better loan, but if there's no documents in the file that I can read as an outsider, and I can't determine how you decided that guarantee had a strength. I need to be able to read your file. Do I see all the things in there that will let me know how you made your decision? Types of analysis. First is common sizing. Common sizing allows
We can't, for us who are virtual, we can't hear you.
okay.
When you step away, we can't really hear you. Mr. Kemp? Mr. Kemp?
Okay, go ahead.
Sorry, we can't hear.
Sorry,
Oh.
we can't hear you when you step away.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry
can't
about
hear
that.
you
The
when you
board
step
is,
away.
I'll figure something out. I get closer to the board. We take the lunch break. I'll see if I can move this podium closer to the board.
Okay,
To
thank
annual,
you.
okay, to common size the, to common size a balance sheet, everything is divided by total assets. Let's take, for example, I'm going to write a credit analysis, and my borrower is Shinerbach Brewery in Shiner, Texas. And I want to compare their performance to Anheuser-Busch InBev in St. Louis. I write my credit memo saying sales at Shinerbach last year were $9,084,000. Sales at Anheuser-Busch were $42,919,685,000. My cost of goods sold at Anheuser-Busch last year were $28,945,622,000. My cost of goods sold at Shinerbach was $4,584,000. Now, two things would happen. One, you would get a headache reading that memo comparing billions to millions. And also it wouldn't make any sense. What if I converted that to percentages and said that the cost of goods sold at Anheuser-Busch last year was 48% of sales, cost of goods sold at Shinerbach was 54% of sales. Why would Shinerbach have a higher cost of goods sold? My imagination would be purchasing power. When Anheuser-Busch buys hops, they buy a train load, not by the bushel. When Anheuser-Busch buys barley, they buy all the barley the farmer grew, not some of it. And Shinerbach wouldn't have the kind of purchasing power for raw ingredients that InBev Anheuser-Busch would have because they could just buy so much fire. I go on with the memo. Operating expenses at Anheuser-Busch last year were 44% of sales. Operating expenses at Shinerbach were 37% of sales. Why would Shinerbach have lower operating expenses as a percentage of sales? It would be their expenses. For example, Shinerbach has 2 vice presidents. Anheuser-Busch has 147 vice presidents. Anheuser-Busch has a NASCAR race team they support. They have a hydroplane boat racing team they support. They have Clydesdale horses on both coasts and in the middle of the country. They have put in parades with a little dog on it at every parade. They have to make Super Bowl commercials. Shinerbach doesn't have the same kind of expense base. Anheuser-Busch has those young ladies that wear the tight black spandex skirts at the bars, the Miss Budweiser ladies with the t-shirts. They have to pay those ladies. So they have higher operating expenses. So by converting that to percentages, the analysis makes more sense than if I were to use dollars. So we use common sizing as a technique. Margins. Margins measure management skills. Let's take the gross profit margin. The gross profit margin is the first law of finance. Buy low, sell high. That's what it means. Buy low, sell high. How do I measure if management is competent? A well-run company, management will negotiate with suppliers to pay the lowest price possible for the product or components that they're building a product. They'll negotiate at the lowest possible price they can. They'll turn around and sell that product to their customer at the highest possible price the market will bear. We do it in banking. It's called the net interest margin. When I go in to do consulting work with a bank, I look at the net interest margin. How much are you paying depositors for money? And how much are you earning on your investment and loan portfolio? And how big is that gap between the cost of your funds and what you're getting in return for the funds? The bigger that gap, I surmise the management of that bank is better than other banks. I monitor net interest margin. And so margins measure management. We're going to show examples of that. Trends. Now, let's say this is a trend in a business. This is their sales for 3 years. They sold $12 worth of product the first year, $9 the second year, and $14 the last year. And I ask you, are sales trending up or down? They're trending up, even though they did go down that middle year. You cannot see a trend unless you have at least 3 years of financial data. You have to have 3 years of financial data to see a trend. Now, let's say I covered the 12 and asked you sales trending up or down. All you could see is the 9 and 14. Well, they clearly went up from 9 to 14. What if I covered the 14? All you could see is the 12 and the 9 and ask which way are sales trending? They seem to trend down. My point is, you cannot see a trend with 2 years of financial data. You got to see at least 3 years of financial data to see a trend. Then here, comparative. All analysis are comparative. Numbers don't mean squat by themselves. All numbers are comparative. You got to compare them to something. You got to compare them to something. Industry, company history. I'm going to give you an example. I'm going to give you a fact. At Acme Box Company last year, they made $50,000 net profit. That's a fact. Now I want your opinion. Was that a good year for them or a bad year? The answer is you don't know. If they normally make $25,000, but they made 50 last year, they had a good year. If they normally make $1 million and only made 50,000, they had a horrible year. For example, the grocery business is a high volume, low margin business. We used to bank Kroger out of Cincinnati. In the grocery business, if you make a 1% net profit margin, you had a pretty good year. There were some bonuses went out to the employees. You make 1.2%, there's some new cars in the employee parking lot. Some nice bonuses went out. By contrast, what if Microsoft were to announce next month that they made a 1% net profit margin? Their stock would plummet. Bill Gates' net worth would dive to about 70, $80 billion. He'd only be worth. Now, when you look at Bill Gates, you got to think of that movie, The Revenge of the Nerds. Now, you know in college, he didn't have a date. You know he didn't get to go out. That bowl haircut, nobody will go out. He's rich now, he can go wherever he wants. But why? The software industry works on a 25 to 35% net profit margin. 1% at Kroger is good. 1% at Microsoft is a disaster. People in Redmond, Washington would be getting fired. So you have to compare numbers to something, a number by itself. Bankers often ask, well, Dave, what's the thumbnail? What's the range that ought to be? It's so dependent on the industry, there is no answer to that. Depends solely on what's ordinary for your customer. Types of analysis, ratio analysis. The first case you're going to work on today after lunch will be a ratio analysis work case. Now, in your booklet here, handout, I've given you some reference information. It starts here on page number 25. Page 25, 35 through 33. These are it's a reference guide. Take it back to the bank with you. Take it back to the bank with you. Whenever look up one of these ratios, what it means, how to calculate it. That's what that's for, is for reference. Now, here we talk about cash flows, which is going to be a major part of tomorrow's class. Cash flow analysis will be a major part of tomorrow's class. Because I believe it's the analysis that gives you the most information, if you understand it, about a credit. The only thing I know you could say as a customer, as a lender, I'm going to follow the cash in a business. And that line right there on the cash flow says, that's how I'm going to get paid. That's my source, that number right there. And I don't know of any other financial statement you can do that. Cash flow analysis answer 3 questions. Where do companies get cash? How do they use it? And how are they going to repay the loan? Which are 3 fairly important questions for a banker to answer before we make a loan. Now, I want to set up a business here and show you something. Sorry, first name right here. Annie and first name here. Brendan. Brendan and Annie and I are going to go into business. Annie owns a retail bakery. Brendan is a farmer. And among his products, he has fruit orchards. My business, I'm a fruit wholesaler. And here's our business arrangement. I go to Brandon, I buy from him 6 apples at 20 cents a piece or $1.20. I have one customer who buys apples, is Annie, because in her bakery, they make apple pies and apple turnovers. She has an order for 5 apples. I mark them up to 25 cents a piece for $1.25. Now, if I know she's only gonna buy 5 apples, why do I buy 6? It's called inventory. She insists on choosing the 5 she would like to have. So it's like me owning a men's clothing store saying I'm only gonna sell pants, blue, black, gray. You can sell it all. You have to have inventory. So the one that's left over, I sell at cost to a guy at a fruit stand for 20 cents. So here's my business. My sales are $1.45, 125 here, 20 here. My costs are $1.20. My profit is 25 cents. Very straightforward little business, real clear. Now I'm going to complicate the business. First problem is Brandon. He is a classic farmer. He does not understand invoicing, dating terms. He has that farmer accounting. If you want my apples, give me my money. That's how he does his accounting. I have to give him $1.20 to walk off his property with those 6 apples. Second problem, Annie is a classic business owner. She said, Dave, I'm going to pay you this $1.25, but I'm going to pay you tomorrow. I'm going to take these apples, make apple pies, apple turnovers, sell them to my customers. When you bring my 5 apples tomorrow, I will pay you. That's a 1-day accounts receivable, classic business arrangement. So on day 1, I collect from her no cash. I don't get any cash from her. Day 2, the guy at the fruit stand, rather, same arrangement. Dave, I'm going to pay you to 20 cents, but I'm going to pay you tomorrow. I'm going to take this apple, shine it up, put it on my fruit stand, and I'll sell it during the day. And tomorrow, when you bring my new apple, I'll pay you for this one. Again, a 1-day accounts receivable. So at the end of the first day, I have to have $1.20 in cash per capital. If I don't have this, I'm out of business. It's irrelevant that I made a profit. I have to have this much cash for capital. Day 2 rolls around. We repeat this transaction. I buy 6 more apples from Brandon at 20 cents a piece or $1.20. I sell 5 of them to Annie at 25 cents a piece or $1.25. So 1 it cost the guy at the fruit stand. Now, what happened to the cash? Brandon is still got the same kind of accounting. I give him another $1.20 in cash. By end of the first day needing $1.20 in cash, I have to give him another $1.20. So my total cash outstanding is $2.40, $1.20 from the first day and a new $1.20. Now, as promised, Annie pays me not this $1.25 here. She pays me the $1.25 from the first day. This guy at the fruit stand does not pay me this 20 cents. He pays me the 20 cents from the first day. So I collect $1.25 from her, 20 from him, and the amount of cash I need goes down. I had $2.40 outstanding. I collect $1.45. At the end of the second day, I need 95 cents in cash. I started the day needing $1.20. I needed less cash. Now, a classic reason the small businesses fail is rapid sales growth. And I'm going to show you what happens to cash flow in rapid sales growth. I finished the second day, phone rings, and it's Annie. She says, Dave, my husband and I were looking at a trunk that his grandmother left in the attic. And in that trunk, we found a recipe for apple pies that included walnuts and cranberries. And we tried it. Our customers loved them. They were lined up around the bakery. I want to double my order. So what happens the next day? I buy 12 apples for Brandon, not 6, at 20 cents a piece or $2.40. I sell 10 of them to Annie at 25 cents a piece or $2.50. 2 of them I sell at cost, 40 cents. So my sales went up to $2.90. My costs were $2.40. My profit doubled to 50 cents. What happened to cash? I ended the second day needing 95 cents in cash. I have to pay Brandon $2.40 for the new apples. That gives me $3.35 in cash outstanding. I collect from Annie, not this $2.50. I collect from her the $1.25 in the second day sales. The guy with the fruit stand, I don't collect the 40 cents. I collect the 20 cents from the second day sales. So now I need $1.90 in cash. Started the day needing 95 cents in cash, ended the day needing $1.90. I need financing of 95 cents. I'm short 95 cents. I need $1.90, and it went up from 95 to $1.90. Went up by 95 cents. Where do I get it? I go to the bank. Say, bank, I want to borrow 95 cents on a 1-day loan. Bank says, how are you going to pay it back? Tomorrow, I'm going to collect $2.90 from these two customers, and I'll come in the bank and pay off the 95-cent loan. They say, Dave, okay, give us your financial statements for your business. I give it to them, and they see that I went from sales of $1.45 with a profit of 25 cents. Then I double those sales, double the profit to 50 cents. They said, that's a good trend. We're going to make you the loan. I signed a note for the 95 cents. The phone rings again, and it's Annie again. So Dave, I just can't believe this. I need to double my order again. So the fourth day, I buy 24 apples from Brenda. I sell 20 to her, 4 to the guy at the fruit stand. My sales are going to double to $5.80. My profit's going to double to $1. I deliver the 24 apples to my two customers. I now go to the bank because my loan is due. When I walk in the bank, am I likely to pay off my loan? No. What am I more likely to do than pay it off? I'll get some more. You know, I'm going to explain to you, I'm a little tight. I need some operating money. I don't even know why I need this. My accountant says I'm making more money than I ever made. Small business owners, actually, one of their risks is they conflate two words, and they're deadly. Profits and cash. They treat them as if they're the same. And they are certainly not. It is one of the classic mistakes small business owners make. They increase their sales too fast. Now, that whole idea is counterintuitive for an entrepreneur. Any entrepreneur knows in any business, you increase sales as fast as you can, but you can grow sales too fast. This is one of the common reasons profitable small businesses go out of business, because owners get confused about this. Even in our business, Bankers Management Incorporated, when we started this company 28 years ago, I had 4 employees. And one day around the table, I said, guys, how does a small business like ourselves run? We run on profit. Okay. We used to get paychecks before everybody had direct deposit. We used to actually get paychecks on payday. And I think the company that does our payroll, I think it still does, called Paychecks. Is there a payroll company called Paychecks? I think that's who does our payroll now. I get it, one big envelope, and it's got 4 smaller envelopes in there with the employees' paychecks. So 3 days after this meeting where they just decided that we run on profit, I took a letter opener, opened every one of the 4 employees' paychecks and took it out. And I replaced it with a photocopy of our first quarter financial statement to show we made a pretty good quarter profit. And I hand wrote on the profit line, Shirley, your share of this is 0.64%. Archie, your share is 0.93. Jeff, your share is 0.88. Barbara, your share is 0.55. And on payday, I handed out these pay envelopes with a copy of our profit and loss statement. They all looked at me and said, what is this? You guys just said I could run the business on profit. I decided to pay y'all with it. Looked at me and said, you better quit playing and give us our money. We'll take one of these computers home. You said you just had your first cash flow lesson. Isn't it different? I went to the bank, said, Louise, you see here in our statement, we made more profit than I owe the bank. If you'll take my note, stamp it paid. I'm going to hand you my financial statement. You better write me a check. The bank will not take a statement. The bank wants cash. Cash and profit are not the same. Now, intuitively, what you can sense is this. When my sales were 6 apples, 2 consecutive days, my need for cash went down. What if I raised sales from 6 apples to 8 and sold 8 apples 2 days in a row? Then I increased the sales to 10 apples, sold 10 apples 2 days in a row. Then I increased the sales to 12 apples. I wouldn't have needed so much financing. The rate of growth is what causes companies to have to run out of cash. This is a leading reason that small businesses fail. The owners allow sales to grow too fast. And if you got somebody who's not sophisticated, this can go right by them. Our customers are experts at the product and services they offer. They're not often experts on finance. And again, this is where they don't have that CFO who has the skill sets that you have, and you may be the only person to tell them this. Now, it's 11:35. Let me check and see if we have lunch ready. Hold on online. We'll see if we're going to break here. Let me just see if that. is not quite ready, so let's go on and they'll signal us when it gets here. Introduction to accounting. Now, I want to just go over some basic concepts in accounting so that we're all on the same page when we get to doing statement analysis. Definitions. What is accounting? Communicating economic information to permit judgments and decisions by users. Who are users of financial statements? We at the bank are. We use them. What is it? It's the language used to communicate financial information. Now, what if you ask me what kind of year did bankers management have in 2020? And I said, we had a tough year because of COVID. We had 186 fewer hotel nights than the year before, 614,000 less airline miles. But what if I told you sales dropped by 40%? Everybody in the room would understand what that means. That's the language we use. 40% drop in revenue. Everybody understands. That's how we use accounting. Now, definitions. There are 4 kinds of financial reports that banks receive. One of the most common is what we call internally prepared. If you're lucky, it's something like this. If you're unlucky, it is that cousin Claude who almost finished vocation. We get a lot at community banking level. We get a lot of internally prepared statements. And I think Stephanie mentioned that I was a branch manager in one of my early life in the late 70s. Turns out I was the worst branch manager in the history of banking. It was a horrible job. I hated the job. People who I meet in banking now who are good branch managers, I admire you that you're good at it. I hated that job. One of the things I did, for example, I didn't know that when you manage a bank, one of the expectations will be that you will get the employees of the bank to get along with each other. I had a mistaken assumption. I'm 25 years old, I'm a VP, I'm running a large commercial branch, and I'm thinking all these people are adults. They'll come to work and do their job. I didn't know you have to referee when you run a bank, get people to work with each other. The other part is customers. Think how good banking would be if we didn't have to bother with customers. It's free coffee. You don't have to lift anything real heavy. Used to didn't even have to sell anything. That's not true anymore. But and I don't just mean that you bankers have eccentric customers. You got people who ought to be in a home on medication. Anybody can come in a bank, and crazy people come in the bank. And I remember making an $80,000 loan to a guy called Hal's Garage. He wanted to finance a new lift. That was a hard loan. Later, when I was in corporate finance, I had Coca-Cola as my largest client. And we had an emergency need by Coke in North Africa. And we loaned them $3 billion. I will tell you, making a $3 billion loan to Coca-Cola is easier than making an $80,000 loan to Al's Garage because the numbers are there. I called the CFO of Coke. Do you have your North Africa division numbers segregated? Yeah. Were they audited? Yeah. By whom? Price Waterhouse. Do you want them pre-converted to US dollars or in Rand? Let's look at both. Hal's Garage, it is. He's got the guy Claude, his cousin, who went hunting with the other buddies. He'll be back next week and get you some numbers. That's a harder loan to make. So internally prepared is the most common. Now, there are 3 different kind of CPA prepared financial statements. One is a compilation or compile. Whenever in the cover letter, the accounting firm says, we have compiled this information, that means the client supplied the information. We asked our customer, what were your sales? They told us, we wrote it down as the accountants. We asked how much you have in inventory? They told us, we wrote it down. Whenever you hear the word compile or compilation, this is interesting. I don't know if you watched a news story a couple of weeks ago before everything just went to haywire in Ukraine. There was a story that the accounting firm for the former president dropped him as a client. And one of the news people who are not business people were reading the statement from the accounting firm. And they used the term compile. Now, I know what that means. And the person who was reading it clearly did. People who report business news often know nothing about business. They're all journalism majors. They can't even distinguish sales and profits. I know I've had media interviews where I spent explaining the difference. No, they made $40 million. No, the sales are $40 million. Yeah, but they made, no, they didn't make don't write, they sold 40 million, the profit is 800,000. There's a difference between 40 million, 800,000. And the person said, the accounting firm compiled, and I wondered if they were using it correctly. I'm assuming they were reading it off something because I know they wouldn't know. That now review, when the accounting firm said we reviewed this information, they're telling you the reader. We took this accounting statement from the client's general ledger account. We went into their general ledger. That's how we got the statement. These tend to be more accurate, but they're also saying we, the accounting firm, have not independently verified the information. If reader, if there's something wrong in the general ledger accounts, the statement is going to be wrong. The one we see the least in community banking are audits. And why do we see fewer audits? It's the most expensive for your customer to pay for. We have a lot of customers who, quite frankly, the attitude toward financial statements is, I wouldn't need one except for the bank and the IRS bugging me. That's how they view it. They don't want to spend one dime on accounting. They don't have to. So we don't see that many audited financial statements in community banking. When we get one, we're happy because the numbers add up. There are notes in the back from the accounting firm. Those are wonderful. We don't get a lot of those. Now, when they say we've audited, what does that mean? The accountant took the statement from the general ledger and they added the one big important piece. And we, the accountants, independently verified the numbers. And we're going to talk about different kind of opinions for audited statements. So let's go ahead and break here for lunch. They've got it here. We're going to come back. Let's take only 45 minutes for lunch, if you don't mind. And I will let you out of here 15 minutes earlier, because we normally schedule an hour. So we'll reconvene at 1/2 the hour. At 12:30, we'll reconvene. So people online, grab lunch, and we'll be back at 12:30.
I don't know, it doesn't go out very far. Okay.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's
I don't even know if I know. Which I like. It's more. Yeah. 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 They got it there. I thought this was Saturday. Further down the road, but there's the great. I think. There's a- Yeah. Which is good. I was good.
Okay, I trust everyone had a great lunch. We'll go ahead and get started again. And I've been told we have to be finished certainly before 10 o'clock tonight. So we're on track. Don't worry about it. We're in good shape. I'm from out of town. I don't have anything to do. That's right. Okay, good. We'll pick up here. And before lunch, we talked about the 4 different kind of financial statements that we receive from customers on a regular basis. And I had this slide up here about exposure versus quality of statement. The concept is the more money the borrower owes the bank, the better quality financial statement the bank should expect. If you want to borrow $40,000 to buy a delivery van for your business, I am not going to first insist that you spend $30,000 to have an audit done. Then I'll use that to make a decision on a $40,000 loan. That's unreasonable. But if you want to borrow $5 million from me, I am not going to take a statement done by your cousin. I want a CPA to prepare a statement if the bank is going to risk $5 million of its money. So the theory is the more money you owe the bank, the higher quality financial statement the bank should insist upon. Now, I've arbitrarily made up some breaking numbers. This would depend on the size of your bank, the size loans you make. I might say in a small bank, I'd say to the borrowers, up to $250,000, I will make you a loan with an internally prepared statement. You owe me between $250,000 and $750,000. I want a CPA prepared compilation. You owe me between $750,000 and $1,250,000. I want a review done by a CPA. If you're going to owe me more than $1,250,000, I want an audit done. Now, in your bank, that number could be $2 million. It could be $1 million. It could be $500,000, depending on what's a typical size loan your bank makes. But now, this is doable with new borrowers. The challenge here, quite frankly, is existing borrowers who've been customers of the bank for a long time. And over time, the size of their relationship has grown. And those people, when you tell them they need to give you a better statement, they don't go, you know, it makes sense that you should be getting an audit now since my brother and I owe you $3 million. They will tell you, I've been at this bank 41 years as a customer. And I ain't never had to come up with this foolishness about no audit before. And so that's a challenge when you have to get an existing customer. It's taken me up to 3 years to get an existing good customer of the bank to upgrade their financials. Finally, I gave up and just lied to him and said, you know, Mike, we love you, but the regulators were in here and they told us if we didn't get an audit next year, we're gonna have to cut off your line of credit. What regulator told you that? It's a secret group out of Washington, EEI, GCA. They're not in the book, but they said if we don't have an audited statement next year, we have to cut off your line of credit. Because it's hard to get those existing customers to spend that extra money because they're thinking, why do you need it? I've been a customer a long time. And as your exposure grows, you do need better statements. Now, if you get an audited financial statement, the firm will give you an opinion, a written opinion. And I want to just make a note of the language in these opinions. I put some sample CPA opinion letters. And those opinions start on page number for some reason, but it's the page after page 20. I guess it would be page 21. Unqualified opinion, CPA opinion. And notice here in the last paragraph, the first phrase in the first paragraph. In our opinion, the financial statements referred to above are present fairly. That language is the holy grail of auditing. When an audit firm uses that phrase, they just engage their own errors and omissions insurance, their malpractice insurance. If these statements turn out to be incorrect, they can be sued. Why does Arthur Andersen no longer exist? Andersen was one of the big eight, what we call the big eight accounting firms at the time, a venerable old firm with more than 100 years in business. Their partners in Houston sold them out because they got too close to Ken Lay and the management team in Enron. And when Enron went under, all these little old ladies in Kansas who had shares of Enron stock didn't sue Enron, they sued Arthur Andersen. Said, Andersen, you said this presents fairly the financial condition of Enron. Turns out it didn't. Had I known how bad Enron was, I would have never bought this stock. But since you said this presents fairly, I bought the stock. I'm suing, I want my money back. All the lenders who loaned money to Enron sued Arthur Andersen, saying, Andersen, if this had clearly presented the financial condition of Enron, we would have never approved those loans. We're suing you. That's why Arthur Andersen does not exist anymore. They got litigated out of business because of Enron. Now, I give the partners in Houston credit for this at Arthur Andersen. They did sell the firm out because it's collapsed, but at least they weren't cheap. They got paid. I think in '99, Enron paid Arthur Andersen $52 million, $25 million for auditing and $27 million for consulting. Now, we all have taken what we call classes that talk about situational ethics. I ask myself in all honesty, would I lie for you for $52 million? Probably. Now, that ain't right. I shouldn't say that. And my minister has been working with me to be better, because that's enough. I don't know what the threshold is, but it seems to me in America, if you commit a crime involving money, you want to steal enough that you can afford really good lawyers. And if you're convicted, you get sent to the good jail, like Eglin Air Force Base in Florida. They only have a 9-hole golf course, got to play the same 9 holes over and over, but you can live with it. Now, you don't want to rob the convenience store down the street of $100 because you get caught there. You go to the real jail where you can't drop the soap. You don't want to go to that jail. Stay out of them kind of jails. Look at Martha Stewart. I'm still mad at that. They put Martha in jail for insider. Nobody rich doesn't know somebody who knows somebody. Everybody. You think people in New York and the stock market don't know somebody who gives them tips on things that are coming and you can get ahead of it? Of course they do. Like our people in Congress buying a stock in Pfizer and Moderna. Yeah, they knew they were going to approve the money for these vaccines. They just made a lot of money. They should put themselves in jail. Put poor Martha Stewart in jail. Now, Martha got out after about 3 months. And what I noted about Martha, she got out of jail there, the news was at the airport when she arrived from jail. Sure, she'd been to a minimum security prison, federal prison. And Martha got out, they had the stairs rolled up to the plane. When I noticed she was turning, you won't come out looking like that. And they shouldn't have put her in jail at all. But poor Martha looked good. Look at her Martha. She knew it too. I was looking at Martha. She looked good. She went to the right jail. So if you read an article that said David Kemp embezzled $10,000, you know they lied. I did not do it. They say 52 million. Yeah, he might have. Yeah, he might have. And then on that next page over, we have what's called a qualified opinion. If you read the first phrase in that last paragraph on the next page, it says, in our opinion, except that the omission of statement of cash flows results in an incomplete presentation, as explained in the preceding paragraph, the financial statements referred to above present fairly. Now, on a qualified opinion, now remember, you only get the opinion if it's an audit. They're saying, reader, you can believe these numbers, but here's one thing missing or something we're unsure of. The most common one would be tax treatment. You'll see a statement saying, this presents fairly, except at the time of the audit, we had asked the Internal Revenue Service for a tax rule. And as of the date of the audit, we'd not gotten a response from the IRS. If that response is different than we anticipate, we might have to restate the tax calculation. Or at the time of the audit, there was a flood condition in the West Memphis, Arkansas warehouse, and we could not count the inventory in that warehouse. So the auditor will say, reader, you can rely on these numbers. Here's something we, the accountants or account auditors, are unsure of. Then we have on the next page, what's called a disclaimer of opinion. And this is the last phrase in the last paragraph. And we do not express an opinion on these financial statements. Whoa, this is the super red flag. If you were, that story I mentioned about the former president's accounting firm saying, and they said, and this is what they wrote, and we do not express an opinion. Now, they've been doing these statements for 10 years. And now they're saying, we can't tell you. We're going back 10 years and we don't know if what we told you for 10 years is accurate or not. And we're no longer the accountants. The only time I see this where I don't get concerned if it's the first year of an audit. Often in the first year of an audit, an audit firm will say, we don't express an opinion because this is the first year we've audited. After our second audit, we will then express an opinion. Other than that, I'm on the phone to the accounting firm. Why are you not willing to put your John Henry here? What's making you nervous about putting that language, this presents fairly? Then on the last page, in that last paragraph, this is called an adverse opinion, or what I call a final divorce decree, because you will never see this opinion in the same accounting firm next year. They got fired. In our opinion, because of the effects of the matter discussed in the preceding paragraph, financial statements referred to above do not present fairly. Let me translate that to plain English. You believe this, you crazy. This is a bunch of hooey, and we don't even believe it. Years ago, when I started this business, I had never trained anyone, so I didn't know if I could do this or not. And I had a little side hustles, if you will, to keep the lights on and the phone working. And one of those, I helped a couple of professional basketball players manage their money who played for the Atlanta Hawks, so they wouldn't be broke when they finished playing professional basketball. And actually, in both cases, their mothers hired me. And one of the services I provided, you might imagine professional athletes are approached by everybody under the sun to make investments in businesses. And one of the things I would do for them, I would write up an analysis of the business and give my opinion on whether they should invest or not. And one of the guys came to me and said, Dave, I got a chance. This guy wants me to invest $1 million in a defense contractor located in Washington, D.C. And the company made guidance systems for missile packages, and their customers were the U.S. Air Force and the Marine Corps. They needed some capital to expand their plant. They were trying to get this kid to invest $1 million. I said, well, this sounds pretty interesting. So I called the CFO in Washington. You guys have audited statements? Yeah. I said, who prepares it? He says, Trish Ross. I said, can you send me a copy? Sure. He overnighted me the copy of the Well, the opinion page was a page and a half. You want 3 short paragraphs. It was a page and a half. And this is what the opinion was. It says, and it said things like, we wanted to interview the chief financial officer, but we were not on the visitors list at federal prison. He's going to try to get us on the list. The CEO is going to be paroled in about 3 months for bid rigging that he served 4 years, where he's going to be getting out soon. The whole company was in jail, everybody. And I took the thing, I put it back together, overnighted it back. He said, man, you were a quick read. What do you think of our company? I said, I didn't look at it. What do you mean look at it? I sent you a statement. Your own accountant said you're a bunch of crooks. And you're paying them. They told, if you believe these numbers, you're crazy. I'm not going to ask this young man to invest his money in a company where your own audit firm says all of you guys are crooks. You're either about to do time, you're getting out, you're on parole. I'm not going to ask this young man to put his money into a company where your own accounting firm confirms to the world you guys are a bunch of crooks. At the time, Stan Kasten was the president of the Atlanta Hawks and the Atlanta Braves simultaneously. He later went on to be the president of the new Washington Nationals team. And Stan came to me and said, Dave, we understand you're working with these fellas. And from what I understand, you've done a really good job in helping them clean up their credit and all of that. And I really want you to consider becoming an agent. We don't have many people know what they're doing and who are honest. And he says, you know, these guys tell me that you make them sign a check to you. You don't want power of attorney. You know, you put them on a budget. You've got them on a plan for when they retire, they'll get money the rest of their lives. And I said, you know, Stan, I appreciate that, but let me think about it, because you have to get certified by the Players Association. Then I said to myself, if you're an agent, you have to babysit these guys. I don't think I want to do the babysitting piece. I could do the financial piece. And what confirmed it one night, a Sunday night, during this phone rings, and is one of them, mom, she lives in San Diego. Dolores called and said, Dave, I want you to talk to my son. I said, Dolores, Cliff is doing well. He's got him on the budget. He said, no, you've done a great job. He's going to get money once he turns 35 for the rest of his life. You've done a really good job. I said, well, what do you? He said, Dave, I do not like that girl he's dating. I said, Dolores, I'm not his dad. You know, I don't. You need to call. I don't like that girl. He said, and now I met his girlfriend. She looked like the actress Halle Berry. And his mother said, I don't like that girl because she's loose. And I'm thinking to myself, your son is 25, single. He looks like Halle Berry and she's loose. Your son's so happy. you're Dolores. I just wonder if she has an older sister. And I thought, I do not want to babysit these guys. And I didn't do it. I'm glad I didn't. That part wouldn't have been good. But it was interesting that, what I found with these guys, they were not crazy spenders or anything. They were incredibly naive. They would give people, there's one guy, Cliff Levingston, used to play for the Hawks and he played for the Bulls. Cliff was a good kid, real good kid. And later played with Michael Jordan and got an NBA championship in Chicago. He had given a guy complete power of attorney. The guy got his paycheck from the Atlanta Hawks. He could sign all checks. He could indebt him. He had loans he didn't even know he had. The guy with the power of attorney was borrowing money in his name. And it gave him no statements on the condition of where his money was when he gave him, all he got was an allowance of $500 a week in cash. And the guy was supposed to pay all of his bills. And the only reason he knew it wasn't working, his mother's house went into foreclosure in San Diego. Her house payment was like $580 a month. And this kid is making $35,000 a month. And his mother's house at $580 a month was in arrears. That's when they realized the guy was stealing and blind. It was amazing to me how naive they were. The other guy had 13 automobile loans in his name. His crew, everybody he grew up with had a car that he guaranteed. That kind of stuff. It wasn't that they were out buying ridiculous, a golden donkey to put in there for a year. They weren't doing that kind of stuff. It was just hangers owners and being naive and giving power of attorney to people without knowing where their money was. And that was what I found the biggest problem why they were broke. They trusted, they were very naive. I know we sent a letter to this fellow that was handling his affairs, his agent, and asked for an accounting of all the money for the last 4 years. He called Cliff, he was so nervous. You haven't talked to a lawyer, No, he said, I just need you to send me, well, you don't need all that, man, I'm taking care, you feel good, don't you? You know, you got a nice house. And his house payment was like $2,500 a month. So it wasn't an outrageous house payment or anything, somebody making $33,000 a month. So it certainly was in line. And he didn't have a lavish lifestyle. He didn't have 6 cars or anything crazy like that. Interesting guy though. His big love in life was tropical fish. He must have had 7 or 8 big fish tanks in his house, and he knew the name of every fish. This was Lola. She got he just a guy 6'9", 240-pound power forward to NBA, and he's got these little bitty fish, and he's named them every tank. He was a sweet guy, a really nice guy. Okay, now there is a slide on page 37. I want to go back and forth to 7 and these slides. You got Barber Antique Gift Shop. I want to just go over a few terms that we're all in agreement. The case, first case, we'll all agree what we're talking about. Now, the balance sheet here, the first thing we see is the cash account. And I've given you 3 years of financial data, the years 2016, 17, and 18. Now, I've asked you to look at, I put the cash account here. Now, this process is called spreading, which you're very familiar with as analysts or loan officers. What we do is take 3 years of financial data and put them in columns side by side. And we do it so we can do what we call an eyeball analysis. I can look across the line and tell if there's a change in an account. I want to ask you guys, is the cash in this account increasing or decreasing in this company? Is the cash increasing or decreasing? Cash is increasing, it is decreasing, though it did go up this middle year. If I ask you the same question, but I put all this data on a single sheet, gave you one sheet of paper with the year 2016 on it, handed you a second sheet of paper with the year 2017 on it, handed you a third sheet of paper with the year 2018 and ask, is the cash increasing or decreasing? You can answer the question, but you'd have to look at all 3 sheets of paper and recall what was on the page before that. But by spreading and putting these things in columns, we can easily see changes. Now, I want to define some key words that we use here. There's an account here called current assets. And what is a current asset? It is any asset that will convert to cash in less than 1 year. Now, if we look here at Barber's Antique Gift Shop financial statement on page 37, what's in the current asset category? You've got cash, which is already cash. It doesn't have to convert to anything. You've got accounts receivable, which will become cash as soon as the customer pays the invoice. You have inventory that as soon as that's sold and the invoice is seen and collected, that becomes cash. So everything in there will convert to cash in less than a year. Then we have what are called long current assets on this financial statement, but more commonly, this is called fixed assets. These are things that do not ordinarily convert to cash within a year, like real estate, equipment, vehicles. Now, let's say I own a road paving business, and I amped up my production, and I normally run about 10 dump trucks, but I went out and bought 3 more because of this infrastructure bill got passed in Washington, and I'm thinking there's going to be some more opportunities for new road work. And then I find out there's a delay. This stuff is not coming out of Washington as fast as I thought. I got these 13 trucks. I'm looking at the level of bids coming out for road work, a little lower, road work, a little lower than I thought. And maybe I only need 10 trucks. So I could sell 3 of them and convert them to cash. But if I'm going to stay in the paving business, I wouldn't get rid of all my dump trucks because I need them to run my business. So these are things that do not ordinarily convert to cash. Not that they can't, they just ordinarily don't convert to cash. Accumulated depreciation, what is that? All of the depreciation that a company has taken on any asset it continues to own. What kinds of companies would have large accumulated depreciation? Old companies with a lot of fixed assets, what we call capital goods. For example, if we looked at Norfolk Southern Railway's balance sheet, I would anticipate a huge account called accumulated depreciation. One, the railroad's over 100 years old. They have train cars that wear out. They have track that wears out. They have switching yard equipment that wears out. And a railroad, I would anticipate, would have a large accumulated depreciation account. By contrast, what if I were to compare that to the balance sheet of what's the balance sheet or the website where you post things to sell? Not the other one, eBay. If I compared eBay to its Norfolk Southern Railway, I would anticipate that eBay would have a much lower level of accumulated depreciation. It's a much newer company. And really all it is a computer program where you can post things for sale. It's not like it's got a bunch of big engines that wear out and box cars that wear out. So if I look at the accumulated depreciation there at eBay compared to Norfolk Southern Railway, I would not anticipate Delta Airlines would have a huge accumulated depreciation. They own all those planes, those terminal gates, and all that stuff wears out. They can depreciate it, and that stuff wears out. Total assets. If you have any older bankers in the bank, people in my generation of banker, you might hear the term balance sheet footings. If you ever hear a banker talk about balance sheet footings, he or she is talking about total assets. That used to be a term of art that we used to hear in the bank more often when I started the bank in '74. This was what we used to use. A lot of the older bankers would use the term balance sheet footings. Now, then we have, moving on down the balance sheet, we have something called current liabilities. What are they? Any obligation that must be paid in less than 1 year is a current liability. If you look at a finance textbook, it'll say any debt that must be paid in less than a year. I intentionally don't use the word debt with bankers because bankers have one-track minds. You say debt to a banker, they're thinking about security agreement, note. No, what I'm talking about here is any obligation. For example, you personally are a debtor, or your bank owes you money. You're a debtor for your bank, a creditor for your bank. Give me an example. Let's say at your bank, payday for the employees at the bank are on the 15th of the month and the 1st of the month. Those are 2 days everybody's paid. I'm the auditor who comes to your bank to do your year-end statement, close of business December 31 at 5 o'clock when the bank closes. I pull up the general ledger account for payroll expense, and I notice on the 1st and 15th of every month, these paychecks have cleared that general ledger account. But the last entry is December 15. I'm there on December 31. Nobody at the bank has gotten paid from December 16 through December 31. No payroll is clear. As an auditor, I wouldn't write on the financial statement, payroll expense was this, stopping on December 15, because everybody at the bank has worked 16 through December 31 and earned half a month's pay, but you haven't gotten paid yet because payday is the 1st. In this case, it'll be January 1 the next year. So as an accountant, I'll create a liability account of accrued payroll expense. So the person reading the financial statement will know, here's how much it ran through the income statement, but reader, there's another obligation. So, and the difference is you are working for the bank on credit. You believe the bank will pay you on paydays, so you're willing to provide your labor. It'd be the equivalent of going this Saturday. Let's say this weekend, you need to clear some brush on your property. And you drive over to the local Home Depot or Lowe's, and sometimes there are fellows in the parking lot hiring themselves out as day labor. You say, look, I need 2 fellows to help me clear brush at my property this weekend. Good, 2 guys jump on the truck with you, you take them out to your property, you guys work to 3 o'clock in the afternoon, you bring them back to the parking lot at Lowe's, say, guys, look, I pay on the 1st and the 15th, so I'm gonna be back. And you'll have a fight right there in the parking lot of Home Depot or Lowe's. Those fellows don't know you and they aren't willing to wait for your payday. They want to be paid in cash. They don't even want a check. They want cash on the day you bring them back to that parking lot. But on the other hand, you are willing to work at your bank because you believe the bank will pay you on payday, so you'll go ahead and provide your labor even though you haven't been paid yet. Now, already you can sense a relationship between current assets and current liabilities. A healthy company should have more things that are about to convert to cash than it does having obligations coming due. What if the other is true? You have more things that need to be paid in less than a year and fewer dollars converting to cash in less than a year. You'd have what we call a liquidity problem. And then we'll talk about in a few minutes about ratios, current ratios and quick ratios and that sort of thing. Now we move over to the balance sheet. And this account is not on this financial statement, but I do want to mention it because you do need to understand it. This will be, when we get into cash flow analysis, this will be really important. Current portion long-term debt. The portion of a loan, principal only, it never includes interest, of any long-term debt that must be paid within the next 12 months. Now, the example is I come to your bank and I borrow $100,000 and the term is 5 years. And the note says, I'm going to pay your bank $20,000 a year principal plus interest for that year for the next 5 years to pay off the $100,000 loan. I go to my accounting firm and says, accountant, I just borrowed $100,000 from the bank under these terms. The accounting firm says, okay, under short-term debt, current liability, I'm going to put current portion, long-term debt, $20,000. Then on the long-term debt, I'm going to put $80,000. Now, I did not sign two notes. I signed one note for $100,000. But the rules of accrual accounting requires that the auditors or accountants split that note, because the first $20,000 is going to be due in less than 12 months, and the remaining $80,000 will be paid after 12 months. So that one loan goes on two places on the financial statement because of the rules of accrual accounting. And again, remember, it is always principal only. It never includes interest. Owner's equity. There's an account, this is more commonly called net worth instead of owner's equity. The more common phrase here is net worth. Now, there's an account under net worth or owner's equity called retained earnings. First, retained earnings are not cash. There's no bank account with this amount of money, of course. Then what are retained earnings? All of the profits that a company has earned since it's been in business that is not paid out in dividends or withdrawals. What kinds of companies would have large retained earnings? Old companies that make a lot of profit. What if we looked at Merck Pharmaceutical? I bet you Merck Pharmaceutical has a huge retained earnings account. They've been around a long time. They've made a lot of profit. By contrast, look at some of these new biotech engineering firms. Probably have negative retained earnings, probably never made any money. Of course, we think the stock is worth $100 a share. That's a whole different discussion. I find it amazing about future earnings. When Facebook went public, my oldest daughter and her husband asked if I could lend them some money to buy stock on the first day of the initial public offering of Facebook. And I refused. I said, guys, you got a business that doesn't have any income. This is before they monetized. They brought the lady over who taught them how to sell ads and all that, because Facebook didn't make any money. And my daughter said, Dad, you're thinking of old style, because I said the value of stock is the present value of the expected future cash flows. That's what stock is worth. Dad, you're looking at the old way. This is a new economy. At that time, Facebook has 800 million users. I said, okay, if each one of them would agree to pay $1 a month to be on Facebook, I'll buy the stock. But now they got $800 million in revenue every month. Dad, you just don't get it. So I didn't give them the money. They were mad at me. And it came out at $32 a share. Within a month, it was down to $21 a share because they didn't have any cash flow. Now, of course, it sells for a lot more than that. But they now sell ads and stuff, and they have income. I forget the Cheryl, what's her name? Steinberg? What's the lady she's a second in command at Facebook? I forget her name, but she was the one who monetized Facebook and brought cash flow. Now they have about 2 billion subscribers, and they also have revenue. Now the stock is worth something, and because there's no money. And my daughter kept saying, you don't understand because this is a new economy. It ain't that new. Stock has to have value because you have some money. Facebook has no income. There are a lot of people using it, but there ain't no income. Yeah, that's what I look at. So again, old companies. Now, I want to, if you'll turn over to the income statement, page 38. Now here, one of the first things you would do as a credit analyst in the bank is measure sales growth. If I ask you how much did sales grow between 2016 and 17? Now, if you get your calculators out or turn your phone to calculator function or whatever you're going to use, sales growth, you could take, if I want to know the amount of growth between 2016 and 17, I could subtract 2016 sales figure from 2017, then divide that difference by 2016 and get a percentage, but you don't have to do that. There's a shortcut method. Whenever you're measuring sales growth in a company with growing sales, simply divide last year's sales into this year's sales. Now, people online, for a minute, I'm gonna step away for a second. I'll be right back. $350 divided by 325,000 is 1 point something, and go out at least 3 decimal places. That is 1 point what? We took the sales in 2016 of 325,000, divided that into the sales of 2017 of 376,000, and we got 1.158. You move the decimal, you look to the right of the decimal point, you move the decimal 2 places, that's equal to 15.8% of sales. So if you will, please, go ahead and calculate sales increase between 2017 and 18. So there you're gonna have 376,350 divided into 410,200, and you're going to get 1 point something. What's the sales growth between those years? And you got 1 point what? 08? Is it 08 or what is it? One more place. Yeah. Is it 09? Okay, so we'll just say 1.9. So you move the decimal 2 places, that is a 9% increase in growth. So you'd have 15.8% growth, 9.0% increase in growth, and you would write that in your credit write-up. Then you would write period. And the reason it grew was Barbara started selling a new line of antique bars that she didn't sell before. Barbara started selling on the internet. That's why sales went up. Barbara opened a second location. That's why sales went up. So the credit analyst or the commercial lender has to put on the analysis why this company had sales increases in 2 consecutive years. It's not enough to calculate that growth. You got to tell me why. Sometimes growth is just industry growth. Just simply that industry is growing and growth will increase there. If you looked at services for entertainment, the streaming services, that's a growth business. And sales are growing because more people are using streaming. Sales, I would imagine, in the cable TV business are declining because especially people in your generation are unplugging from it. You just have streaming services. You won't pay these high prices for cable. That's for old people like me. Even I'm kind of getting it now. I'm going to unplug and just have some FUBU or somebody. I don't know. Now, cost of sales. That's what it's called on this financial statement. It more commonly is called cost of goods sold. Now, in this case, she's a distributor. She's not manufacturing antiques. She's going to estate sales, going to wholesalers. This represents what she paid for those antiques to come up with the cost of sales or cost of goods sold. And we have gross profit. Now, gross profit is arithmetic. It is the sales dollars subtracted from the cost of goods sold subtracted from sales. So it's sales minus cost of goods sold. So if you take that first year here, where we have sales of 325,000, line number 2 is cost of sales, 190,450. If you draw a line under the 190,450, subtract that from the 325,000, you will get 134,550. That'll just be the arithmetic. Now, there's a number I want all of you to calculate online and in the classroom here, and that is called the gross profit margin. And what is that? That is gross profit, which is the third line, divided by sales. So that first year, you got gross profit of $134,550, sales were $325,000. Now you're going to get a percentage here. Go ahead and calculate that for all 3 years. So calculate for 16, 17, and 18. So take the third line, which is gross profit, divide that by sales that same year, and you'll get a percentage. So if you will do that for all 3 years. Okay, and what'd you get for the gross profit margin the first year? 41.4%. Then what about the second year? 40.6%. And then the third year, 39.2. Yeah, we see a decline in the gross profit margin. So as a credit analyst, I'd want to explain why that happened. Did the owner have a cost increase of their costs, but didn't pass it along to their customers, and why? Or did the owner pay the same for their materials or their product, but discounted their selling price, which caused the gross profit margin to decline? You would have a write-up in your analysis about why that occurred. What happened? What caused that decline? When we go on, next number here is depreciation. And depreciation is this year's depreciation expense, which is different from accumulated depreciation, which are all of the depreciation they've had since the company has been open. And this year's depreciation is just this year. By the way, for you younger analysts, don't spend your time trying to reconcile accumulated depreciation by taking the prior year's accumulated depreciation, adding this year's depreciation, thinking it should equal the accumulated depreciation this year, which it won't. Because I don't give, what you'd have to have is every entry into the general ledger. You would have to have any recaptured depreciation because you sold an asset. You may have accelerated depreciation. Without me giving you all that data, you can't reconcile those numbers. Just like watching young analysts like me, you guys are probably much smarter. I used to wonder why the financial statement and the tax return didn't agree with each other. Financial statement said sales were $100. The tax return says sales were $92. Why are they both 100? And I didn't realize I'm talking about cost accounting versus accrual accounting, which is a totally different method of accounting. And this because I didn't take business classes in college. I think as a freshman, I had general survey of economics. That's the only business class I had. When I took accounting in graduate school, I almost died because I didn't know what a debit or a credit was. That was a deficit starting. Now, there's another number I want you to calculate called the net profit margin. Now, the net profit margin decline is net income, which is always after-tax profit. Net income is always after-tax profit divided by sales. If you will, calculate that percentage for all 3 years here. So take the net income, the net bottom line profit Barbara's Antique, and divide that by sales that year, and it will give you the net profit margin. Go ahead and write down that percentage for all 3 years. For that first year, the net profit would be 19,850 divided by sales that year of 325,000, and that will give you a percentage called the net profit margin. And that first year, 2016, what was the net profit margin? Anybody want to give what you got there? What'd you get? 6.1%. And what about the second year? 6.2, good. And then that third year, 4%. So that declined. Now it went down about the same amount that gross profit margin went down. What if the gross profit margin had dropped by 2 percentage points and the net profit margin had dropped by 4 percentage points? That would be a bigger drop. So what's between those two numbers? Expenses. So you would start analyzing what expenses changed to cause that sort of sharper drop in the net profit margin. Now, before we move on, I want to do one other piece of analysis here called reconciliation of net worth. And we use this technique because we don't always get financial statements with nice, neat numbers, notes in the back. And one of the questions a credit analyst has to ask him or herself, did the borrower pay a dividend to the stockholders, or did the borrower withdraw money, have the owners withdraw? And the reconciliation of that is arithmetic. What we do, if I want to know, did Barber Antique Gift Shop pay a dividend in 2017? The way I would do that is this. I would take their retained earnings in 2016. Now, the retained earnings in 2016 were $35,050. I got this on page 37. At the bottom of page 37, we have retained earnings of $35,050. Then in 2017, the next year, their retained earnings of $52,180. If you will, subtract $35,050 from $52,180. Just subtract one from the other, take the difference. And what is the difference? When you subtract that, what's the difference between $35,050 and $52,180? What's that difference? Subtracting one from the other, what do you get? $17,130. Then I go to the income statement and look at the net profit in 2017. That's on page 38. The net profit in 2017 was $23,450. If the net profit and the difference in retained earnings equals each other, no dividend was paid. But because $17,130 does not equal $23,450, they're not the same. And in this case, because they're not the same, there was a dividend paid or the owner made a withdrawal. And the amount of that dividend or withdrawal is the difference between the $17,130 and $23,450. So if you subtract $17,130 from $23,450, that will give you the amount of dividend that Barbara paid out this year. If the two numbers are the same, there was no dividend. If they're not the same, there was a dividend. So again, just subtract last year's retained earnings from this year's retained earnings. Compare that difference to net profit. And if they're the same, there was no dividend. If they weren't. And how much is the dividend in this case? What you get is a dividend. What's the, good, $6,320. That would be the dividend paid. So always check. If you don't have a note at the back of the financial statement telling you what the owner withdrew or if there was a dividend paid, check that in your analysis. You do that by reconciling the retained earnings account. I want to talk just quickly here about credit analysis. This is on page 15. Go back in your handout to page 15. It says here, credit analysis not only considers the financial condition of the borrower, but non-financial factors. What are the things that talk about risk factors that are not financial? One would be management. Now, earlier I said to you, I thought it was a deficit in the analysis I read, that we're not doing enough analysis of management when we're doing our analysis. I'm looking at things like continuing education. How does your customer stay abreast of changes in his or her own industry? Every business has changed. Let's try to envision 40 years ago, our borrower owned a dry cleaners. And you asked 40 years ago, that dry cleaner owner in 1982, what do you do with the old dry cleaning fluid once you've used it? 40 years ago, they might have said we pour it down the drain and throw it out. I bet you they don't now. I bet you there are 50 EPA rules of how to dispose of old dry cleaner fluid. It's got to be in a 55-gallon drum with an 8 millimeter thick urethane lining. can only be put on a truck between 1:56 a.m. and 2:42 a.m. in the morning, and a tarp's got to be in 12 millimeters canvas to cover it. The rules have changed. This actually happened to me. I financed a local trucking company, and I was out on a call, and the owner asked if I wanted to watch one of his mechanics change oil in a big rig. And back then, I changed the oil in my own vehicles myself. And I get there, there's a mechanic in a pit where they'd driven the truck over him. And I was asking about how much oil was in the filter. He's about 1 gallon was in the filter, and he used about 3.5 gallons of oil. And I just watched him do it. I said, hey man, you work here long? Yeah, I've been here about 15 years. So how do you like working here? It's a great company. Good people run the company, treat you right. So by the way, what do you do with that old oil once you take it out? Oh, we throw it out back. Now I had a lien on the real estate. He'd been there 15 years. They've been throwing oil out back for 15 years. Now, we didn't always do EPA studies at all loans at that point. You guys do now, but we didn't always do it. And I'm thinking, if they were ever default, I probably wouldn't even foreclose. I don't want to own this property. If he's been throwing oil out back for 15 years, this could be an EPA cleanup site. And I don't want to have, this like the old gas stations used to have the metal gas tanks, and they would rust, and you'd have contaminated soil when you had to foreclose on one, you got to dig up half a block to get all that contaminated soil out. So you guys bankers are much smarter than we were. You now get phase 1 studies and all the things you have to do to do a good loan. Hey, take medicine. Now, let's say you had the benefit of a family doctor, that a couple of generations of your family have used the same doctor. You go to your family doctor and say, look, I don't know what's wrong with me, but I feel tired all the time. Come to my office, let me examine you. Pull your shirt up. They listen to your heart, listen to you breathe. They go, I can see what it is. You got tired blood. What? You know, I get all these articles from the University of Michigan Medical School. I've graduated there in '59, and they always sending me this stuff about new medicine. I don't read all that food industry. The human body hadn't changed since I took botany in '58. I know what's wrong. You got tired blood. Pull your shirt up. They go in their desk drawer and pull out a glass jar, and this glass has got leeches swimming around in it. So look, I'm gonna put a couple of these on you and suck that tired blood right out of you. You will run out of that office screaming, I'm never going back. Who wants a doctor that doesn't read medical journals? The treatment for diseases have changed. You don't want your doctor to brag that they don't read medical journals, don't go to conferences on new treatments. You want your doctor to be up to date. It's interesting. In the New England Journal of Medicine, there was a study done in Great Britain. They divided doctors into younger doctors and older doctors. They didn't say what the cutoff line was. But what they did, they gave both doctors the same set of mammograms to read. But they did it on a computer screen, and they had to use a joystick to turn the mammogram images the way they could see them. The younger doctors did a better job of diagnosing abnormalities than the older doctors. Now, you would think the older doctors would have done better because they had more experience. But these younger doctors grew up playing video games. They were used to looking at a screen and taking a joystick and moving things around. These older doctors were not. And they didn't do as good a job of reading these mammograms as these younger physicians because they were just used to how they got information. It is generational for me. If I edit something I write, if I print it first, then edit it, I do a better job than if I try to edit it from the screen. And that's just generational. I'm just old, and I just do a better job looking at the paper, catching errors and that sort of thing than if I'm looking on a screen. And some of you are much younger, so you probably are just as comfortable editing from the screen as you are from paper, and I'm not. And it's just a generational divide. How's the work divided? Who takes care of sales? Who takes care of manufacturing, customer service, financing? You need to have, now, in family-run businesses, what I find often, the family has expertise in the product or service. What they often don't have is this back office piece, the financing, keeping records for taxes, invoicing promptly, managing the receivables. And what we find is in some family-owned businesses, there's a resistance to hire an outsider if there's nobody in the family who has the expertise to do that well. And you find yourself pushing them to bring somebody in who can handle the back office, what they call the paperwork part of the business. They can run the front end, they can put swimming pools in, but they don't necessarily know how to do the billing and invoicing and the record retention for taxes and that sort of thing. The economy, I already mentioned interest rates. I'm talking about this housing absorption rate. This is a bellwether calculation. One of the things credit analysts need to monitor, especially if your bank is lending to developers and builders, especially if you have those kind of loans. What is the housing absorption rate in your market? It's a calculation. You go to a friend of yours who's in who's a real estate salesperson, and ask for the amount of unsold housing inventory in your market. Now, let's say your bank is in a 3-county market. You have 3 counties where your bank has offices and you do business. Let's say there are 1,500 houses listed for sale in the 3 counties that encompass your bank's market. You then ask that friend in real estate the average number of sales completed per month in your market. Let's say it's 500 houses sale per month. You divide 500 into 1,500 and you get 3 months. That's a critical number. If you do that calculation, that number gets anywhere above 6 months, you're starting to see a slow economy, not just in real estate. The whole economy will slow. When I bought my house in Atlanta in 2010, the unsold inventory, that housing absorption rate, we had a 23-month supply of unsold houses. I paid 52% of the list price for my house, almost half. My house was 4 years old. No one had ever lived in it. The bank that financed it had gone out of business, one of the 89 banks that failed. The developer went out of business. The speculator who bought it filed bankruptcy, and the bank owned it. The second bank owned it again. And I offered them 50 cents on the dollar, which they wouldn't take. My wife said, they're never going to take that little for that house. I said, honey, it's 8 of them on this street. They all empty. These big old country club houses, they had overbuilt. And I sweetened my offer by 2%. She said, we're never going to get that house. We'll take it. I said, honey, our mortgage is pre-approved. In 2010, it was hard to get a mortgage approved. And they could sell it for 52 cents on the dollar. I got new, it's called Oreo. They want to get rid of it. It's called Oops Property. Oops, they own it. So we bought a 4-year-old house which no one had ever lived in, and we paid just slightly more than half of the original price because it was a bad market. Now, today in Atlanta, the absorption rate is 1.2 months, meaning it's a seller's market. You put a house in the market in Atlanta today will average about 6 days to sell it, and the average selling price would be $20,000 more than you asked for. It's a totally different market. I had my house appraised a couple of months ago, told my wife, I can retire today. We sell this sucker, we got a good retirement. We can go to Amazon, hang out a while. I can't believe how much equity we got. And my daughter's like, Dad, you know, that's my sister and I's house when you guys passed. You think I'm worried about leaving you something? I paid for college. I paid for 2 weddings. I ain't paying for nothing else. Yeah, it would. All the taxes they'd be subject to. I go, and I told my younger daughter, I didn't even like the boy you married. And I paid for the wedding. You got a big head. You guys have children. I'll have big-headed grandchildren. I don't like that boy. Don't be marrying that boy. They got married anyway. And I told the kid, I said, son, she is high maintenance. Mr. Kemp, I love her. You go, okay. Come to me a year later after they were married. She spent a lot of money. I told you, I have full disclosure. I ain't got no guilt. When this girl was 5, we went on a family vacation to California, flew into San Francisco and drove to Tijuana, Mexico over about 2 weeks, stopping at Disney and the Hertz Mansion and all up and down the coast. San Francisco. I said, the second day there, we're in San Francisco. We go to Fisherman's Wharf for lunch. This 5-year-old orders lobster for lunch, $60. Now, most 5-year-olds want chicken nuggets. She wanted a lobster. I said, boy, I'm gonna tell you, this girl is high maintenance. She is high maintenance. College, every other week, Dad, I need money to get my hair done. Dad, I need money to get my nails done. Honey, in college, that's called a roommate. They have things called ponytails. You don't get your hair done every week in college. It's called put it in a squeegee, scrunchy, whatever. You put one of them on and get a baseball cap and you're good. And I can't go out of the house looking, out of the dorm looking like that. Oh, yes, you can. Nobody looking. And they all look the same, so don't worry about it. Who are your customers' customers? Now, I don't expect your customers to give you a finished strategic plan. But if I ask you who your customers' customers are, what is demographics? What does that mean? People have similar traits or characteristics that makes them a potential customer. Let's say that I'm selling a product. The product is oil of Olay skin cream. I've got money to pay for one magazine advertisement, and I've narrowed my choices to 2 magazines for oil of Olay. I can put that ad in Cosmopolitan, or I can put it in 17 magazine. Which of those 2 magazines am I more likely to use to sell the product oil of Olay? And why Cosmo? The age of the reader, the income level, they're more likely to buy that product. Same dilemma, but the product is different. I'm selling Clearasil's acne treatment medicine. Now, which of those 2 magazines would I choose if I'm selling Clearasil? 17. Why? The age of their readers are more likely to be the people who use that product. People have some demographic feature or quality they share. The other is sociographic, which is behavior. I own a golf shop. What makes you a potential customer? You play golf. I don't care how tall you are, how short you are, how thin you are, how heavy you are, your ethnicity, your gender. It doesn't care. You could be gender fluid. I don't care. If you play golf, you're a potential customer. Your behavior makes you my potential customer. The third way is geographic. And of all the things the internet has changed, this whole concept of geographic boundaries to businesses has been erased by the internet. You can be in Kalamazoo and have customers in Krakow, Poland, who are buying your product today. The internet has made it worldwide. It used to be limited commerce by geography. How far could you go miles from your place of business and have customers? Now that's been erased. A business can have customers anywhere now because of the internet. It's changed the whole world of commerce. You look, I tell people, my daughter, the thing we should have invested in 20 years ago was not only Amazon stock, we should have invested in boxes. Because we have a lot of boxes at our house. And they use a lot of box for a little bit of stuff sometimes. You get this box, all the filling it. God, you cut down 14 trees to send a $2 tube lipstick. It's an interesting thing though. Now that's a business, but you know, some ideas you have to be forward thinking. Some people have a gift, I don't. If you tried to get me to invest in Starbucks, I wouldn't have. I wouldn't have. You said, Dave, you have a chance to be one of the initial investors in Starbucks. You know, my logic would have been, people only drink coffee between 6 in the morning and 9. You'd have a building would be empty for 21 hours. You'd have customers 3 hours a day and be empty. Then nobody's going to pay you over $3 for a cup of coffee. Even if you call it Makanaka, Wokimiki, whatever you Starbucks drink, call that stuff. I would have been dead wrong. I have lines at 8 o'clock at night at Starbucks. I'm not a coffee drinker, so I don't know why. $7 or $8 is nothing. I have a brother who lives in Las Vegas, and my brother always has about a half dozen girlfriends, it seemed to me. But one year he had a really nice one that I liked, my wife liked. I loved her, actually, I thought, and I couldn't figure out why she dated my brother. Because she was a winner. I mean, I don't know. She was good looking. She had a really good job. She had own her own home. She could cook. She was such a good person. She even got my heathen brother to go to church with her. He's like, I probably should have married her. Yeah, that was the one, buddy. You know, you like them old people ain't going nowhere. And you know, again, and when they broke up, he was stunned that he said, Dave, I can't be, you still talk to her? Yeah, I like her. I'm just stuck with you. I didn't pick you as a brother. You was just born. I didn't have a say. I like her. So I said, she is a senior executive with MGM. And when I go out, she says, call me. I get the presidential suite for $150 a night. 2 bedrooms, 2.5 baths, fancy. I mean, at my house, I don't have commodes that I can heat up or down. You heat up, you know, you pick a temperature so your tush will stay warm. Now, I'm from Georgia and I am country, but, and I do know what a bidet is, but I never had one that was electronic. Right on the wall next to the toilet it says, would you like to wash the front, back, or oscillate? I hit oscillate. I went, woo, ooh, that feels good. I never had that feeling before. And my brother's like, He said, I can't believe you still call her. Yeah, I love her. I can't say you're stupid behind. Yeah, I probably should have. Yeah, that was the one, buddy. But she was addicted to Starbucks. They came to Hilton Head, South Carolina with us one year. We were on vacation, a couple of weeks every year. And by 10 o'clock in the morning, if my brother had not gone to Starbucks to get a large ice, vanilla, double shot, mocha, waka, whatever they get, she would start to have headaches. By 10:30, her hands would start to shake. She had withdrawal symptoms like a junkie. She was addicted to Starbucks. She literally was addicted. And when doctors talk about if you don't get it, you're addicted because you have a reaction, she had a reaction. Sweet, but she loves some Starbucks. That's what I gave her for Christmas. I can't believe you gave me Starbucks gift certificate. Girl, please. Memos. I'm going to talk about credit memos a little bit later. We use them to document the credit file. First thing I tell credit analysts, there's no correlation between the length of the credit memo and the quality of the credit. Some officers seem to think if you write a long memo, that means you're smart and the credit must be good. That just means you used up a lot of paper. You write what's important. And the why you wrote the memo is important. I told all the lenders in the bank and credit analysts, in the first paragraph, tell me, the reader, why I'm reading it. One, you want to inform me. So this is to inform you on so-and-so credit. I want to know. To request action. Dave, I need you to sign off on this. I need you. Now, those went on that stack that I got to the same day. When you need me to do something on a credit, that was the stack I worked on now. You need my approval, want me to go on a joint call with you. You want me to do something. If it's to document the file, that went on that stack, I'm gonna get to one day. I'm gonna read that at some point. And I finally said, quit writing all these long memos. When I was at Citibank, our largest client in Atlanta was Coca-Cola. Coke had a $3 billion credit facility worldwide. My boss got promoted. She had been the Coca-Cola relationship manager. She got to be promoted to head of the Atlanta office. And Susan gave me the Coca-Cola relationship when she got moved to the head of the office. I read her annual review. It was 57 pages typed. And I'm thinking, I have not had that much to say in my whole life. What in the world could she be writing about Coca-Cola? I opened it up. There's a page and a half describing Coke. It's caramel colored. It's got carbonated water. It fizzes. It uses sugar, beet sugar, sometimes cane sugar. And I'm thinking to myself, who on the senior loan committee at Citibank will not know what Coca-Cola is? I'm gonna take those pages out. Did a page on Sprite, took that out. When I wrote the memo, it was 8 pages long. I said, Coke sold their wine division, tailor-made wines in New York, and this resulted of a gain on their balance sheet and financial statement of X, Y, and Z. They put some money in a little movie in their entertainment network. No one ever heard of the little movie called E.T. They made a little bit of money on that. That impacted the company's financial statement. And I wrote about 8 pages. And everybody said, Dave, you can't write an 8-page credit memo on a $3 billion facility. You get fired. I don't have anything else to say. That's all that's important. I sent the memo to New York. And I'm on the road one day and I get back and my desk is clean, which means somebody did something because I never have a clean desk. But there's one of them in the middle of the desk and it's got the letterhead from the chief credit officer. And they said, that's your pink slip. They fired your behind. I said, probably. And I'm an antagonist, so I didn't open it. Everybody, what did it say? I don't know. It's still sitting there all day. About 4 o'clock, I finally opened it, y'all. And there's no, and it was cheaper. It said, Dear Dave, I got your memo on Coca-Cola. God, thank you. Tell those people in Atlanta, quit writing all those long damn memos. I got to read all this crap. And I have too many on my desk. They were stunned that this guy thought, just tell me what's important. Part of this is experience. You don't have to write 16 ratios and describe them. Maybe 7 matter. The other 9 didn't. And that comes with experience. What's important? What does a reader need to know when you write up a credit that informs their opinion about that customer? That's what you got to get to. Now, I'm going to stop right here for a second. Now, I'm going to have you guys work on your first case today. And the case is called High Distributors Inc. And the case starts on page 40. And that case goes through page 40, pages 40 through 44. Now, I want you to read this narrative on page 40. Then on page 41, there are 4 questions I want you to answer. But on page number 44, there's a worksheet. If you'll turn over to page 44 for a second, people online and here in the classroom. Now, on page 44 is a ratio analysis worksheet. I've given you the formula for the ratio, and I've also calculated the first year. However many decimal points I went out that first year, you go the same number of decimal points the second and third year. So read the narrative first. Now, here's the situation you're facing. You've got a borrower who wants to borrow from you $125,000. The purpose of the loan is to pay a past due invoice Coors Beer. This is a Coors distributor. The credit manager at Coors has said to Mr. Rush, your customer, if we don't get a wire by the close of business today for $125,000, we're going to put you on a COD basis, cash on delivery, which they want to avoid. So they've asked you to make a loan for $125,000. Now, turn to page 42, if you will. Turn to page 42, you've got the balance sheet here. Notice on page 42, the first liability is notes payable bank. Look at year 3, $97,000. That money is already owed to your bank and is unsecured. So the request for $125,000 is in addition to the $97,000 you already owe you. Now, the 4th question is, would you make this loan, yes or no? I'm going to have you, if you decide you want to turn the loan down, I want you to tell me why, and then tell me what you expect to happen to the $97,000 you already owe you. If you decide you want to make the loan, I want you to tell me what your thinking is, what you see as collateral and that sort of thing on the loan. Now, the people in the classroom, I'm going to have you work the tables where you already are. Just work as a group where you already are. You got 2 minutes there. If you don't mind taking one of these 2 tables and join that group, so it would be just 4 people there. And those of you who are working from your office or from home, I'd like you to work on the case. And again, fill out the work, read the narrative first and complete the worksheet that you have. And then we'll talk about this. So go ahead and start working on it. I'm gonna give you about 35 minutes, maybe 40 minutes because some of you at home are working by yourself. So those people who are in the classroom, if you share the work, don't do all the ratios yourself. Have somebody at the table do some and you do some, and give you a chance to get through the 4 questions. So go ahead and start working. And in about 40 minutes, we'll come back and go over the case.
I know.
Okay, looks like we're getting pretty far along. Why don't we say in 10 minutes, we'll go over the case.
That's okay. Oh, wait, sorry.
Okay, let's take a look at the case here. High distributors. Ask you guys to first take a look at the to take a look at the worksheet. Now, I'm going to have people in the classroom here give me the numbers that they calculated, and then I will explain what this means. So people who are listening in virtually, the next case, I will have you give me some numbers and also tell me what they mean. And since I have your names here, I can hear you fine. I'm going to get one of them out in this group. Why don't we just start over here in this corner? The first was the current ratio. What did you calculate for the second and third year?
Yeah.
Okay, good. 1.77, 1.43, 1.11. And this measures the ability to pay short-term obligations. This is a liquidity ratio, and measures the ability to service. Now, to service short-term debt. As long as this number is bigger than the number one, that means they have more assets converting to cash in less than a year than they have obligations that must be paid in cash in less than a year. And a healthy company, you would expect there to be more things converting to cash than there are needs to pay. Now, there's a sister ratio that we use in the bank all the time. We use it in loan agreements quite often to measure the same thing. And that ratio working.
We can't hear. We lost you at sister ratio.
The sister ratio is called working capital. And that is defined as current assets minus equals. So there's current assets minus current liabilities equals working capital. And you'll see in a loan agreement, for example, say to the borrower as a covenant, you must maintain a minimum working capital of $45,000 or whatever that number is. And what you're measuring is you're telling that borrower your current assets can never exceed your current liabilities. You always have to have more current assets to have liquidity to pay your short-term obligations. Now, you also see a trend. If I say to you, the fourth year of this statement, you only have 3 years here, but let's say the fourth year. And I say to you, the fourth year of this company, the fourth year of this company will be managed the same way the second and third year have been managed. Then I ask you the likelihood that this current ratio will be bigger or smaller than the number one. It's likely to be what? Smaller, because it's dropping about 30 basis points a year. And if we didn't see any turnaround in this company, we would have a negative working capital or a current ratio that is below the number one here. Let me skip to this table in the corner right here. What did you calculate for the quick ratio? Good. Now, the difference between, this is another liquidity ratio. And the difference between the current and quick ratio is we pull out inventory in the numerator, and we're only using cash and accounts receivable. That makes accounts receivable fairly important because we're not looking at the ability to move inventory. We're only looking at cash and receivables. Now, I want to go back to the income statement here. Okay, now I don't want to look through this. Now, one of the things we want to do is if we're relying, by the way, in this case, I would have never bothered to calculate the quick ratio. You only would do that in a business where accounts receivable are a normal part of their business. As a matter of fact, if you read the case, it said they're in a state where they get paid when they deliver the beer. So in theory, they should have no receivables. So I talked to the banker who gave me this case, and this is a real case. I do know what happened, by the way. This beer distributor it was a big bank, I think it was Wells Fargo, had a big function for their employees, and they had to ship beer and invoice them. And there was a function on a military base nearby where they provided beer for this function and they invoiced them. So it was a little unusual for there to be any receivables. So in a company that does not ordinarily have receivables, it's not worth the trouble to calculate quick ratio. I want to do it for practice. Now, what if this quick ratio had been bigger than the number one? That means that they can pay all their current liabilities with cash and receivables only. Now, if I want to know if the receivables are any good, are they likely to be paid? What financial information would I ask from the borrower to show me that receivables are good? What document do we call that? An agent, an accounts receivable aging schedule. It'll say these are receivables are current, these are 30 days, these are 60 days, these are 90 days. And the older they get, the less likely they are to be collected. So we can assess, is it likely they're going to collect on these receivables? Okay, good. The next ratio is called the leverage ratio or debt to worth. Let me get, take this and Annie, use what you calculate for the second and third year. Good. Now we got 0.77, 0.88, 1.52. Now, this ratio measures the dependence on outside financing. How dependent is the ownership of this company on getting money from outside sources? The higher this ratio, the more dependent they are. Now, a company that is growing in sales will often have increasing leverage. It's a common trait of fast-growing companies. Leverage by itself is not bad. In a mature companies, bankers like to see leverage either level or even slightly declining. In a growing company, it's likely to be growing. Now, I want to draw a consumer loan analogy to understand what it means. Let's say I come to you and I want to buy a Chevy Tahoe truck. I fill out the application. You said, Dave, where do you work? I said, I work at Bankers Management. Good. And what do you earn? I make $75,000 a year. You make me the loan to buy the truck. I come back 1 month later. I decide I want to buy this boat. The boat costs $45,000. Okay, good. Are you still at Bankers Management? Yes, I am. And since I was here last month, my salary has been cut from $75,000 to $60,000. You go ahead and finance the boat. I come back 1 month later. I want a home equity line of credit. You still with Bankers Management? Yes, I am. But since I was here last month, my salary's been cut again from $60,000 to $45,000. You make the loan. And what's going to happen eventually? We got a problem. the bank and I noticed this, both of us got a problem now. Now, if the reverse were true, I apply for those 3 loans, but every month my salary has gone up by 15,000. Even though my debt's increasing, I have more capacity to take on more debt. So in a company, what do I not want to see? A company with declining earnings and increasing leverage. I'm more reliant on outside financing, and I have less capacity to pay it back. So you don't want to be like that consumer who has a declining income but taking on more debt. Now, there's a literal way of looking at these numbers. When I see 0.77, think of the net worth as Mr. Rush's investment. This is the money he's invested in his own firm. For every $1, I see 0.77. It says for every $1 of his own money invested, his creditors have 77 cents invested. By the second year, for every $1 of his own money that's invested, his creditors have 88 cents invested. By the third year, for every $1 of his own money invested, his creditors have $1.52 invested. Again, what's normal for a beer distributor? I don't know. I'd have to look at something like the RMA industry averages, which is a Robert Morris Association. RMA is a subscription service that your bank can subscribe to that will show you what these ratios are, and it'll say beer distributors in the upper quartile of sales or earnings. It'll show you what their leverage ratio is, the middle quartile. So it'll show you what normal for that industry. But we don't like to see this increasing. It's not panic. You just want to know who's lending money to them, how is that money being, and what are the terms for it being repaid and that sort of thing. What if he were making loans to his own company and he just have notes from owner as a source of financing? That's different than if he had another bank that he's borrowing from. We look at all of those things. Okay, good. Let me go back to this table. We'll start right here. We have profitability ratio. What'd you calculate here for the gross profit margin? Okay. Okay, good. Close enough for bank work. Now, again, I said this measures the first law of finance: buy low, sell high. When I see 23.5 that first year, says this: I sold a can of beer for $1. I paid Coors 76.5 cents, which left 23.5 cents out of that $1 in beer sales that I have to pay all expenses, pay income taxes, and if I'm a good manager, have something left over called net profit. The second year, the third year, I sold a can of beer for $1. I didn't pay Coors 76.5 cents. I paid Coors 78 cents for that can of beer. That left 22 cents out of every $1 in sales, out of which I pay operating expenses, pay income taxes, and have something left over called net profit. Now, if Coors went up in price from 76.5 cents a can that first year to 78 cents a can that second year, why would I, as the owner here, not automatically raise my selling price to $1.50 per can? What might prevent me from doing that again? Competition. There could be a Miller distributor next door, a Budweiser distributor, and they're still charging $1 a can. But if I went to $1.50, I may feel that I could lose sales. So that could be what's preventing me. Or I could have cut my prices from $1 a can to 98.4 cents a can, or 98.5 cents a can. So you'd have to interview the borrower to find out what did they do to cause this gross margin to decline. Okay, let me take this table back here. You want to go ahead and take us the next one, which is the net profit margin, which calculate. Okay, 1.26, 0.37. Now, the net profit margin says, I sold a can of beer for $1. I paid Coors. I paid the expenses. I paid the income taxes. When I got through with all of that, out of that $1 in beer sales, I had 1 3/4 of a penny left over called net profit. The second year, I paid Coors, I paid the expenses, I paid the income taxes. I had 1 1/4 of a penny left, 1.26. The third year, I sold a can of beer for $1. I paid the expenses, I paid the income taxes, and I had 0.37, or less than 4/10 of 1 penny left. Now, if I recall in this case, the sales are increasing. And you would not expect to see this under a theory called operating leverage. The theory of operating leverage says, as my sales increase, some of my costs are fixed that don't go up because my sales increase. And therefore, the sales above a certain level incrementally should be more profitable. Now, let's take a bank, for example. Let's say a branch manager, you're a branch manager, and every month you get a financial statement from the bank's chief financial officer. And there's a charge on there for your physical facility. It's almost like a lease payment. And let's say whatever that lease payment is for the branch. In your branch, you ordinarily open about 30 new accounts a month. But you had a really good month and opened 60 new accounts. You double the number of new accounts, where your fee for that building does not double. It stays the same. So in theory, once you pass at a normal 30 new accounts a month, the ones above that should be more profitable because there's no corresponding increase, at least in that part of your expenses. Some of your expenses are variable. They go up as your sales go up. So in a company where sales are increasing, in theory, we should see increasing profit margins, not declining. And we want to talk to the borrower about why the profit margin is declining. What's driving those declines? Okay, good. Let me pick up over here. You want to take this one? Now, we're going to move into asset management ratio. Before we go through the numbers, let's take about step back a second from the numbers. What kind of assets would a beer distributor have? They would have beer, which is called inventory. They might have some cash in the bank. They could have some receivables in this case. They probably own some trucks to take the beer to the customers. They may own a warehouse. They probably own some kegs and some pallets and some forklifts to move the beer around the warehouse. So that's the assets. And all we're trying to do here is measure how good a job does the management team do in managing these assets. That's what we're managing. I mean, you're managing these assets. Okay, let's take the first one, which is the sales to asset ratio. Okay, 7.02, 6.17, 5.02, or 3. Good. Now, this is an efficiency ratio. How efficiently does management use the company's assets to generate sales? The first year, for every $1 in assets this management team had available, it produced $7.02 in sales. The second year, not quite as efficient. For every $1 in assets the management team had available, it produced $6.17 in sales. By the third year, for every $1 in assets this company had, the management produced $5.02 in sales for every $1 in assets they had available. Now, sales are increasing in this business. If sales are going up, but this ratio is going down, that says to me, management has allowed the assets to grow much faster than sales. Sales are going up, but assets are going up even faster. So they're less efficient at using the company's assets to generate sales. Okay, good. Now, these next two are the holy grail in banking. There's not a CEO in Michigan who part of his or her compensation from your board of directors at the bank does not involve these two numbers, return on assets and return on equity or return on net worth, we call it here. These are sacrosanct in the banking industry. Okay, let me go to the middle table here. Calculate for the return on assets. Good. 12.2, 7.8, 1.8. Now, the ratio above this said, how efficiently does management use the company's assets to generate sales? This ratio says, how efficiently does management use the company's assets to generate profits? Not sales, but profits. That drop off is even more pronounced than up here. They're a whole lot less efficient at taking money to the bottom line. They're not using the company's assets very well to generate profits, and you would want to know why. Part of the analysis would be what's caused them, and we saw the gross profit margin drop, which was close to what this number is, or the percentage in drop. But we'll come back to this a little bit. Now, let me take over here in the, can you give us, I'm sorry, first name again? Charisma. Oh, no wonder you got charisma. Okay. What did you calculate for return on net worth or return on equity? Okay, good. Now, this ratio measures the second law of finance. First law of finance, buy low, sell high. Second law of finance, the greater the risk, the greater the return. That's a theory of finance. You take more risk, you get a higher return. And what it says is, anytime you invest money in anything that could lose its value, you should get a high return because the risk is great. In an operating business, for example, if one of these banks in the room decided they didn't want to make this loan, one of the possible consequences could be the failure of this business. And if this business were to fail, all the money Mr. Rush has in it would evaporate. So the risk is high. You should get a fairly high return. For example, a CD at your bank has a lower return over time than a mutual fund. Now let's say Charisma is back at the bank and one of our customers asks what her bank's current CD rates are. And she tells them, they look at her and go, is that all y'all paying? Shoot, I could put my money in a mutual fund and make more than that. She would go, duh, of course you could. Of course, you turn around first, you could say it in front of the customer. Of course you could, because a mutual fund is made up of stocks. If the stocks in the fund go down, you could lose what you invested. So a mutual fund has to have a pretty high return. A CD at a bank has an insurance policy from the federal government. The FDI or federal agency, the FDIC, if the bank were to go out of business, you would still get your money back. So over time, if a CD and a mutual fund had the same yield, who would buy the mutual one? Nobody. You would take the safer investment if it had the same return. And that's why we don't expect the same return on a CD that you would get in a mutual fund, because you're taking more risk. Now, here, 21.8 is a pretty strong return on your investment. It dropped by a third, but still 14%. Now, this is kind of counter intuitive to younger bankers, because you guys and ladies have spent your careers in a low interest rate environment, extremely low. If you've been a banker the last 10 years, interest rates you've experienced are not ordinary. This is extraordinarily low interest rates. I went back and looked from 1950 to 2000 for a 50-year period. The average mortgage rate in America was 5.34%, not 3.2, 2.8. This is unusually low. Now, I've been at this a long time. In 1982, 83, we were in a high interest rate environment. And I do mean high. We didn't have credit scoring then, but let's say you had the equivalent of a 720 credit score, you could get a mortgage loan for between 14 and 16% interest rate. The prime rate in 1983 was 22%. So if you had a home equity line of credit at prime +1, you were paying 23% interest rate. The average CD rate on a 90-day CD in 1983 in America at a bank was 9.85%. That's what we paid depositors. We actually used to pay interest. You bankers ought to be ashamed of yourself, the little interest y'all pay now. I don't know how y'all have a straight face. Tell your customer, this is all you're gonna get. I got my money market statement at the bank the other day. There were so many zeros after the point. I called my banker. I said, Linda, you could have picked up the phone and said, Dave, we ain't paying you no interest, and hung up. The amount of interest you paid me was less than the postage cost for you to mail me the statement saying you're gonna pay me no interest. You people, you bankers ought to be ashamed paying people so little interest. Now, 4.5%, believe it or not, we don't have to go back that far. In 2006, we were paying this much on CDs, 4.5% interest. That's not an unusual, what we pay now is the unusual thing, but we used to pay 4.5%. Mr. Rush could have liquidated the company, put his money in a bank CD and gotten a 4.5% return without taking all the risk. So a 4.5% return where you could lose the principal is not enough. That's not enough at all. And I was reading some projections that we're likely to see anywhere from 0.5 to 3/4 of a point increase in the Fed fund rate this year. So I expect the prime rate by year end to be around 4%. Mortgages will be about 4.5 to 4.75. Mortgage rates maybe 5% by the end of the year. And now we have the ultimate thing with this engagement in Europe, which is causing disruption to the oil markets. We could see the Federal Reserve respond more forcefully, and they could raise the rates even a whole point. and we might see a 5% mortgage rate by the end of the year. And that, I think, depends in part on duration. Now, oil prices did drop yesterday to under $100 a barrel. They've gotten up to 130. Of course, the service stations don't go down as fast as they go up. I told my service station lady, I said, wait a minute. The gas I just bought was already in the ground before the price went up. So you didn't pay for that. That's already there. And you jacked the price up and you paid the old price for that. You used to sell it to me at the old price. Oh, no, oil prices went up. That oil ain't gonna be here for another month. It's in Houston being processed, got to get on a pipeline. It ain't in Atlanta. We got the cheap gas here now. Sell me the cheap price. When it comes, I'll pay the higher price. They didn't go for it. Of course, when it goes down, they don't, oh, we haven't paid that lower price yet. We still got to charge you that $5 a gallon or whatever. I never thought about electric car. I'm thinking about it now. Now, the next one is inventory turnover. Inventory turnover. Let me go back over here, back here. You want to take this on the end, on the right end? I'm sorry, first name again? Brendan, I'm sorry. Brendan, take a look and just tell me, what did you calculate for the inventory turnover? Okay, good. Inventory turnover is a very straightforward concept. Let's say the room we're in here is the high distributor's warehouse. That back door is our receiving dock. 18-wheeler backs up from Coors, comes out of Colorado, backs up here, and our warehouse guys unload your truck. We stack beer in this corner all the way to the ceiling, completely fill this room with beer. That front door here becomes our shipping dock. We got all of our trucks lined up out there, our customers at supermarkets, convenience stores, bars, restaurants, bowling alleys. We got everywhere they sell beer, golf course. So we sell all the beer. The warehouse is empty. That's one turnover. Truck from Coors comes back. We fill up the warehouse again, and we sell all that. There's two turnovers. So in the first 2 years, 17 times a year, that turnover occurred. The third year, the turnover only occurred 11 times. It was slow. And when you have slow turnover, it impacts your cash flow. It's a negative impact on cash flow. We'll go over sources and uses, but it's a negative impact on cash flow. As a matter of fact, I hope all of you participating have read Steve Jobs' biography. If you're not, put it on your reading list. The one written by Walter Isaacson. Walter teaches at Tulane University. We don't have a lot of geniuses in any one generation. Steve Jobs was a genius. I mean, I do mean a genius. Brilliant, brilliant man. Crazy as a Betsy bug and a nasty human being. Nobody could like Steve Jobs. He was a very unlikable person. If you've not read his biography, do read it. One of his less endearing qualities, he never gave people credit at Apple for anything unless he thought of it. Literally, they talked about having a meeting when they were trying to produce the iPod. And one of the engineers said, Steve, let's design a music playing device with no knobs or buttons. His answer was, this is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. How could you get a job at Apple? How stupid are you to be an engineer? Who hired you that you're that dumb? The meeting's over. The next morning, Steve comes in and says, guys, I had an idea. Let's design a music playing device with no knobs and buttons. I said, Steve, that's brilliant. And they built it, but they only would do it if he took credit. I mean, that was he had a lot of quirks. For example, you guys are pretty young. Anybody remember being told about a game playing device called Atari? Game system called Atari? You've heard of Atari? Okay. Steve started on Silicon Valley working for Atari as an engineer. He was the only employee at Atari who worked at night. He worked in a big factory by himself. He's the only employee in there with the night watch people and Steve. And the reason Steve worked at night was body odor. He wouldn't bathe. He thought because he was vegan that he couldn't smell. So he took one bath a week and nobody else would work with him. And even when Apple went public, their chairman of the board was the chairman of Macy's department store. And he was in New York with Goldman Sachs. So they were going to take the stock public. And he's called back to California. He said, look, please make Steve take a bath. He cannot come up here smelling in New York. And if you get him to wear a suit with shoes, I'll give you a bonus when I get back. He said they went to the airport to pick up Jobs, and he had on a suit and a tie, and he had taken a bath. And the chairman was like, thank God somebody got him to take a bath. That was one of his traits. Well, back to this point about giving people credit. Steve did something he doesn't do, and that is the current CEO of Apple is a guy named Tim Cook. And Cook is not a gadget guy. He doesn't invent anything. Cook is a logistics guy. Went to Auburn University, has an engineering degree in management engineering and logistics systems. When he got to Apple, they had about a 4-month supply of telephones, computers, pods, tablets. He cut that supply chain to 8 days. And when he did it, it created about $4 billion in cash. Apple has more cash on its balance sheet, I think, than any company in the world. They have a tremendous amount of cash. And Jobs said that that Tim Cook was the credit for that he did it, that he was just impressed. Also, Steve was an interesting fella in that he was a big user of drugs. He said his most creative ideas when he was on the LSD. He smoked weed all the time. I think does help him. I mean, I was in school when Bill Clinton was in school and couldn't lie about that. You did inhale. I don't know about the other stuff. That wasn't true. He didn't inhale. Like, Bill, come on. We were in school a similar time. Yeah, you didn't inhale. You ate some good weed. I'm not admitting anything. I'm just was around that environment. Now, so we see this slowdown. The next line down says how many days did each one of these turnovers take? And we have 21 days, and 33 days. So there's a 12-day slowdown in inventory. Now, inventory could not stay the same when sales grow. If you grow your business, your sales grow, you must carry more inventory or you're going to be out of stock when people order. So you can't keep static inventory as your business sales grow. You have to increase sales. But if you grow sales at about the same inventory, at the same rate you're going to grow sales, the turnover won't change. And we'll measure this when we get to cash flow. Okay, let me get over here. You want to take this next one here, and that would be the accounts payable turnover. 27. Okay. And on the line below that, you converted it to days. How many days? The next line down. Accounts payable turnover, I'm sorry. Okay, anybody else in that table get the accounts payable? Okay, good. Yeah, now, when we calculate payable turnover, here's what you do in your analysis. It's always compared to terms. When was he supposed to pay Coors? And you read the case, it said, what were the terms? When was he supposed to pay Coors? Every 15 days. First year, on average, Coors sent an invoice to high distributors. 14 days later, Coors got a check. Coors was happy. Second year, they sent an invoice to high distributors. 13 days later, Coors would get a check. Coors was even happier. Fourth year, Coors is saying, whoa, 21 days after I send you an invoice, you send me a check. I know that you're in a state by state law, you get paid when you deliver the beer. Why am I going to wait on my money when I know you've got it already? In effect, you can use our money for 2 weeks before you pay us. I'm not willing to wait to get paid when I know you're getting paid. Thus the conflict. Now, he's doing what we call riding the trade. This is a common technique to improve your cash flow. And it's very straightforward. If you don't pay people money you owe them, it helps your company's cash. You can do it personally. Try this when you get back to the bank as a personal cash flow experiment. When you get paid, some of you got paid today. Today's 15th, right? Now, if you got paid today, try this. Don't pay any of your normal middle of the month bills. Don't pay your rent, your car payment. If you get a creditor, call and tell them you're doing a cash flow experiment. They won't bother you. Don't pay anybody. And when you get paid on the 1st of April or the 30th of this month, do the same thing. Don't write any checks out. Don't pay anybody. And on the next day, April 2nd, check the balance in your checking account. You will be rich. Now, you'll be homeless and walking, but you'll be rich. If you don't pay anybody, it improves your cash flow. It hurts there. So here, always compare it to terms. Riding the trade is a common technique to preserve cash but it has one potential negative consequence: would the creditor get upset and cut you off? That's the risk that you run. Now, the next one was kind of silly because they don't normally do receivables. I calculated it didn't make a lot of sense here. In a normal business, this might have been 35 days, 45 days, 50 days. Then it makes more sense. This is kind of weird because most of their sales are cash and carry. They deliver the beer and get paid. And again, always compare receivables to terms. Always whenever you write a credit memo, you must put in there what selling terms does your customer have to its customers. You must include that in the memo. And let's say it was net 30 days, and this was 35 days, 45 days, 50 days. Well, they would be getting paid slower than the terms. And the question would be, management needs to focus on managing receivables. Does management send a late notice? Does management charge off receivables when they aren't paid after a certain length of time? What is management doing about collecting their money? When you don't collect your money, it hurts your cash. Same experiment I just talked about, flip it over. Do this. When you get back to the bank on Thursday, call HR manager. Look, I just took this class and I'm doing a cash flow experiment. On payday at the end of March, don't pay me. Just hold my pay. I'll call you when I want it. And pay all your first of the month bills. Wait till the 15th of April, call your friend again. Say, look, again, don't pay me with the rest of the employees on the 15th. Pay all your middle of the month bills. You'll be so broke. You pull your checking account, you have a negative balance because you didn't pay anybody. You didn't get paid. You paid your creditors, but you didn't get paid. Companies are the same way. When they don't get paid, they often come to borrow money from you because they can't collect the money from their own customers. They never tell you that. They tell you that I'm a little tight. I need some operating money. That's what they tell you. They don't describe it that way, that I can't get paid by my own customers. Now, let's go back to this case. And I want to look, since here, I want to pick on some of my participants online. If I call your name, just unmute yourself and tell me what you think. But let's start with Andrea. Can you unmute yourself? If you're still there. And tell me, Andrea, would you make this loan, yes or no? Just unmute yourself and tell me what you would you make this loan, yes or no? You there? But okay, let's take McCurry. If you'll unmute yourself.
Yep. Yeah. So it's actually Maggie. That's my first initial. So.
Oh, I'm sorry, Maggie.
It's okay. No. It just says first initial, last name. So I would not, in the company's current state, as far as with leadership, et cetera. So.
Okay, so you would turn them down. Tell me what you think would happen to this $97,000 they already owe you.
Right. So we would consider, I guess I should backtrack. I would consider the loan, but there would have to be some major changes, an approval based on some changes. So yes, to the approving the loan. But.
So you would try to do it, but with some major changes.
Correct.
And this is squiggly, yes, I do it. That's okay. Bankers do that all the time. Thank you so much. Lacey, tell me what you think. Lacey, if you'll unmute yourself, would you make this loan, yes or no? Lacey Mansfield? Are you there, Lacey? Okay. Let me try Rhonda. Rhonda, are you there? Kinsey? Rhonda? Okay. Rhonda, what do you think? Would you make this loan?
Well, I want to say it depends what I could take for collateral. If I could take some real estate,
Anything
I
on the
might
balance
consider
sheet.
doing.
Yeah, anything on the balance sheet.
They're
What do you
all-
want?
If they have real estate, I would take it and do the loan, I think.
If I remember here, they are paying rent for the warehouse, so they don't own it.
Okay, so that's what I wondered. So sometimes you can rent equipment, so it's kind of up in the air there.
But you can take a lien on the
So-
inventory, it's liquid.
Yeah, but the assets are secured by the savings and loan.
Yep, now you could pay
So-
out the S&L. You want to pay them out? What's their long-term debt? About 80-some thousand dollars? And they got net fixed assets of like 289,000? Would you be interested in paying out the savings and loan and taking a first lien on the fixed assets?
Possibly.
Okay.
I mean, that way I wouldn't have to take the loss on the 97,000.
Aha, so you are concerned that if you turn them down, you could lose the 97,000.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's a fair thing. Now, I want to thank you, Rhonda. I want to lay out another term called good money after bad. Should banks be concerned about they already got, or are they putting more money, good money out after bad? Now you're shaking your head, Drew, that you've got concerns about that. Aha, okay, interesting. All right, about whether we're putting any good money after bad. Now, one of the questions I ask you guys to look at the income statement and the balance sheet and tell me what you see. Let's start with the income statement first on page 43. Are there any expenses any of you recognize in the classroom here that either went up or down or sideways that you would talk to Mr. Rush about to get an understanding? Any expense category on page 43 that you would ask about? Yeah, salaries, we got delivery salaries went up, warehouse salaries went up substantially, sales salaries went up. That wouldn't surprise us because most salespeople are paid by what mechanism? Commission. So sales went up, I'm not surprised. But then they had office salaries went up too. Now, in a closely held business like this, where you got a family running, there's a question that bankers always ask the borrower about salaries. And what is that question that every banker will ask a closely held business, a family-owned business about salary? How much do you pay who? Yourself and your kids. Yeah. Always be aware of how much of their salaries to the family. I've seen well-run small businesses that make a good bit of money, but they have unreasonable salary levels because everybody in the family is on the payroll. They all don't really work. They're just on the payroll. And I've had a borrower in Virginia had trouble with paying a loan, and the company was in the top performing companies in its size in the nation, but the whole family was on the payroll at exorbitant salaries, and they were delinquent on their loan payments because they were paying so much out in the family. Now, if we want to limit owners' compensation, there is a document in Laser Pro or in Banker System called Limiting Owners' Income. And it simply says, during the time of this loan, borrower, you won't pay yourself and your family members more than X, whatever that is. You won't pay more than that during the time of this loan without approval of the bank. So that's a common covenant in a loan agreement. If you ever see a closely held business where you're concerned about salaries, you can put one of those limitations in there. It's a document that'll print out on Laser Pro or Banker System to tell you what it is. Okay, good. Any other expense anybody else spot here that you would talk to Mr. Rush about? Right. Mm-hmm. Now you mentioned the keyword inventory. What happened to inventory on the balance sheet? Yeah, so that's probably got more work because they got more inventory to move around the warehouse. Good point. Any other expenses before we move to the balance sheet? Now, what does it mean union pension plan? It didn't go up a lot, went up a little bit. Why do we care if they're paying into a union pension plan? What does it tell you as a lender? What, they got unionized labor? What does a bank want to know if you have unionized labor? What's the relationship between the management and the labor force? Some industries have unionized labor, they never have strikes. Never. Some industries at the end of every contract, they will strike. You want to know, because if they shut down, how does that impact the ability to pay you? When baseball was looking at it, people who worked at the stadium, they weren't going to get paid if they had no baseball games. That was a real possibility. The folks who worked, at selling popcorn and peanuts and taking tickets at a ball game weren't going to be able to get paid. Okay, good. Here's one here. Profit sharing plan dropped from 45,000, 33,000 to 10. In this case, why do you think they cut profit sharing so much? What's the motivation in this case for cutting profit sharing, you think? They didn't make much profit. Yeah, you don't have much to share. Yeah, they didn't make much profit. Now, if you have to cut things like bonuses, profit sharing, what's one of the consequences for a management team if you have to cut back on bonuses and profit sharing? What can happen to your business? Employee retention, morale can get low. Yeah, employees don't like it when you have to cut back. I tell banks that go through mergers that buy other banks, look at the fringe benefits before you buy it. And if your fringe benefits are more liberal than the bank you bought, be ready to address the concern by the employees of the bank you bought. For example, if they get 3 weeks vacation after 5 years, and you give 3 weeks vacation after 7 years, that matters. If you contribute 80% of their healthcare insurance premium and their bank contributed 100% of their share premium, that matters. So you have to be careful about how banks blend what I call culture. And benefits is part of that, how people perceive benefits. Okay, good. The last thing I'll mention here, there were 3 accounts that individually didn't change a lot, but together. Travel and entertainment went up, advertising went up, selling and promotion went up. Now, when asked about this, the boys explained to the bank, our father never really understood how to sell beer. Since we've taken over, we take golf pros out to dinner to stock our beer in their clubhouse at the golf course. We take grocery store managers out to play golf, so they'll keep more of our beer in their store. We sponsor mini skirt contests at the local bars. We sponsor wet t-shirt contests at the local bars. And that's why the expenses went up. Now, bankers, I want an opinion. Was that a good expenditure of the company's money that they were doing it that way? You say no. Well, let me go back. If you told me you spent more money on advertising, how would I measure whether it worked or not? I would say what? Your sales went up. If it worked, your sales went up. You didn't sell. In this case, sales did go up. I would say the boys were right. That is how you sell beer. Those kind of things matter. I'll tell you why. 1.8% of beer drinkers can distinguish the flavor of one beer over another. Only 1.8. 98.2% of beer drinkers cannot distinguish the flavor of one beer over another. Beer is sold strictly by suggestion and advertising. I can prove it. The number 2 selling beer in America is Miller. Miller used to be number 8 in sales. They were purchased by Philip Morris Company, cigarette people. They have more money than God. They had much better commercials, less filling, tastes great. Miller went from number 8 to number 2 with better commercials. That's why you see so many commercials in football season for beer, because beer drinkers can't tell one beer from another. Now, I know this because I've tested it. A lot of these seminars we put on in hotels instead of in the association. And over the last 6 years, I have had 235 bankers volunteer to meet me in the bar, and I've done a beer tasting test. Now, you can tell a Sam Adams from a Coors Light because they don't even look alike. What I've done, I bought 4 light beers. I buy Miller Lite, Bud Light, Coors Light, and Stella Ultra Light. Put them in unmarked cups, and I'll get 4 to 5 bankers at a time to taste. I'll show them the beers, bottles, I poured it out. They won't know what the numbers are in the cup. I'll show them the beers and ask them to pick the 4 beers. Out of 235 bankers, 5 bankers have picked the correct 4 beers. I did in Orlando last month. Not one banker got it. Only one banker got 2 of them right. And one fellow says, I'm so sure he got none of them right. Then I said to him, pick. He was already drinking beer when I got to the bar. And it was one of the 4. Pick the beer you're already drinking. He couldn't get it. He was shocked. That is his favorite beer. I told him there was a national taste test with men between the ages of 21 and 29, who was the largest consumers of beer in the country. Each one had to list their favorite beer before the taste test started. They did a blind taste test. Guess what beer won first place? Old Milwaukee. Not one of them listed Old Milwaukee as their favorite beer before the taste test. Old Milwaukee was voted the #1 tasting beer in the country by a group of men who said none of them drank Old Milwaukee. It is an amazing thing how now, by the way, I drink beer and I do have favorites, but I'm in the 98.2%. And again, out of 235 bankers, percentage is about right. Out of 230, now it's interesting to me, of the 5 bankers who've gotten the 4 beers, 4 of them were women. I don't know why, but 4 of the 5 bankers who got all 4 were women. Interesting. I know you're looking at me like, that ain't true. Boy, I wish we were at a hotel or a bar. I'd pay for the beer. Let me go over to the balance sheet quickly on page 42 and ask here, are there any accounts that changed a lot, went up or down, that you would ask Mr. Rush about? Good one. Now, they did ask about this. Inventory jumped from 108,000 to 118 to 213, about double. Now, when asked about it, Mr. Rush said, you're right. I went down there at the warehouse. These boys got beer everywhere. One of the sons was having dinner with a salesman from Coors, and they were drinking after dinner drinks. What's that stuff you guys drink with the gold glitter in it? Yeah. You other people looking at me. Yeah, they drink stuff with glitter in it. I don't know why. They drink stuff with glitter. I have no idea. They do. I drink scotch. I'm an old drinker. But he said to him, look, your dad always bought beer by the tractor trailer load. What I propose is sell you a train load of beer, but I'll give you 1% discount on the price. And that's why there was so much beer. Mr. Rush said there's beer everywhere. Beer down the hall, beer in the men's room. I assume there's some in the women's room. And this boy bought a train load of beer at one time. That's why they had so much beer. Okay, any other account you catch on the balance sheet you'd ask Mr. Rush about? Accounts payable, yeah, and that's why they want the loan. The accounts payable, 133,000, 125 of that is to Coors, and that's why Coors wants their money. Anything else? Yeah, fixed assets grew substantially from 506 to 591 to 671, and they did buy a couple of delivery trucks. Okay, good catch. Now, and the net worth, the retained earnings are substantial. The net worth is not minimal. There's net worth. Now, this is a real case, so I know what happened. When I wrote this case, I wrote it for a banking school. I'm on the faculty several years ago. And I gave out 2 A+. One was to a guy with 15 years of lending experience. He made the loan. The other one was to a lady who came out of the operating side of the bank, never made a loan in her life. She declined the loan, but both analyses were exquisite. I gave her an A+. Now, I do know what happened. And there were a couple of things I didn't tell you. For one, the beer business is not Mr. Rush's primary business. His primary business is commercial construction. He owns a company that does about $400 million a year in commercial construction contracts. And his personal net worth is about $44 million. I know you're saying I should have told you that in the beginning. We could have saved a lot of time. Of course, the banker said, of course, Mr. Rush, with your guarantee, we'll do the loan. This is interesting. And this may be something some of you have experienced. Mr. Rush was about 68 when this happened. He responded to the loan officer, I've given you my word, I'm going to support the boys. You don't need my guarantee. Bank said, Mr. Rush, if you don't believe in your own kids, how can we? Anybody having a customer in that age group who's insulted that you actually want them to sign the paper? The banker was stuck to his guns and Mr. Rush, we need your guarantee. You know what he did? He called the bank president and 2 directors who went to school with him and said, y'all need to talk to Drew here because he's being a hard butt. He got that phone call from upstairs. Drew, you need to reconsider Mr. Rush. Now, by the way, young bankers, let me interpret some wording for you in a bank. When a senior officer says you need to reconsider a loan request, that does not mean that they are going to take responsibility if the loan goes bad. I don't want you to have that confusion. They will get amnesia in a heartbeat. I don't call nothing. Senior officers can get amnesia. When they tell you to reconsider, don't think that means if the loan goes south, they're going to step up and say, oh, I told them to do it. That's how dumb I was. I turned down a musician at the Atlanta Symphony Orchestra for a small personal loan. And it was nothing bad. I think she just lacked any credit experience or something. So I turned the loan down. And the next day I get a call from our executive VP of trust. And Paul's on the board of the symphony. He said, Dave, I understand you turned down Miss so-and-so. I said, I think I did. Paul, let me grab the file. I looked at it and said, yeah, I did. He said, can you tell me why? I said, I told him why. He said, you know, she's a special friend of mine. I really like you to reconsider that loan. I said, Paul, no problem. Tell her to come back in and I'll take care of it for her. So she came back in, I made the loan. I write a memo, send it all over the bank. This is our EVP Paul's special friend, and I made her a loan. I'm sending copies to everybody in the bank. He called me and he is ticked off. Are you crazy? You don't write memos telling people this is my special friend. And I go, oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it that way. He hated me for a while. We got to be good friends later. He didn't speak to me for about 2 years. You're the dumbest person we ever hired in this bank. You don't start writing memos around the bank. Don't write a memo saying this is your senior officer's special friend. Just not good for your career. Now, here's what they did. By the way, the S&L did approach the bank. They had just had an exam with what was in the OTS, Office of Thrift Supervision, which is now folded into the OCC, Controller of the Currencies Office. And they had just gotten a bad exam. And they told the bank, these guys are late one payment. I'm going to have to call the loan, which I don't want to do. And they approached it. What about you paying us out the $82,000 we're owed? And you take a first lien on the fixed asset. So this is what they did. First, the old money was $97,000. The new money was 100, not 125. New money was 100,000. Where were they going to get the other 25? Where do you have these other 25,000? Look on the balance sheet. Oh, not cash. Look how they build up cash. This is an old technique for unsophisticated financial people. They call it dressing the balance sheet. At the end of the year, some companies will purposely let their cash build up to impress people who don't know what they're reading and say, gee, they got cash, they must be a good company. It really is silly. Why would you be building up cash from your major trade suppliers threatening to cut you off? You owe your bank $97,000. Why would you be holding excess cash? Really doesn't make any sense. And so they
Oh, we can't hear you.
the old money of 97,000, the new money of 100, and they paid out the S&L 82. That left roughly 280,000, which they put all of it on one 90-day note with an agreement to pay back $1,000 in 90 days. Where in the world were these guys going to get 80 grand in just 90 days? You already said inventory, that excess inventory. They could sell down. They estimated they needed about 130,000 in inventory to not be out of stock when people order, and they had 213. So they could sell down a good bit of inventory without replacing it immediately, which would create this. So that left split the $200,000 remaining balance into 120. Assets, 125,000 4 years secured by fixed assets. Now, one of you online gave me the right answer from the beginning. And I think one of the ladies I asked about their view of the loan. And that was, you cannot make this loan unless you believe management can turn this business around. Every financial ratio was negative. And the trend was worse. And when we said they weren't as profitable, they were more leveraged, they were not as liquid, their margins had declined, their turnover was slower of inventory, and it raised the question, should we make this loan? I've never seen this done before. They put in a clause in the loan agreement, and Mr. Rush agreed to spend at least 4 days a week in the business. I had no real way to monitor it, but the guy was of unquestioned character. If he said it, they believed he would do it. I've never seen that before. About 50 days into the agreement, he came back to the bank. Now, Mr. Rush, when he was about 64, his wife passed away. They'd been married quite a while. And then 2 years later, he got married again. He married a lady 33 years old. He was 67. She was 33. Y'all looking at me funny. Everybody gonna die from something. May as well be happy the way I see it. By the way, And don't tell anybody I said this. This is the Wall Street Journal. Ran an article a few years ago where they measured the life expectancy of men. Men who were married and stayed married to the same wife for their entire life. They compared that to men who traded in the older models and the newer models later in life. The ones who did the trade-ins for the newer models on average lived 2 years longer than the men who stayed married to the same wife. And I accidentally, by mistake, cut that article out and accidentally taped it to the mirror in our bathroom. And the response I got was, it didn't count the ones that got shot. Oh, honey, not you. I'm deliriously happy. You know, I love, yeah. Anyway, now, but here was the kicker. He came back and said to the bank after about 50 days, I don't know why, but I'm tired all the time. My doctor says there's nothing wrong with me. I just don't seem to have the energy I used to. And I need to just, and I can't live up to this agreement I made for the 4 days a week. And I'm prepared to pay you off, but I do want to make one other offer. He had another child. His daughter was 31. She was president of the construction company. He said, what I'm prepared to do, if you're willing, I bring my daughter over full time to run the beer business. Now, the boys were not happy. They did not want to work for their sister, but he didn't give them a choice. She came over and discovered something. One, they had expanded their sales territory up to 50 miles. They were driving 50 miles to deliver 4 cases of beer to a country store. She put in a route system that said you could only get deliveries on certain days. She put in a minimum purchase. If you didn't buy 20 cases, there was a fee for delivering the beer. They had discounted their selling price 2%. Now that was 2% their third year, the sales were $3 million. So 2% is $60,000 more pre-tax profit. They had bought 2 delivery trucks and paid cash for them. That's why their fixed assets went up with very little increase in their long-term debt. She stayed about a year. The business returned to profitability. She said to the bank after a year, I'd like to go back to the construction company. Our number 2 guy there is going to retire next year. I need to be up to speed on the big projects we're working on. I think my brothers are ready. That's been 8 years. According to the banker, the boys were not terminally stupid. They were just young and green, because one of them graduated from college on Sunday. On Monday, he was co-president of the beer company. I could not imagine how dangerous it would have been for me at 21 to be president of a beer company. We wouldn't have had any inventory problem. We might have had a plumbing problem, but the inventory would have been taken care of. The boys came back, the sister went back, and the business is doing well. Now, what asset, if I could take any collateral, and I don't think you can do it, that would be the right to be the exclusive seller of beer in Coors Beer in a geographic territory. That right would be valuable. That's one of the few things a bank could take a lien on. If the bank could sell it, you could get market value. There would be people lined up to buy it. Just say you could be the only seller of Coors Beer in Lansing and East Lansing. Nobody else could sell it but you. What would the right to do that be worth? It'd be worth a lot. That would be worth a lot. Mm-hmm. Right. Obviously. Yeah, and that's valuable. People would pay you for that. Now, I want to take a quick break here. Let's take about 6 minutes. We come back, then I want to work on another case, introduce a new financial statement we haven't talked about yet, called a sources and uses statement. So we'll take about 6 minutes and we'll come back. I'm going to blank the screen for people online. We're not going away. You're not losing. I'm just going to put a blank in there and we'll come back in about 6 minutes. Okay, we'll start up again. We won't finish this next class, but I do want to get started. The case I want to start on is McFarland Plumbing Supply. And that starts on page 45. And it goes all the way through to page 51, page 45 through 51. Now, there's a worksheet here where I've changed the formulas a little bit over what we did before on page 48. So all I want you to do is read the narrative and just complete the worksheet on page 48. Don't focus a lot on making a loan or not. I'm going to have you go through this, read the case, and then complete that worksheet on page 48. And I've given you the formulas, which I've adjusted a little bit. And then later in the case, you'll see there's something called a sources and uses statement. And that will be one of our entryways into cash flow analysis, which we will spend the majority of time on tomorrow. So go ahead and read the case. We'll get started. And then we'll go through this and talk a little bit about what we see here and what we can learn any different from what we learned in the last case. And just as a reminder for the people online, tomorrow we're going to change the configuration so you won't get the problem of not being able to hear me. What we're going to use, go through the system here in the room, their own microphone system, and it'll give me, no, at that point, no matter where I'm in the room, you'll be able to hear. So we'll improve this for tomorrow. Thank you. Okay, let's just take a look at McFarland Plumbing Supply. Now, there is a request here for money. Anybody recall how much money he's looking to borrow? 22,000. And what were the purposes he gave us for wanting the money, the 22,000? New transmission, buy some pipe and material and transmission job, right? Yeah, and that was how much the taxes were, 2,500. And a transmission job is what, $2,000 or $3,000? So most of the money is for new inventory, this line of steel pipe. So that's what most of them, so there are three uses of this money. Okay, good. And he even said to you at the end, I don't even know why I need the money. Things are going so well, and I know I can pay you back in short order. Now, we started here with sales growth. And here we looked at sales growth. Was 110% and 90%. Very rapid sales growth. And there were two reasons given in this case that would account for the sales growth. What did he do that accounted for sales growth? Anybody remember? It were two things. Why did he sell so much? He had inventory in hand, which allowed him to do what by having inventory? Deliver immediately. That was one. What was the second reason he gave for beating competition? Prices. Yeah. Now, this raises a question strategically. I can mail a letter to almost anywhere in the US through the US Post Office for 50 cents. Or I can mail that same letter via Federal Express or UPS for $32. Why would anybody be willing to pay $32 versus 50 cents? Why are we willing to pay FedEx or UPS $32? What motivates us to do that? Convenience meaning how fast, right? The speed, yeah, the speed. We're paying for that next day delivery, essentially, or some form of that, depending on how far. Now, Steve says, I have lower prices than the competition and I can deliver sooner because I carry a high level of inventory. My question is he leaving money on the table? Is there a potential that you don't need to offer a discount and faster delivery? Could you even charge a customer a premium for faster delivery? Not only not give a discount, but have them pay more for faster delivery. Now, if any of you own a home and you've had to have a plumber at your house, you know plumbers are not minimum wage employees. They make more than your doctor an hour. Plumbers get paid. Now, let's say I have a plumbing company, I have a crew out on a work site. One supplier says, I can get those pipes, valves, and fittings to you by Friday at 2 o'clock. The other fellow says, I can get them to you on Thursday at noon. Might you be inclined to pay slightly more to get them on that work site sooner to get your crew working, as opposed to having these very expensive employees on a work site not being productive? So I don't know the answer to that, but one of the questions would be, and also, is this sustainable? This is my Apple example this morning. You double the sales every year. What's happening to cash? Which would be one of the reasons he needs cash. Okay, good. The second was the current ratio. And we got 5.24, 2.38, and 1.63. Again, the ability to handle short-term obligations is declining, but it's still strong. It's 1.62 to 1. There are more assets that are about to convert to cash than liabilities that need to be paid in cash in short order. Now, you'd want to know if this trend is going to continue. Now, the quick ratio here was 2.5 to 1.13 and 0.76. Now, as we said this morning with high distributors, this measures a liquidity, the ability to pay short-term obligations, but excluding inventory. You're only using cash and accounts receivable. I want to go back to the income statement here for a second and ask you a question here. Income statement on page 47. Now, notice on page 47, the last expense he shows is called bad debt, $150, $1,200, $2,755. What is bad debt in a plumbing supply business? What is that? What is bad debt? Right. These are receivables he couldn't collect. Now, here's the point I want to make. This is not the kind of customer who's going to have a CPA do an audited financial statement, given the small size of this company. So the question from the banker to the customer is this: when do you consider an accounts receivable uncollected? Not like a bank. Don't assume that a bank has a policy as 90 days. Always ask the borrower. And I'll give you a great example why. One of the worst loans ever made, we made at our bank at Citibank when I ran the workout division. We had a loan in Memphis, Tennessee to a furniture retailer. He owed us $9 million. Our collateral were consumer credit furniture and accounts. People would buy furniture on credit, sign an installment agreement, and he would pledge that on the commercial loan. I hated the loan. The officer handling, I kept telling him I didn't like the loan. I hired it. He said, Dave, but our agreement is they're only pledging current receivables. We have $12 million worth of current receivables supporting our $9 million credit facility. I hired a fellow who was a retired CFO as a field auditor. I said, Frank, go up to Memphis. I'm not comfortable with this. Look through this portfolio and tell me what you see. Well, he said, Dave, it's worse than you think. I said, why? Their definition of current at the furniture store is any account that's had a payment in the last year is current. So we had as collateral, quote unquote, current accounts that had not had a payment in 10 months. When we used our definition of current, like paying every month, which we call current, that took our portfolio, our collateral pool from 12 million to 8 million. Now our loan is 9 million. The first payment default rate, which is a measure of all retail portfolios, was about 23%. 23% of the people didn't make the first payment. So that 8 million had to be discounted because a lot of that was going to go bad too. I sent a memo to New York to take a $4 million loss reserve against our $9 million loan. My boss called me back and said, Dave, you're confused. We've got 12 million in collateral. If I give you a $4 million reserve, you're saying we can only collect 5 million of the 12 million. I said, you know, I think you're right. We should take a $6 million reserve. He said, we're pretty capable of collecting. I said, I know, you don't understand how bad this is. This is horrible. And we were sitting up there, fat, dumb, and happy, thinking, we got all this collateral. Fatal assumption, the word current to a banker meant one thing. The word current to a customer is different. They don't have Price Waterhouse auditing their statements to say you got to charge this off. Always find out what is your customer's policy for charging off a receivable. When is it considered bad? Write that in your memo. Find out when does your customer consider it bad. So don't assume what I would call bad, what they call bad. Then we have the leverage ratio, debt to worth. We see this number at 0.19, 1.20, and 2.11. Now, let's go back to the balance sheet. There is an increase in long-term debt here. Long-term debt went up in that third year, 2018, to $15,000. To whom does he owe this $15,000? Who does he owe that to? It said in the case. His dad. Now, does dad or mom debt normally come with conditions of default, remedies, the right to offset, the right to sue for deficiency balances, the right to repossess? No, it should though, because I'm a dad, it should. I'm gonna vote in the legislature. It should. My younger daughter lives in Buckhead. She's a TV producer. And a few years ago, she was telling me off, rather respectfully, but she told me off, Dad, I'm an independent young woman. You need to respect my decisions about my life. You can't make decisions for me. And I listened patiently because she was respectful, but she made it clear. Then she said, at the end, and I need you to help me with my rent this month. I said, independent young women pay their own rent. That's how you get to be independent. Dad, quit playing. I'm not playing. And I said, aside from that, I spent all this money for you to go to school. You didn't pay a dime to go to college. I paid 100%. And you don't even have command of the King's English. Dad, I got A's in English. Yeah, I know. You just said to me, Dad, I want you to lend me money for my rent. The word lend contemplates at some point some effort to repay. Given that you're 36 years old and you've never paid me a dime, I think the proper word would be, Dad, I want you to give me. Then we'd all agree. So that word lend is appropriate. And she, anyway, I measure how often she calls me, how much she wants. Can I just call you and say hello? No, because you never have. What do you need? What do you want? You must want something. Why did you call me? She tells me I'm too mean to her. So I love you, but you want something. Now, this account, this $15,000 owed to dad. Now, this is where whenever you see on a balance sheet, in this case, debt owed to dad, or a note payable to owner, you should inquire about what the repayment terms are. When is he supposed to pay his father? Now, a common document that we use in commercial lending, when the owner has debt from their company to themselves, or in this case to his father, we would ask the owner to not pay yourself or pay your dad till you pay us. And that's called what? Anybody know what that document is called? A subordination agreement. You can get it in Laser Pro or Banker System, subordination agreement. And the agreement says, I, in this case, Steve McFarland, will not pay my father until I pay the bank without the permission of the bank. That's what it says. And whenever you see the owner has a debt to him or herself from their company, get them to sign a subordination agreement. You don't want to make this loan, then he takes $15,000 of the money, pays his dad, and he doesn't buy the steel pipe that he told us that he was getting the money for. So whenever you see closely held debt, know what the terms are, and if you feel it's significant, have them sign an agreement. They won't pay that debt, closely held debt, until after they pay you. That's a very common covenant in loan agreements in banks. The next is the sales to asset ratio, which is 2.85, 2.92, 2.85, and 3.03. Now, the reason this asset in this case, this ratio is important is this. We just said most of this $22,000 is for inventory. We got tax payment, we know that what that is, $2,500. We got a transmission job, $2,000 or $3,000. So of the $22,000, the great majority of it is for inventory. Before I finance any more assets, I want to know how good a job are they doing managing the assets they already have. And if you recall, this was an efficiency ratio. And here, unlike high distributors, it's consistent to slightly improving. It's not going down. First year, for every $1 in assets this company had available, they produced $2.92 in sales. The next year, for every $1 in assets available to management, they produced $2.85 in sales. By the third year, for every $1 in assets they had available, they produced $3.03 in sales. So there's improving efficiency, slightly improving to steady, that this company is using its assets to generate sales. There's no drop off in efficiency the way we saw with high distributors. The next ratio was inventory. Now, I go to these next three ratios, and if you will make a note on your worksheet, the next three ratio, which is called inventory turnover. These are all called trade accounts, TRADE. These are called trade accounts. These three accounts are called trade accounts. And there's a correlation between the trade account and sales growth. And here's the correlation. If the number of days to collect receivables or turn inventory or pay payables is consistent, meaning the number of days from 1 year matches the next year. If they are consistent, the dollar amount in those three accounts will rise or fall at the same rate as sales. Now, let's test this. We see here that accounts with inventory turned over every 69 days, 71 days, 67 days. Slight variance, not much variance. Now, let's test our theory to see if it's true. We go back to the balance sheet. You're on page 46. And let's take inventory. Inventory in 2016 was 9,707. It more than doubled in 2017 to 21,125, or about 110%. Sales went up 110%. Inventory went up about the same. The next year, it less than doubled from 21,125, went up to 38,057, about a 90% increase. So sales, in this case, inventory is growing at about the same rate as sales. That was not true at high distributors, who had inventory go from turning every 17 days, and it got longer from 11 days to whatever it was, 33 days, no, from 21 days to 33 days. The inventory got longer. Here, the turnover has not gotten materially longer. What does that say to me as a banker? This level of inventory, since it's rising at approximately the same rate as sales, is a permanent need for more inventory. They're not going to sell off excess inventory, 80,000, and get it here. That inventory level is about what they're permanently going to need if they're going to keep their sales that high. If they cut inventory, they would be out of stock when people ask to order things. You can't hold your inventory when your sales are growing this fast. You got to grow your inventory. This next one was receivable turnover. It was 42 days, 44 days, 46 days. And as I said to you at high distributors, always check the terms. When you read this case, what were the terms? When were they supposed to pay or get money collected from their customers? At 30. Now, Steve said something about this. Now, what career has Steve been in before he took over his family's plumbing supply business? What did he do? He was a plumber himself, so he knew the business. He was a plumber. As a matter of fact, that's his largest customer, the company he used to work for. Now, he made a comment about getting paid by these plumbers. What did he say about when they can pay you? He mentioned it. When they get paid. What he's saying is when you're a subcontractor, you don't get paid to the general. He understands. But he's getting paid 16 days longer than terms. Terms are net 30. He's getting paid in 46 days. So his customers are paying. Now, I'll do a quick, show you something here quickly, and we'll go over this tomorrow in more detail. This formula to calculate receivables turnover uses sales to calculate receivables turnover. So what I want you to measure is 1 day of sales. I take 2018 and his sales, $270,000. Divide that by 365 days. So if I take the annual sales of $276,000 divided by 365 days, that will give me his 1 day of sales. Now, what is 276,000 divided by 365? 756 roughly. Now, if you're getting paid 16 days over the terms are net 30, he's getting paid in 46. What's the cash flow impact of getting paid 16 days slow? 756 times 16 is how much? Negative cash flow. Translate to plain English. Of the $22,000 Steve McFarland has asked us to lend him in this case, he wouldn't need 12 of it if his customers paid him on the 30th day that the invoice was due. Of the 22,000 he wants to borrow, he wouldn't need, he said to you, I don't really know why I need the money. He needs 12 of it because his customers don't pay him when the invoice is due. Let's say you walk in, and that little light above his head goes off, ding, ding, ding. Wait a minute, if I borrow this $22,000 from the bank, I have to pay interest, don't I? Yeah. Shoot, if these turkeys don't pay me by the 30th, I'm gonna start charging interest for them. What have you just done? You've helped me run my business better as a banker. I knew it was not good to get paid. I don't have anybody, my banker, who can walk me through this calculation and show me how many dollars I have to find in financing because of a decision made. Let's go back to high break for the day. When we look at high, their inventory turnover went from 21 days to 33 days. The delta or difference is 12 days. So high distributors went from 21 days inventory turnover to 33 days, so a difference of 12 days. Now, if you look at the formula to calculate inventory turnover, you're using what? You're using cost of goods sold. And in that third year in high distributors, their cost of goods sold was $2,345,000. If you will, divide $2,345,000 by 365. That will give me 1 day's cost of goods sold. And what's that number? 2,345,000 divided by 365. The multiply that 12 days. Act of making a decision to buy a train load of beer as opposed to an 18-wheeler load. And how much financing? Again, in plain English. When one of the sons made the decision after drinking Goldschlagers, whatever you call them, to buy a train load of beer, he slowed up the inventory turnover from 21 days to 33 days. That management decision said, you now have to find $77,000 in cash you wouldn't have needed had you not made the decision to buy a train load of beer. You, as his commercial banker, may be the only person capable of pointing this out. His cousin Claude can't do this. He didn't have a CPA. He could do it, but he didn't have a CPA. So you bankers, you commercial bankers and credit analysts, as I said, tomorrow I'm going to give you a worksheet that will walk through in your loan presentation in the bank to loan committee, and the same sheet will be used to actually go on call, sit with a customer, and walk them through this kind of analysis. I believe this kind of consulting value-added banking will be the difference in competition. This will make your bank stand out. You do this kind of work for a client. I'm going to end with this today, and we'll pick this up tomorrow. But I'll give you another example of me. I didn't bank. I had a prospect who was not my customer in Memphis. It's a family-owned aftermarket auto supply business for high-end exotic cars. This company had about 15 million in sales a year. Family-owned, father owned all the stock. There were 3 sons who worked for him. They were vice presidents of 3 separate divisions, and they were pretty competent themselves, pretty sharp. And it took me about 1.5 years to get this guy to let me see his financial statement. Since I was not his banker, I was calling him, but I was not his banker. And I finally convinced him there would be enough confidentiality, and I had some ideas I wanted to noodle around. He gave me his statements. I said, I'll call you back in about a week for an appointment. I got an idea, but I want to bounce this off my colleagues before presenting. I went back up to Memphis and said, now he was 65 years old. I said, what do you plan to do when you retire? I'm going to turn the business over to my sons. I said, okay, I met your sons. They seem pretty sharp. Here's what I'm prepared to do. The day you retire, I will write you a personal check for $5 million for you to go off into your retirement. We'll do an internal leverage buyout. I looked at your company's cash flow. I've looked at your asset structure. You could do a 6-year loan with $5 million in proceeds. Your company has plenty of capacity to pay that back, and your sons would sign the note, and you would walk away when you leave here with $5 million. He said, Dave, wow, whoa. I've never considered that kind of money walking away. I said, well, that's what I'm prepared to do. He said, well, I really don't need $5 million. I've been blessed. Things are going pretty good. I've got a happy life. But I want to know something. Why has my banker never told me that? I said, because I don't work there. And he didn't do the deal. Within 6 months, I had half of his banking business. I made a suggestion. He didn't even take the suggestion. But the fact that a banker thought about his business and offered him something, he thought that was unique. We got half of we got their payroll and all of their import, because they were buying exotic parts all over the world. We took all their import financing, the letters of credit. We took over all the fees for letters of credit. We got half of their business with an idea he didn't even take. But I would argue that bankers, commercial lenders who bring ideas to business owners are the ones who are going to win. There's not much more competition you guys can do on price. I bet if I went to any bank in this represented in this room and online, and I want to build a small office building for $500,000, my consulting firm is going to be housed there. And I want to pay $100,000 down and borrow $400,000. I would bet you all 21 of you bankers participating today, the interest rate you would offer me would not vary by more than 1.25%. All of you would require me to personally guarantee the loan. All of you would require that I get an insurance policy with your bank as a loss payee. So why would I pick one of your banks versus the other? It's you. You're the only unique thing about your bank. I can't get you anywhere else. And I would argue that banks that win have commercial lenders and credit analysts who see themselves as difference makers. So we're going to go ahead and reconvene. We're going to wrap up today. We're going to reconvene at 9 in the morning. We'll finish up this case, and I want to talk about sources and uses. Then we're going to go right into spend most of tomorrow on cash flow analysis. For people who are listening in or here, if you have a pencil, you can bring a pencil tomorrow. It will be helpful. Let me give you a warning. If you don't do cash flow analysis every day now, it's a bit of a challenge to get it when we work on it. The first cash flow case we're going to do together, when we finish, you're going to be at a 54.7% level of understanding, which means you will be nodding. I see where he got it. Then I'm going to give you a cash flow analysis to do on your own. You're going to regress back to 39.7% understanding, as in, oh my God, I thought I understood. Then we'll do that one together, and you'll be at 64.9% level of understanding. Then I'll give you another one. You'll regress back down to 56.8% level of understanding. We'll do that one together. You'll be at 78.6. When we leave tomorrow, you're going to be at 82.4% level of understanding. Can't be any higher because you have to actually do some cash flow analysis back at the office. So don't worry that it takes a minute to get it. That's okay. When you leave here tomorrow, and by the way, for you people out of town, I will try to get you out of here between 3 and 3:15. So that those you have to get on the road might be able to get out of Dodge before 4 o'clock. You might save a little time getting back. And for you, young man, it doesn't matter. You're not going to get back to tomorrow anyway. So, okay, we'll see you guys. If you're in town from out of town, go out and have fun tonight. This is a great city to get out and have fun. But if you do anything tonight that's embarrassing to you, but it would be funny for us tomorrow, we'd like you to share. So if you have any unplanned piercings, unplanned tattoos, any marriage proposals that are permanent or temporary in nature, we'd like to know. If you buy one of those nice handbags with a bag on top of the bag, we'd like to see it tomorrow, coming in to show it off, show and tell. So again, if it's embarrassing to you, but it would be funny for us, let us know tomorrow. We do have a rule. What happens in Lansing stays in Lansing. So nobody go back saying, you should have seen how he was acting. That is nobody's business back home. They should have been here if they wanted to know. So we'll see you guys in the morning at 9. We'll pick up here, and then we'll finish up about 3:15 tomorrow. Thank you, online participants. As I said, we'll have better sound tomorrow.